Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Let's get this party started right. And let's get this party started quickly. All right. Welcome in, Microman, welcome in, Eberman. In answer to your question, you tell me. You tell me. I think we're at like 280. Oh, there's 260 that you can see right now, but I have like another case and then another deal off to the side. It's probably another 20, 25 modules. Oh, hey, I just realized I forgot to put the chat thing up. I forgot to put the chat thing up. I don't know why I'm doing a Robert Smith impression, but it feels good. To talk to the doc on that one. Doctor, I just keep breaking into Robert Smith. But just like one song, really. So there's, here, let me give you a little tour here. We've got, we got this right here. That is Space Station. We finished that off about a year ago. And then we've kept building, and so we have the two blue cases. They got a box on top of them. I've ran out of room. And then on the far side over there, on the left, is a case I got like about 6 months ago. And it's got a bunch of modules in it. I don't remember the number. And then, of course... And Jamtown's doing all right. It's got about 100 modules in it, and I've got this new power supply. I got to install it. I had one before. I installed it, or I set it up, and it didn't work. Like it had a positive and a negative rail, and the negative rail was just dead. Just nothing happening on it. Well, that's not accurate. It would just climb. It would just go from, 15 volts or 7. It started a number and then just keep going and going up. And I could not figure it out. Porphyry in the house. Welcome in, mate. Good to see you. Good to see you. So that power supply is dead, but I got another one. And I haven't tried it out yet. Kind of annoyed because the one that's busted, I got the AC plugged into it and everything, and I like did a nice job. And now I'm like, fuck. Do I reuse that? Can I reuse it? I don't know. Probably, because it's just heat shrink tubing and what do you call them? Terminal? Whatever. I don't remember what they're called. It doesn't fucking matter. Oh, man. We had a hell of a day yesterday. Got new toilets in the house. They came in, installed our new toilets, and I'm pretty happy. Kind of weirded out that we got these toilets and the seats are, they're heavy duty, but they're still plastic, and I'm like, plastic seats? Oh, that sucks. Oh well. We'll replace them eventually. And then it's a little bit taller than my old toilet, which I don't know if this is aware or not, but I'm a short guy. I'm like 5 foot Joe Rogan height, and so if I sit on the toilet, like my old one, I could put my feet flat on the ground. Now it's just like the balls of my feet. I never felt like that was the correct term for it, but whatever. The toe-y part, not the ball, the balls. I feel like I should really look up that better. Try to figure out what the fuck's going on with that phrase. But who cares? But it is, other than that, other than those little tiny gripes, which I'll just get over, I probably won't even give a shit in a week. Fantastic. Fantastic. I know you guys are dying to hear about my toilet situation. You're like, oh man, I hope Sid gets online today and talks about his toilets. I haven't been able to sleep. Just wondering about that man's toilets. It does not have a seat door. We weren't going expensive. There's also no like real electricity outlet near there, so we'd have to have power ran to that area, and that's like monstrously expensive. Now, I mean, and I live in Arizona, so seat warmers are really not a big thing. Maybe for like a week or two. I wouldn't mind something a little bit cozier to rest my tuchus on. But because it's the desert, because it doesn't get very cold here, it takes about a minute for my ass heat to transfer to the seat and make it a comfortable spot. I know, man. Yeah, I would imagine up in anywhere else but where I live. Well, maybe California too, but it's more like I wouldn't mind a seat chiller. But they laughed at me when I brought that up. I was like, we should have a seat chiller, and they were like, a seat chiller. And then they started pointing. One of them made like a fart noise with their hand and pointed at me. I didn't even know what the fuck that was about. I mean, I get it. It's toilet related, but I'm just asking for something to keep the seat nice and a little chilly. And, because it gets hot. And they were like, they called me a clown. They called me a marmot, which I didn't get that part. It was very weird. It might, you know what? That might have been a dream. It may have never happened. I'm starting to think that never happened. Because now I'm thinking about it. I don't remember driving there. Oh, shit. Forgot my heart thingy. Beep, beep. Got a bunch of things today. Sia, welcome in. So, thank you for giving me this anatomy correction. So, we'll pretend like this is a foot, because I'm not bringing my foot up on camera. So this is the ball of your foot, but down here is the balls of your foot. Is that the correct nomenclature? Oh. What else? Man, and I had to get up earlier than I normally would for the installation, so like I was just tired, and as soon as they were gone, I was like, oh cool, nap time. So I slept a couple times yesterday, and then I went to bed tonight, or last night, whatever, and fell asleep pretty easily too. But I watched a little bit of I have this podcast that I watch that has now, it went from something funny that I enjoy to now like a guilty pleasure, because when I tell people about it, they don't see it the way I do, and as time's gone on, I'm like, I guess they're right, but I'm not gonna stop watching this thing until I'm done with it. I'm not gonna let them dictate what I find entertaining. But I watched that. Well, okay, the podcast, it's I've talked about it before. It's this podcast where they spend hours. It's hours long. They do have a second half that they do. They take like a break, and then they do a second half where it's just more topical stuff, things that are going on in the news. But the majority of their podcast, and honestly the only part I watch, because once it gets to that, I'm like, I don't really care. It's basically a podcast where they shit on Corey Feldman. Like, big O nasty one. It's so mean. It's so fucking funny. And I know if you're not in the know, you may not realize Corey Feldman is an enormous piece of shit human being. He is awful. He is such a shitty guy. The reason he doesn't have a career anymore isn't from a lack of acting talent. It's from a fact that he is insanely difficult, insanely egomaniacal, insanely vain, and delusional too. He has it's crazy. And these guys spend like a couple of hours every Friday just dissecting it. And here's the part that's the wildest. This podcast has been around for 18 years. I don't think they've been doing it the entire 18 years, but they've been doing it for like 12 or 14 years. At least, if not more. They just, oh my God. They just make fun of him nonstop. So good. So good. Did some VCV rack for work got to make the sound of the wood as a capacitive touch exhibit for a museum? Oh, that's fascinating. Got any? What do you mean? Do I have any idea? It sounds like you already did it. But yeah, I watched that last night. And then speaking of my entertainment naughties, I watched another Jason Statham movie last night because I felt like I was.
Watch Street 31.
Whoa! Farm Tech with the 3 months. LF motherfucking G, baby. Let's go. Thank you so much, mate. Watch Streak 3. It didn't come up on my side. It might take a minute. Sometimes the watch streaks are delayed. I don't know what the hell's up with that. Oh, yeah, we got Wyatt in the house. Welcome in. Young Sid. I'll take it. I'll take it. Gone in 60 Seconds last night. Which one is that? I'm spacing that. I know the name. I can't think of the movie. Oops, I put Goon in 60 Seconds. That's a totally different movie. Oh, yeah! With Nicolas Cage. The American Jason Statham. Nah, he's actually... Cage has got a little bit more range, but he isn't completely... Oh, and Vinnie Jones is in it? Yeah! And Angelina Jolie. Oh, yeah, I think I remember seeing this. I haven't watched that in a while. Well, it has to react to touch. Not sure what would sound like the sound of wood. So you can get wood sounds from ring mods. But it's gonna be more like a percussive, like a clave type sound. I don't know how to get deeper than into that than what it is. Eberman, I know. Well, we just bought these toilets, and they came with their own seats. Eventually, their usefulness will go, and we will replace them with wooden seats, because that's how I roll. Mrs. Heresy, bless her heart, she replaces them like once every couple of years on our old toilets, like because like eventually the paint or whatever they put on it starts to rub off, and she just like gets all freaked out about it, which is fine. I mean, someone has to get freaked out about it, not me. So she'll replace the toilet seat. So I imagine in a few years' time, she'll be like, I gotta go to the Home Depot. That's not what she sounds like. I got no toilet seat. These are terrible. You hear me, Sid? They're terrible. I put my tuchus on it, and it's like pure hell. In fact, I don't fear hell anymore. I've sat on those seats. I'm gonna go to heaven and get some better ones. Yeah, Goon in 60 Seconds is a totally different movie. Same cast, though, interesting enough. Same cast. Yeah, I'm thinking a ring mod, because you can get like a low frequency and then a percussive, like the other side is percussive, so you get a boom, and it might sound, I mean, that's the best I can do. You might Google or, search online for like synthesized wooden sound, modular synthesized wooden sound, something around that line. But I know you can do it that way, or at least that's how they did it. But yeah, I watched a Jason Statham movie last night, and it was which one? The Mechanic, which again, much to my surprise, had oh shit, I just forgot his name. I see his face. He's a very handsome man. Donald Sutherland. Had Donald Sutherland in it again. So that's two movies with Donald Sutherland and Jason Statham. But he's only in it for like the first scene or the first act or whatever. I mean, it's like a very small part. And same with the Italian Job. And I was like, oh man, because every time, some of you probably already know, every time I see Donald Sutherland, I enjoy it because I try to work on my Donald Sutherland impression. Because, I've been working on my impressions, trying to get gooder at them and stuff. But the Donald Sutherland impression, I've been able to do since I was a little kid. And I always, I don't want to brag, but I always blew people's minds. They're like, oh my God. For a minute, I thought you were Donald Sutherland. I go, I know, right? Real quick, I know some of you've already seen this, so you're like, the Donald Sutherland impression. All right. Some of you haven't. So let me get into it. It's a minute. It takes me just a second to get into the character and the mind of Donald Sutherland. It's no Jesse Ventura. I can just slide into that, or Meatwad. I can just slide into that like nothing. But Donald Sutherland takes a little bit of mental preparation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Donald Sutherland, ladies and gentlemen. No, it's really me. It's Sid the whole time. I know, it freaked you out a little bit. You're like, wait. What's going on here? Who put Donald Sutherland on my screen? But no, it's just me. Thank you. Who is Donald Sutherland? I think I just did an impression of him. If you don't know who that is, then you're gonna have to tell me who decorates your place where you live under a rock. That took a minute to get there. Yeah, the guy from the Hunger Games. Exactly. You nailed it. I was doing Hunger Games Donald Sutherland too. Good on ya. That was really good. Thank you. Oh, right, he was in Animal House. I totally forgot about that. Before the games went off. I know. What did they say? I didn't really care for the Hunger Games that much, so I didn't really watch it. It was I don't want to sound like a bitch, but a little tiny angry bitch, but the movie was a little bit too dystopic for me. Too accurately dystopic. But they say something like victory, or I can't remember. It's just like a bunch of cheesy lines. But yeah, Donald Sutherland was in it, the mechanic. There's some actor who was like Jason Statham's co-star, and I have never seen the guy before. I looked him up on IMDb, and it looks like he had a career, and then he didn't. I don't know. Like, he was in some big movies, but they were all kind of not artsy. Here, let me pull him up. Yeah, Ben Foster. And if I look at Ben Foster's known for, it's Hell or High Water, The Messenger, 3:10 to Yuma, and Leave No Trace. Probably great movies. I don't know. But overall, I didn't really... The movie was okay. It was like 3 out of 5 stars. And if you need a metric, The Beekeeper is just shy of 5 stars. I feel like I'm being ridiculous if I were to give it 5 stars. But I think like 4.5 is restrained. And if you haven't seen The Beekeeper, I'm sorry. That's a fucking great Jason Statham movie. It is action-packed vengeance rampage. And I've noticed this throughout my life. I love vengeance stories. I love them. I don't know what it is. They're like my favorite movies. The ones that stick in my head are just when they go on a vengeance rampage. It probably speaks a lot. I should probably bring this up to a therapist or something, but I don't really care. I don't think there's any harm in it. Maybe. I don't know. Who cares? Meanwhile, me, Ben Foster, the co-lead from the TV show Flash Forward and the Warcraft movie. Oh my God, was he in those? I didn't know. I've never seen this dude before. Like, I kind of recognize his headshot on IMDb, but I think it's just because I saw a movie with him in it last night. Here, let's get let's get deep here. Let's get deep. Let's do a deep dive into the career of Ben Foster. So look at his headshot. Like totally handsome bro. Totally got them acting looks. Oh, okay. Maybe I saw him in Finest Kin. Wait, Finest Kin or Finer Kin? What the fuck? Oh, never mind. I've got a movie with a very similar title, Confused. Oh, no, I am, because Tommy Lee Jones is in it. Yeah. Never mind. I don't remember him in it, though. I don't remember his character. But I don't remember the movie, either. It's kind of... The Contractor, The Survivor. Man, who's his agent? I got a movie! Got a movie for you, Ben! Oh, yeah? Yeah! Does it start with the word the? God damn it, Ben! Will you leave me alone with that? It's wild that... Okay, at least he's been busy. I mean, look at all that work. 2018, 2017... Bro is getting... Oh, yeah, you're right. So he's in the Warcraft movie. I don't remember. I don't think I watched that. Is it any good? Can anybody recommend it? Or can I just pass it? Keep in mind, I have been interested in watching the Doom movies they made from Doom. So my standards aren't mega high. I haven't watched movies for years. Only one in the new Top Gun, and then the Barbie and Oppenheimer movie made me turn away from theaters. Yeah, no, right? I've had a hard time watching movies. What I ended up doing, mate, and I don't know if this will work for you, it's just throwing it out there. You take it with a grain of salt or a pound of pepper. But I quit expecting anything to beat my favorite movies. I just lowered the bar down, and I was like, you know what I want? I just want a fun story that's compelling. The dialogue does not need to be great, but it doesn't need to be completely stupid. And I'd like some action. Like lately, I've just been on an action movie kick, and I'm like, I want some cool fight choreography. Basically, I'm basically looking for The Matrix. Like the first Matrix movie, I really liked that movie, and I realized that kind of set my standard. And there were some great movies that came after that, of course, but there's a lot of movies that like fall really short of that. And I was like, all right, well, I just need to. And I watched Death Race with Jason Statham, and I was like, this is a really good movie. This is fun. I like this. I mean, yeah, it's not Citizen Kane. It's not, it's nothing remarkable, but it's fun. And and I guess that's kind of where I'm getting at. I was like, I don't need a movie to blow my mind. I just need it to be fun to watch. So, went that route. Looks like, yeah, I know. I totally thought he looked like Jesse from Breaking Bad, or Macaulay Culkin. Yeah, like they had a child. I watched it in theaters, enjoyed myself, and went to the minimal knowledge of WoW. Which movie are you talking about, Sia? Oh wait, how do you say that? Celeste, welcome in. It depends on if you care about the lore. If you detach it, in my opinion, it's really not that bad. Okay, I'm not like, I mean, I played a little bit of Warcraft, but I never got deep into it. So that sounds like it might actually be fun. I'll have to give it a try. I gotta sit through Ben Foster though. You like the Doom movies too? See, I watched like some scenes from it, and here, I gotta turn this music down. I watched some scenes from it, and I was like, this looks like a cool kind of sci-fi horror movie. I love both those genres. I'll give it a try, but I haven't seen it yet. 100 Years of Cinema has so much to offer. There's no need at all to watch the newest shite that's dropped out of Hollywood lately. Well, I mean, not to get on a soapbox or anything, but my issue has been that a lot of the movies I watch, a week later, I couldn't tell you the plot. I couldn't tell you. They're forgettable. There's so many movies I've watched, and they just went in one ear, out the other. Like, they weren't interesting. They weren't captivating. It was just like something you kind of sat through. And there's a lot of TV like that, too, I've noticed, where I'm like, this isn't really that interesting or whatever. Oh, we're taking a break. We'll wait with that. Without soul. But anyways. Yeah, the mechanic, okay. I mean, I literally just read this part and was like, I'm on it. An elite hitman teaches his trade. I didn't even read the rest. I should say, Jason was fantastic in it. Really good in it. Kept it up, kept it good. Better than some other movies, but I don't know. I gotta find I gotta get a good Jason Statham movie next time to wash the bad Jason Statham movie out of my mouth or ears. I gotta wash it out. What else? Yeah, that's actually it. I watched that, and then I've been watching the new season of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which is much. I'm so happy it's still hitting for me. It's still funny for me. Brazil. I saw a scene from Brazil not too long ago, and I remember there's this YouTube channel, I don't know, I think it's called the VFX Guys, but it's basically three visual effects people, and they review movies and they talk about it. They'll have people on like I think actually this is the one with Adam Savage from Mythbusters on there. But anyways, they were talking about the scene, where the guy with the mask, he's trapped into the chair, and there's the dude with the crazy mask, and then he gets shot, and then, everybody drops in on the lines, and that is not real. That's like matted in. And they were explaining like they had, because there's like searchlights going through it, and they explained how they had to mat in their shadows as well. And it's a super complicated shot, and I was like, oh, wow. Corridor, is that the name? I didn't know that. Jason Statham is so hot. I'm cis, but I'm dead on. I have a couple of man crushes in there. Jason Statham is definitely one of my man crushes. And it gives me hope. If I ever start losing my hair, I'm like, well, I hope I start losing it like Jason Statham. And I'll keep it really nice and short. Is there a movie? Well, yeah, IMDb. Yeah, well, someone brought up, what was it, the Barbie movie, and I saw that on a plane, and I didn't hate it. I thought I wasn't gonna like it at all, but I didn't hate it. But again, it was very forgettable. The thing I liked in the Barbie movie was all the like weird theatric, like theater style, like set pieces. Like they had like 2D set pieces that they would hold, and like I liked that. I thought that was a really cool artistic choice, and I thought it looked good. I thought it was like just a neat style. But that's it, man. Like the whole fucking story was so annoyingly heavy-handed, and there was just so many things that I was like, why the hell are we doing this? This is weird. I don't know. It was the underlying theme of it was interesting. I thought that was interesting that you have this whole sort of film that makes fun of and points out the patriarchy and things like that. And I thought that was an interesting idea. It was a good concept and whatever. But the execution of it, I thought was really dumb. And I'm like, dude, I'm not. What the hell? This is dumb. So, anyways, multi-baller, welcome in. Corridor. Okay. Guys, Marzipanda's in the house. LFG. It's a man crush. Yeah. I'm like, man, there's a couple of bros out there where I'm like, dude, I wish I looked that good. I wish. And Jason Statham is definitely. And I know you guys are getting sick of this, so I'll try to move on. But the other thing about him is, like, he genuinely seems like a good guy. I don't have anything to the contrary. All I have is things that support that, like interviews I've seen him in, and like outtakes and stuff, like bloopers and so forth, and he just seems like he's probably the reason he gets so much work is he's such a gem to work with. Like, everyone's like, oh yeah, Jason, he's great. Always hits his marks, remember his lines, all 15 of them, and blah, 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 blah. And I think he's like, I heard this about Sam Neill too. Like, they just realize how lucky they are, because they don't see themselves as God's gift to cinema or anything like that. They know that they lucked out, and they're just going to ride this as long as it goes and have as much fun as they can. But there's no ego about them. They're just like, oh, I get to hang out in a set in this beautiful countryside. We're filming on location and blah, blah, blah. It's beautiful here. I've got my own trailer. I only have, like, this many scenes, so I'm just going to chill and take a nap and read some books. I've been meaning to catch up on this. Like, they're just that kind of person that, like, has no ego, has no grandiose concept of what they're doing. They're making entertainment. They're making films that, and Jason Statham's case, a lot of them are just action movies and stuff. They're just kind of cheesy, corny, kind of tongue-in-cheek things. And I think that, honestly, if I can be honest with you guys, I think I can. That makes him more attractive to me. Like, that is awesome that you're like a down-to-earth dude. Again, totally from my observation, I have nothing to back it up, but I have nothing to say no. So. Marzipan, not too bad, not too bad. What module today? That's a good question. So we built the Moog yesterday, or Tuesday, because this one I built doesn't behave very well. So I built this one and was like, oh, I bet I just foobarred something, and that's why. And I built this one, and this one works even less than this one. In fact, this one almost seems like it's behaving correctly, which no fucking clue. I have like another module like this too, where I'm like, I have no idea what I did wrong. You know, I've checked everything twice. I read over everything. And in this case, I built two. Because I'm like, oh, maybe I just messed up, or maybe I scratched a trace, or, you know, I did something weird. No. They both kind of behave weird, but the one that I was gonna replace is actually weird, or behaves more normally. So we could work on troubleshooting it. I was also just thinking, like, we've got the spectral filter, but I don't have all the caps for it. But I have all the resistors for it, or I believe I do. I haven't actually gone through and looked really hard, but I have a lot of resistors, so if I don't have it, I will. So I was thinking about that too, like, oh, maybe we should start on that, at least getting the resistor packages on, and because there's quite a bit. There's over like 100, I'm sure. But I'm far from having all the parts in. I need to put this order through, but I'm just like, every stream I have, I'm adding stuff to that list. So I'm like, shit. And I spent like yesterday, I spent a little bit of time yesterday and Sunday adding stuff to the shopping list, cleaning the shopping list, because I've got 3 different places. I have Mauser, Tata, amplified parts, and now SynthCube is on there because SynthCube carries this thing I need, and they actually have it cheap for some reason, but it is absolutely the same thing that DigiKey. So they sell these things. I don't even want to say what it is because I don't want people to go and take them because they don't have much. But they have 70 of these things. I need several hundred. And they have 70 of them, but for 72 cents, something like that. 75, 72 cents. DigiKey has the same thing, but I need to buy 100, and I'll get them for $1 a piece. And I'm like, oh. And then I turn into that meme from like the old Dave Chappelle of like, y'all got any more of them cheap jacks? So, anyways, I forgot where I was going with that. Sam Neill was a mensch, absolutely. He was a really, really great guy. Every interview I've seen with him, every interview I've seen with his co-stars and everything, and that's how you kind of really know. His co-stars will like go on like, oh, Sam is so awesome, he's so nice, he's so fun, he's like goofy, blah blah blah. And he, you know, you hear stories like actors on set, one of the things that really separates or like is a big deal to me, because I'm kind of in that biz, not movie making, but in live production, and we'll deal with people like this, you know, big VIPs, big stars, is when they bother, when you hear the story like, oh yeah, they came on the set, they learned everybody's name, including the crew. And that is a big deal, man. That is so big. Because I'm really bad with names, so I can never be famous, you know. But these guys will remember all the crew members' names, and instead of calling them by their department or whatever, which you can do, but it's like, you know, pretty douchey. And I remember them saying that about Sam Neill, that he bothers to learn everybody's name on the set. And, anyways, good Hepcat. Oh, Solette with the hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate with this iced chai latte if you don't mind. If you're really a big stickler, I'll go pour a glass of water. I kind of go between. I start off with this a lot of the times. Oh, look at that! They spelled my name right. And then yeah, I'll go this, and I'll get a water, and then maybe I'll get a Dr. Pepper. He should do a movie as Iron Man. Who? Statham? Maybe. One of the funny things with his movies is a thing I notice from time to time is that he often plays some sort of Green Beret, special ops, Navy SEAL, kind of thing. That's his character a lot of times. But he has an English accent. And he mutes it pretty decently for those films, but because I saw him in The Italian Job, and he really let his accent come out, and it was more like what you saw in Snatch. But it's so funny, like, no one brings it up. There's like one movie, one of the first ones I really kind of got back into watching was Homefront. And he's like in Louisiana or whatever, and these rednecks come up to him, and they're like, bullying him and stuff, and they're like giving him shit, but not one of them is like, "Oh, right," making fun of his accent or something, which I think what redneck would automatically go to. Are you talking different than us? Maybe I am. Nah. And that happens a lot. Although I did see, what movie was it? They did make fun of his accent. But they did explain it too, because he was Special Forces again, but they showed his badge, and his badge had the American flag and the Union Jack, like, 45 across, which I was like, well, that's good. We're getting the names right. Yeah, having him as Iron Man, that might be interesting. I don't know. I never watched those movies. I watched like a couple of the X-Men movies when they came out, kind of because I like Patrick Stewart, but I never really cared for them that much. And then, like, I think the last superhero movie I watched that I thought wasn't too bad was Guardians of the Galaxy. But then I watched the sequel, and it kind of just ruined the whole thing for me. I was like, I should just watch the first one and never watch the second one. Then I could have that undamaged version of the movie in my mind. But, because the second one was totally forgettable. I can't even remember. I like see clips from it, and I'm like, oh, I don't remember that scene at all. That's weird. Anyways, we also had a big storm last night here in Phoenix. It was a good one. It was a good storm, like good few hours of just thunder and lightning and heavy rain. We lost. Our power went out twice, but both times for about, like, the first time it was about a second, and then the second time it was off on. It went out and then came back on really fast. Yeah, I don't know. Someday I might give him a try. I just can't get into the superhero movies that much. I don't know what it is. It's like, I think, well, you know what I think part of it is? It is the most unidentifiable thing on that I can watch. Like I have no dog in this race. The whole time I'm watching it, it's just this abstract thing that's going on the TV. I can't relate to any of the superhero characters because I share nothing with them. And then the human people, they are always irritating to me, or the normies. I have nothing in common with them. I just feel like there's no connection there, and I can't like form any type of bond. Now, to be fair, I don't have a lot of connection when I'm watching Death Race, so maybe my critique doesn't make a lot of sense, but I don't know. I just can't get into them. I'll give it a try though. It's never say never. I do like Morton Downey Jr. I do like him, so. But yeah. That's unfortunately is all the cool shit that has happened. I don't have much other cool shit. Really. Joker was an awesome movie because no superhero. Yeah. I still haven't seen that. I've heard nothing but good things. So I need to give it a try. Yeah. Another thing I don't like, I'm sorry, we're really turning this into a rant channel, aren't we? The other thing, though, I don't like is, like, they keep, like, taking a movie and then revamping it with a new cast, and they just keep doing that, and it's, I don't know, I don't dig it too much. It gets kind of annoying, because then you have to be like, oh, well, the guy who played that character, like, in the first two movies was good, but I didn't like the guy that played, it's like, ugh. Case in point, Jared Leto Joker. I'm just like, pass. Love the Dune movie. Really curious about the upcoming part 3, but I can't think of more good movies right now. You know what? I know you're going to hate me. I have not seen the Dune movie. I have it downloaded and everything to watch it. Or it might be on Netflix or something. I'll watch it on that. But I haven't seen it yet. I have absolutely zero reason not to. I'm a big Dune fan. I loved the original David Lynch movie a lot. Watched it over and over. Back in, the day, you'd go and find, like, bootleg copies at, like, cons and stuff, and I would get, like, the work print, the Japanese version, like, all these different cuts, and just to get more of that movie, because I loved it so much. And then in, like, I think it was, like, the mid to late 90s, the Sci-Fi Channel did their miniseries of it, and I watched that, and I really liked that too. There was a couple of artistic choices that I was like, David Lynch really hit the nail on the head, or whoever was doing, came up with that or kept that. That was really good. This is a little silly, but that was it. That was the only thing I could really complain about. It's just little tiny things. Getting the story across, making it interesting, making it compelling, keeping it going properly is really hard to do with Dune. Because it is just a big space opera type thing that's just, or soap opera in space kind of thing. So it is kind of slow moving and the plans within plans and shit like that. But So I liked those, and I was excited when I heard about the new one being made, but for a dozen reasons, I just haven't gotten to see it yet. The Dark Knight. I don't even know which one that is. Which one is the Dark Knight? I mean, that's the problem. They make so many fucking Batman movies with all these different people playing Batman and the bad guy, and I don't even know what's what. Yeah, I could look it up. Uh-oh, did I lose internet? What the fuck? Or is IMDb down? There we go. Slow bastard. 2008, yeah, I think is the one with Heath Ledger. I like that one. I've seen it more than once. But if I could be so bold, Christian Bale was boring as shit in it, but Heath Ledger pretty much stole the whole show. Like, he was actually really interesting and entertaining, and his pushback and his character I thought was really good. I thought at the beginning people really overblown, whatever. They oversold his how good he was in the movie, but as years have gone on and I keep watching like those scenes with him in it, I'm like, no. That was a pretty good take. That was a cool variation on it. Yeah, Eberman, I mean, it wasn't bad. I should try watching the Tim Burton one. You know what? I did watch. Maybe I did. I remember watching like a scene from it. Maybe I was just watching a scene off of YouTube from it. With Jack Nicholson when he played it, and I thought he was great, but I was, 10. Didn't really have the greatest music, or not music, but film opinions. Oh, anyways. What else? That's kind of it. That's all the cool stuff I can think of to shoot out of my face hole. I haven't reached out to the guy that sold me the belts for the 4 tracks. I'm kind of annoyed because I was thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, he sent me a couple of belts that aren't right, and then the pinch roller's not right. There's a bunch of things that aren't right, and I'm trying to think of like how I'm going to broach this subject without being accusing. The only thing I can think of is to be like, hey, did you accidentally send me the wrong one? Tontu, talk to me accent. What? What you think of Mads Milk? I don't know what that is. Mads Milkinson? I don't know what that is. An actor? All right. Aren't we all actors? I just saw a notification from Twitch. Affiliates now have access to sponsorships on Twitch, except the blah, 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 blah. Pass. Pass. I don't want any sponsorship. What is it? Stream Elements offers sponsorships, and I looked at them hard, and I tried to think of a way that I could make it work, and I was like, nope, there's no way to make this work. And then I found out, like, getting paid for them is kind of bullshitty. And I was like, yeah, you know, what am I going to do with an extra $15 a month? And also, I don't know. I mean, to each his own. I don't fault anybody for doing sponsorships. I totally understand it. But I personally feel like it would be gross for me to do it. He feels like the new Pedro Pascal. See, I don't even know anything that he's been in. Like, I can't remember any movies that he's been in that I'm like, oh yeah, it was really great. And the remake of The Running Man, or whatever, I don't know, I'm just making shit up. What was it? I was thinking about this when we were streaming Tuesday, and I think I just kept it in my head. I don't think I said anything. But I was thinking hard about how absolutely terrible the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory remake was with oh fuck, can't think of his name now. Well, I think Tim Burton did it. Oh wait, it was called like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, wasn't it? I think that's what it was. Yeah, Johnny Depp. First off, Johnny Depp looks weird without facial hair now. He's had facial hair for so long that it kind of creeps me out when he doesn't have it. And he looks super creepy in that. And again, even though I've read the book as a kid, like a couple times, and I've seen the original movie dozens of times, I don't remember the story in the remake. I just remember it the whole time just not being good at all. The whole time. So bad. So bad. So bad. So what else? That's it, man. That's all I got for you. What do you guys want to do today? Do you guys want to... We can solder... We could start on the spectral filter guy. And we'll do like the... We'll do all the resistors. We can probably get all the resistors done today. If we have time afterwards, we could troubleshoot these guys, the two Moogs. Or we could start off troubleshooting the Moogs and try to figure that out. You know, the one thing that really bugs me with these is that when you go in, there's nothing to invert it back. So like everything you put in there is inverted. And I'm like, why? Or I mean, I know why. There's no solid state pieces. There's dips in here, but they're actually just match transistor packages. They're not op amps or anything. But it's just weird. I don't know why I wouldn't do that. Why? Oh my god. Man, I really want a nap. What the hell's up with that, huh? I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to think. There was something else. Oh. This might be out of y'all's wheelhouse, and that's fine. I get it. But, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Paya. P-A-I-A. They were a DIY kit company. It's been around for like fucking 80s, man. Really long time. And they pretty much shut down. I don't know what the story is right now, because the guy who found it and everything, he passed away. Rest in peace. We lost a lot of good DIY. I can't remember his name. Blasset. That guy passed, but that was a few years ago. Probably more, like 5 years ago. But anyways, sorry, got hung up. So Paya had a MIDI to CV converter, and I never built it, and I don't have the parts or anything. But a buddy of mine he did build it, but he can't find the firmware to flash to the EEPROM. And he was asking me about it, and I was like, I don't know. And I couldn't really help him at the time because I was in front of a computer. I was just on my phone, and I'm like, searching for this shit on my phone is going to be like 5 times harder. And but I did look on the desktop, but he'd already told me, like, they never published the firmware. It was something you bought when you got, like, they'd flash the chip and then you'd get it, because I guess, back then they thought, I guess chip flashers were expensive back then too, but now they're like under $100. But I think that's the issue. So I'm tempted to go and try to see if I can, well, I don't know if he can hunt around, or I don't know. I'm trying to find out if there's any way I can find someone with the MIDI to CV Paya kit system, and they'd either copy the firmware, like pull it from the chip, assuming it's a readable EEPROM and not just write only, which I'm pretty sure the ones at that time you could read from. I'm pretty sure. I don't know though. I'm not really smart about those things. I don't know a lot on them. But if we could read it, or if someone at Paya could provide it. Now, I'm pretty sure he might have reached out, but I don't think, I really don't know who's running the shop there. They consolidated back in like 2001, 2002, somewhere around that time, because they had an office in Edmond, Oklahoma, and that's where I used to live. Not Edmond, fuck that place. But I lived in Oklahoma, And that's where I got like, and that's kind of the whole Genesis thing, because like my very first DIY kit that I ever did, the first time I was like, this soldering is easy. I found a hack. I found a life hack here. I could just build my own instruments. And that Genesis was from Paya, because I bought like a couple of their kits when I was technically a taller Sid. I don't know. I got shorter as I got older. It's fucked up, right? Skinnier version of me, and younger. And I had some really bad acne back then too. So, very crazy looking guy with dreadlocks too, but not like well done dreadlocks. I just quit brushing my hair, and it all matted into this craziness. But yeah, that's what kind of got me started. I don't recommend Paya anymore. I haven't for a long time, because their kits are just, they're great for that time, but there's so much better options out there right now. But yeah, I don't know if anybody has it. I looked around. I went to archives.org on their site, because their site's not really up. But I went and looked around on archives, and they never provided the file anywhere that I can find. So I don't know what to do. And I forgot, because when I was researching it, it's actually a pretty badass MIDI to CV converter. The only thing that really beats it, I think, is Mutable's Yarns, or whatever it's called. I think it's Yarns. The Mutable MIDI to CV. That thing's, I don't know, it's kind of hard to compare, because the Paya one had like, you had like portamento built in, and I want to say it was portamento. It had a lot of features. You could do polyphonic, duophonic. You could split it up into 4 channels. It just had a lot of really cool features that you just don't really see anymore on MIDI to see, or maybe you don't do. I don't see them on DIY projects anymore. But yeah, if anybody knows, holla at your boy, because I'd love to be able to figure this mystery out for my friend, but I have a bad feeling it's going to be lost to the sands of time. But if find somebody that's done it, or has one, then we might be able to rip it. Yeah, Eberman. The project I would recommend, although I don't know if they have the modules available, but if you tickle me enough, we could maybe do like a small run, a non-profit small run of it. But it would be the Daisy Seed. Let me pull up the site. Show you what I'm talking about. Are you familiar with the Daisy? Have you heard about it already? And you'd be like, ah, yeah, Sid, I know about that fucking thing. So the Daisy is this. It's a, I can't remember. It's like an ARM chip. Yeah, it's an ARM Cortex M7, and it's got 65 megs of RAM and 31 GPIOs. It's got 12 ADCs and 12 DACs, and I think they're not. I don't think. Yeah, like you can do 32-bit 192. It's like really powerful. Really, really cool. Very, very easy to program. It supports like a ton of languages, including Max MSP. So it's worth it. Hey, BizNet, I'm trying to comment with a link to the MIDI to CV firmware I think you need, but it won't work. Yeah, BizNet, thank you for doing that. I cannot figure out how to enable links on YouTube. I think they're just shut down. Like, I can post links. I think maybe moderators can post links or something like that, but I I haven't found a way to do that. Do you social media? I could throw our social media link up in. I'll do that. You could send it to me like a DM through there. Now, just to be clear, because you found it really quickly, make sure it's the Paya MIDI to CV, because MIDI to CV is a very common thing, and there's a lot of bullshit out there. There's some other stuff made by them. This needs to be for the Paya one, because it's very unique. So just to make sure, because I did find a lot of stuff when I searched for MIDI to CV, but I didn't find the Paya one. But there's the social media links. You don't have to follow or anything if you just want to step through there and DM me and just let me know which platform it is, and I'll pull it up and I can take a look. And that's the best thing I can think of. If you need me to accept a friend request, some garbage like that, just let me know. Never. My experience is lacking with anything eurorack. So check this out. So this is the Daisy. It actually went up. It was $25. So it's gone up a little bit. Ohio. It had oh, they don't have it anymore. Ah, that's a bummer. We might have to go hunting for it. So they used to have a eurorack module and oh wait, maybe this is it? Okay, well this one's kind of works. Oh, but that's not the seed. That's a whole fucking board. Maybe they're pushing the seed too. It's using the PCM 3060. I think the old one did too, though. Huh. So they used to have, it might be on their GitHub. I might have to look it up. But they had a eurorack module that was like 10 or 12 HP, and it would you had like a little window to put the seed in there, so you could have access to it via USB or whatever, you know, to do it. And they also had like a foot pedal one as well. It had like 4 foot switches and some IOs. I don't remember if it had a screen or not, but you had a lot of stuff you could do with it, and it was just, you know, a big open development thing. The Daisy itself has like a ton of libraries. So if you need reverbs and you don't want to start from the ground up coding those algorithms and everything, they're already there, and they already have those libraries. They're open source, so if you want to go in and tweak stuff or mess with things, have at it. The whole thing is very much like that, and I'm a big fan of it. I even looked into using it for a project for a client, but inevitably, it was like more than what I needed, kind of. I was like, I don't really need this much shit. I can get by with these things just the same. Voltert's daughterboard. Go ahead and if you don't mind. I mean, again, I understand if it's a button of pain to DM it to me, but if you get some free time, I'd love. I'll check it out. We can even look at it on here. Ace Console Repair. Welcome in. Good day, mate. Again, trying to make a musical. I would like a DIY DJ VCF. Daisy Seed. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good point, Calderio. There is the Ornament and Crime, the Tinsy. The Tinsy is a good architecture. There's tons and tons of GitHub forks of the original, and then I'm spacing his name right now. Shit. I'll think of it in a minute. But there's forks from that. There's the hemispheres. There's squares and circles. There's a bunch of variants of that format as well. The Ornament and Crime isn't too difficult to build. You can make a 8 HP version of it, and I love them. I have like 4 or 5 of them, and I want more. They're just insanely indispensable, especially if you're running the Hemisphere software on it, because then you've got like 2 micro modules. Yeah, Todd, I think there's stuff like that. Oh. Phaserville, thank you. I could not think of that cat's name or brand or whatever the hell. Yeah, Caldery, it's less, it's more of a rigid architecture than the Daisy is, but, you know, depending on what you're needing, it may be easier, and yeah, it's got a nice development within it, like a lot of cool stuff, and there's tons of forks and things like that. All right. I don't think we ever decided what we're going to do. I kind of wouldn't mind just kind of chilling out today and working on the spectral gate. I'm thinking about Jason Statham. Just thinking about him now. Going, Ugh. Man, who's that? There's a comedian. I'm forgetting his name. I'm so shitty with names. But he does. He's. Oh man, I almost had it too. Almost thought of his name. But he does. He's most well known for doing an impression of Dr. Phil, where he goes around with like this bald cap and just basically does this Dr. Phil type thing where he's just kind of flippantly insulting people and stuff like that. God damn it. I'm just gonna ask. Because his name's like on the tip of my tongue. Adam Ray. And there's a bit he does where like, I could do other impressions too. Here's Jason Statham parking his car and told he's got to move because he's in a handicap spot. I can also do... As a sampler, no, I don't think I've ever seen a sampler function on the Ornament and Crime. And a lot of that has to do with the input. So the Ornament and Crime, the hemispheres, all of those, they have a low bit ADC. So like the audio that when it converts audio, to digital, it's not audio rate high quality. It's basically designed to deal with, 200, 400 hertz max. So I don't know what the sample rate is on them. I think the bit depth is like 12 or 14. So it's not even CD quality audio sampling. Now there might be if you wanted to put samples on it, that can absolutely be done. The output side is nice. I think it's 20. I think it's 16 or 24 bit. I mean, I use it all the time because I have sample-based stuff on my shit. But the Daisy definitely has sampling capabilities because it has a good ADC and DAC on it. It's all one chip, that PCM 3200, I think is what it was, which is a cool stereo jack. I don't think it's as good as the Cirrus Logic one. Was it the 7242? I think it's the number. I can't remember, but it's. I don't think it's as good as that, but really damn close. Maybe even on par. Who knows? But yeah, the Ornament and Crime doesn't really have a good analog conversion. It's mostly for knobs and shit like that. Like if you're turning pots and stuff, which doesn't require high frequency. But audio can get up to 20 kilohertz, and then you have to do the doubling thing for whatever the rule is, Nyquist PM. Try new Nyquist PM. It takes all your awake feelings before you go to bed and rolls them over to the next day. That's actually a pretty good joke. It's a little deep because you kind of need to know what Nyquist is and sampling. But I mean, if I find the right audience of nerds, I've got it. Shit, I only know like 3 that would get that. And they wouldn't even think it was funny, probably. They'd be like trying to correct me. Well, Nyquist, actually, yeah. Either way, I'm writing it down. Funny jokes I came up with on stream. Nyquist PM. takes your awake feelings at night and rolls them over to the next day. So you can be alert. Here we go. That was a deep joke. I like it. Remember to tweet out. See, I don't. I guess I could. I'm on the other ones, but I don't use Twitter these days. Like, oh, what was it? Like, was it 2 or 3 years ago after the takeover, and then like around that time, my account just got bombarded with bots, and I just kept having all these bots, and it just got so annoying that I quit logging into it, and then I turned off all the notifications and logged out because I was sick of getting all these like bullshit notifications. Now I've since checked into it, and it went away. Funny, huh? And I don't see it anymore. But now it's just like, you know, it's, I don't know, it's, I never got Twitter to begin with. I don't even understand any of the like microblog formats. I think I'm just too old or something. It does not make sense to me. And even when I explain this to people that get it, they're like, what does it not make sense? And I go, it. And they're like, God damn it, that doesn't help me. I'm like, I don't know, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. There you go. Stick it to him. Business, I think I got a message from you, looks like. Speaking of alerts. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's a GitHub. Ooh. Very likely. Let's check it out here. There's a KaiCad project for a clone of the Paya discontinued MIDI to CV daughter board. Oh, so it's the daughter board? I don't see a bin file. No, thank you so much, Biznet. I really appreciate it. I'm not seeing a binary file, though, or... I think it's just a PCB, because, like, 10 years ago. Goddamn, dude. There's the schematic. There's the rule sheet. The PCB. I'm not sure what DSN and DCM are. They may be like old files Yeah, I don't know what these... so BCK is the backup file, but DCM and DSN, I don't know what those suffixes are. If those are something to do with KiCad or if they are firmware file types. I don't know. Of course, you could read the fucking code like a... Yeah, this isn't... so... Okay, so this... I just heard a noise. Give me 2 shakes, guys. I just want to check on something real quick. Guess it was just someone slamming a door. I don't know. It was weird. It sounded like it was in the house, but it didn't at the same time. That doesn't help, does it? DSN designation, maybe. What do you think Dickum is? Ah, that's definitely not a firmware. So yeah, I don't think this has the firmware. I think this is just the Mobo. Did this cat make anything else? Fuck yeah, they did. They're not... Wait. This isn't the RetroArch author, is it? I mean, I don't know the history behind it. Looks really old, though. Oh, onion. Nyanocat, I had a cycling accident yesterday and landed straight on my head. Oh, fuck me. Are you okay? Luckily, the helmet worked insanely well. Yeah, that's why you gotta wear a helmet with that shit. So I have only bruises and scrapes on my arm. Thank goodness, mate. Thank goodness. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm glad you're not too worse for wear on it. God, fuck. Man. Now I feel bad. I don't even own a single bicycle helmet. Yeah, bicycles are fixable though, right? They're so modular in their design. I think that's what makes them kind of attractive to me is like, oh, I broke a this, well, I'll just replace it with a that. Okay, Electro One. So yeah, I figured out. I mean, that didn't look like firmware code, because usually, in the header, it will bring up like the target, and it'll bring up stuff that's related to like an EEPROM or the architecture, whatever. It had something in there, And that was just a bunch of like designations and stuff like that for what things were. So I was like, oh, okay. This is just a file that KiCad, an old version of KiCad, would produce. Because that thing was 10 years old. And okay, so there's our board. Yeah, I don't think he has the firmware. Here, let me just work for the word. Yeah, Pia is the only time in there. Let's see if we can do Pia. Yeah, it just has that one file. And I don't think it has the firmware. I don't see the firmware anyways. Thank you for trying though, Biznet. I really appreciate that. Oh, you sent another one. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Check my latest DMs. Ooh. Oh, Shisa. Stand by, I gotta make sure this is... Oh, it already expanded it. Awesome. This looks legit. Can I open it up in Oh, weird. Why does it show it as a zip file, but then it's a binary file? Can I open it up in text? That's a really tiny file. I'll tell you what, let me text my buddy about it. All right, I texted him to see if he's still, if he didn't already find it. Let me. Just a second here, guys. Sorry. Let me catch up on chat. I think I'm behind. Replacing the helmet's gonna be the most expensive part. Well, that's not so bad. Worth every penny, right? Comrade Soul, welcome in. Fiddy, Ola as well. Welcome in, mates. Crumple zone's not brain, yeah. Well, I've seen some pretty nasty accidents from bicycle accidents and stuff from not wearing a helmet, so. Comrade Soul with a hydrate. Do you mind if I hydrate with the delicious chai latte? Ah, you gotta get that shit on your gums. All right. I think today is the day. Oh my gosh. Let me go grab it. Holy moly. Oh, yeah. Before we do, I gotta show you guys some cool old school technology from nearly 50 years ago. Behold. Here, let me give you a close up here. Behold. Oh, here, let me frame it. Trying to look sexy. This, I think most people know what this is, but I don't want to make the people who don't know feel bad that they don't. That's no bueno. No, this is the solenoid power supply board for a 1977 pinball machine made by Bally. The pinball machine in question is the Great Evil Knievel. This motherfucker powers all the solenoid and actually does regulation for the whole board. So power comes in, I think it actually comes in on here or here. I don't remember exactly. We can look it up. I think it, yeah, actually it comes in, I think on here. Doesn't really fucking matter. You know what it does. So the power comes in here, and we've got a couple of different rails that come in. One of them is like 240 volts or something like that. It's really high. And then it's dumped down to 180 volts via this transistor. This guy biffed it. That's what's broken here. It could be these two, because and there's like a resistor here that's cooked. But either way, something in here died. And this section provides power for the 10, I think they're 10 segment, whatever, the scores. So the scoreboard uses these neon vacuum tubes to display the scores and everything like that. And this provides the high voltage power for it. Does it hurt when you touch it? Absolutely. I did that with the replacement board because I accidentally touched the heat sink here, which is energized. And, yes, stung like a motherfucker. Stung like a motherfucker. There's also regulation for, like, I think it's 40 volts for the solenoids, or it's 80 volts. I can't remember. We can look up the schematic if we really give a shit. But it does the regulation for the solenoids, which is 40, 80 volts, something like that. And then the lamps, which are 40 volts. And then we have 5 volt regulation. Actually, maybe this is the 5 volt regulator. I can't remember. I think it is. And then they just regulate it. Or it's not regulated otherwise because it's just raw power to activate a solenoid. It doesn't need to be 5.00, you know, it doesn't have to be dead on. All these transistors here are activated via logic on here to activate the solenoids. There's 2 other boards in the whole machine. The one that sits right next to it off to the side is the MCU board, the brain, the motherboard. And then below it is the lamp driver board. We've had the lamp driver board in here before and worked on it. I almost brought it in. I think I kind of wanted to, he hadn't had his machine running for a bit, so I didn't want to put that new thing in and then take that thing out. So I was like, you know what? Next time I visit, I'll be like, hey, you know, and usually whenever I visit, it's my mechanic where this is at. I'll be like, they'll have to order a part or something. I'll be like, okay, cool. You order a part, I'll order a part. In this instance, I'd take the lamp driver board home, replace the transistors. I bought like a shit ton of them. I just decided to stock up because surprisingly no one's carrying them anymore. And replace those transistors and everything. And then see how his brain board is. Because the MCU board, we put the new power supply in, and it was... You turned it on, and it wouldn't boot. There's like there's a bunch of cool chips in there, but there's a light that shows the post code, and what it's supposed to do is boot up with it off, and then it's supposed to flash like 5 times or something like that, and then once it does that, the whole game will play its little tune, and that means everything's working, and then it'll go into attract mode, which is where it's just the lights flash on and on, letting you know that there's no game playing. This one started to not do that, and I thought about it, and I was like, you know what, I bet it is. I mean, I immediately knew it was a cap was dying on the MCU, because that's what happens here too. There's like some caps that are fried, and but I don't want to try to find these fuckers. And I'm not even sure these are the problems or anything, you know? But I think a cap died on the MCU board, and or it's on its way out, and the voltage that it was getting before was like 4.91 or something like that. It wasn't 5 volts on the money, but now with the new board, it's right on 5, and the caps are like, and I think that's exacerbating the failure on it. But what you and the way I know it's probably a cap is if you turn it off, turn it back on, and you do that like 2 or 3 times, it'll kick back on eventually. But I told the owner, I was like, don't worry about it. You know, if it keeps happening or it just doesn't boot up, just let me know, and I'll just go ahead and order an MCU board, and I'll flash the EEPROM with the game code and everything like that, and I can just come in and drop it in and replace it. It'll just be like a one-stop fix. But the nice thing is we got this thing out because if this fails, it could fail catastrophically. So if the high voltage hits the 5-volt regulator and it's not able to do it, or the 5-volt just poops out, as you may or may not know, it can send, for a brief moment, that voltage that it was trying to regulate down. And of course, all those logic chips can't see 20 volts or 15 volts or whatever the fuck, and so they'll burn up. And again, not catastrophic, because we can still replace it. But I was like, don't worry about, since we have this thing chased, if anything goes wrong, it's not going to be that big of a deal to fix. Like, I even told him, I was like, I could probably track down the bad cap on that MCU board, or even replace all the capacitors. But I'm like, dude, it's so old, and the new boards have NV RAM in it, so you don't have to have a battery on it anymore. You can run it batteryless, and it will store the info on that RAM chip, and like your high scores and things like that. Those will all be stored on it. And he seemed down, but he didn't want to spend. He just dropped like $200 for the power board and paying me, and so he didn't really want. And he wasn't in a hurry to spend another $200. And I advised him not to. I was like, hey, man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hey, Absurdist. I'm sorry, man. I just saw that. Maximum salutations, Lord of the PCBA. Well, I don't know about that. Meister of the Flux. Ayatollah of Lead Ola. Okay, I like that one. I mean, it could have some negative connotations, but that's for sucker MCs, and we ain't a bunch of sucker MCs, are we? No, I'm a lead guy. I love the lead. It's delicious. It goes good on like meals. If you get hungry when you're soldering, you just eat a little bit of it, and you're like full for hours. It's an excellent appetite suppressant. In fact, I was going to mention it to that streamer guy, Clavicular, because he's been using methamphetamine as an appetite suppressant. And I'm like, no, you don't want to do that. You want to eat this, the solder here. This is an appetite suppressant. And if you were to follow my advice, I think within 4 or 5 years, we shouldn't be hearing anything from him. I know, that was mean. But yeah, this thing's cool. I asked if he wanted to keep it, and he's like, nah, I don't want this. And I was like, cool, well, I'm going to take it home. And there's nothing really to salvage off of it, but it's kind of fun. I mean, you have this sweet-ass relay. I kind of like this thing. And I kind of want to salvage this. Just so I could kind of fuck around with them. I saw a video of Tom Oberheim, and he was building a relay oscillator, and I was like, wait, what? And he's like, yeah, I got these relays, and I realized you could turn them into an oscillator. It wouldn't be too hard. And so, and he was like kind of going on. He's like, yeah, you have this and this and this. And I was like, holy shit, he's right. It's kind of child's play. You just have to deal with relays. And I'm always fascinated with, a long time ago, I saw a video from one of my favorite YouTubers, Curious Mark. And one of my first videos I ever saw him, and he visited the, I think it's the only functional relay computer in the world, and it's in Japan. And it's just, if you haven't seen that video, go check it out. I'll be here. You can go watch the video. It's a long video, but I mean, by the time you get back, I might actually start some work. So it's not that, it kind of kills the time. I am very self-aware of this. But it was a relay computer, and it just fascinated me because I was like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. Because I always have, you know, with like computers and complex things, I always love looking at the old way that they did that stuff, because that unlocks to me how, like, if you're like this whole thing, the board that we replaced with is just, it's barely anything. There's like hardly any parts there because everything's been shrunk down. Like the relay itself is about a quarter of the size of this guy. And all these logic chips and everything, nothing. In fact, I think they use an AT Mega to do the lifting, like the decoding, and then there's these chips which drive the transistors. But I always find it, personally, I find it worthwhile for me to learn and study older technology, because it's easier for my dumbass to comprehend what's going on when it's slightly larger than its modern counterpart, or even more so, like broken up. Like if you look at there's this one YouTuber I've been watching a lot, is it Usagi? And he's like this dude who collects all these ancient, you know, 1960s, 1970s computers, these old mainframes and everything. And he's like trying to get him to work. It's a really fun channel to check out too. Now I'm just, endorsing so many YouTube channels. But one of the things that's fascinating to me is he has like these boards that are just massive boards, and they're littered with chips. And like, I start to look at him and I start to notice, like, oh my God, we've taken that entire board and we can put it on a die that's maybe 10 millimeters by 10 millimeters with the same, all the I/O that's needed. And for a board that's like this size, maybe even bigger than that, because he's been working on this this networking card, and one of them is like just this giant card, and then he has another one that's 2 cards that have to be connected together, and they have like full CPUs on it, like just insane amount of hardware to accomplish something that, when I was growing up, we could fit on like a little PCI card, or well, wouldn't have been PCI at the time, but so I kind of try to get these things. I try not to collect them, because what the fuck am I going to do with this thing? It doesn't even work. I don't even have the power. I have nothing that can supply enough power to this for any of this to work. My desktop power supply I have, my bench supply, just is 32 volts. But just looking at it, you can recognize some of these chips here. Like this is a 3081. These are all 3081. So CA 3081, I believe, is a decoder chip. I am extremely wrong. It's a transistor array. Dog. That's wild. Okay, so these are just more transistor arrays, and then this, what is this? Let's see, SN 74L. I hate these chips because I never deal with them, so I never know what they are. Oh. The fuck? Why am I getting all these? Decoder chip. Okay, so that's the decoder chip. Yeah, there you go. So you get 17 lines? Whoa! Mr. Moist!
3K.
Welcome, man. Thank you for that follow. Yeah, here's the truth table. Oh, so you have like 128 combos. I think that's what that is, or is it 64? I know math's good. It's more than 16, I'll tell you that. Yeah. That's funny. If we go to, if you go to Altec's website and, so this is the board that I replaced it. That's a replacement. And look how much more simplified it is. You can't see what these chips are. But they might be transistor arrays too. We have, I think that's a resistor array because we have these LEDs. So these LEDs are 2-color LEDs and you can get, it's basically for troubleshooting. And you can see the activity within, like whenever they fire off, you get a little light. And some of them will stay engaged the whole time, and they're designed to do that like that. And so some of those will show up on here. But it's kind of funny, the game doesn't really have that many solenoids, even though it feels like it when you're dicking with it. But I mean, it's funny, like, there's this, and there's this. Like, really, they just kept the form factor because that it has to fit on the mounting points that the original one had. But that's the only reason. You could easily shrink this down to, like, probably, you could easily take, like, 1/3 off of its size. And this is the main decoding chip for it. Oh, yeah, you know what? Those are resistor arrays for the LEDs, and that's driving that. Ah, that's how it does the logic. And then this might be feedback to it or feedback to these, because it does dump over to here, and when they activate, they go light. I don't know. I should have dicked with it a little bit more. Yeah, you get right flipper, left flipper, reset, enable. So yeah, that enables the solenoid. You're supposed to have a button, but mine didn't. I thought about putting one on, but then I was like, eh. And these drive all the solenoids. And then yeah, here's our 5-volt rail, our 240-volt rail. This is plus high volt, it's 180. We've got 13.5, but it's an unregulated one coming direct off of the power supply transformer. The transformer has like a ton of taps too. Honestly, I just, pinballs are remarkably complex. And then at the same time, not very, they're kind of simple too. I don't know, it's a weird in between. It's like a watch. Oh shit, man. What the hell? It's like a mechanical watch. Like, it's a lot of things that do a simple thing. And so this is where I accidentally touched that when it was energized, and it hurt a little bit. Now I got our coil here, and then I believe this is the 5-volt regulator. You've got test points for 43, plus 12, and plus 5. It's pretty cool. It is pretty damn cool. Man, you could take this cap off of this this guy pretty easily. I'll turn around to this. I'm not gonna do it today. Oh Jesus, this thing's been to the rodeo a couple times, hasn't it? Holy crap! I didn't even look at this, bruh. Look at all these bodges, and that one's just fucking hanging. This has been replaced, and but it was done while on amphetamines? I don't know, man. This is like pretty jacked up. Now you can see the board's delaminating a little bit here too, so oh, and these traces look delaminated too, so yeah, all these traces were dying. Yeah, they redrew these with solder. Yeah, this thing was not longed for this world. I mean, it made it almost 50 years. 48, 49 years. Also, a little bit of history. So, pinball for like up until the mid to late 70s was electromechanical. So nowadays when you open up a pinball machine and you go inside, for example, the scoreboard, the back glass, you'll open that up and there'll be these boards in there. It wasn't like that prior to them moving to solid state. And if you ever look at pinball machines, you'll sometimes see a designation after it where it'll say EM for electromechanical or SS for solid state. And that dude, I'm seeing all this flux left over too from the old soldering. So Bally, if I remember right, Bally was one of the companies that kind of dragged their feet into moving over to solid state. But if you, so like electromechanicals, if you ever open up a pinball machine and you pull up the playfield and you look underneath, it'll just be a big bunch of nothing. It's just an empty box in there. You know, as time went on, they would put rumble motors in there and a speaker, stuff like that would be in there, but for the most part, it's empty. But if you go and look at here, we can pull one up. Mechanical pinball inside. So if you look at the old EM machines, the actual part underneath the playfield that was inside where the coins and everything go was a massive mechanical computer. It's just filled with relays that do logic functions like and ors and all of that, all via relays. It's absolutely gnarly. That one looks pretty sexy there. Wow, you bastards. Can I look at a bigger picture of it? Nope, you suck. But there's a motor inside, and the motor would basically trip different relays. If you want to see a really good video explaining it, oh shit, what's his name? I keep referring to YouTubers lately. I don't know what's going on. Technology Connect. I think that's his name. He did a whole video on an electromechanical pinball machine and got into really great detail. It's like a two-parter. it's fascinating. It really gives you the meat and potatoes. Old hat, yeah. There was, there was a big push from people like they didn't want to move to electromechanical, or I'm sorry, they didn't want to move away from EMs, and there was a big pushback and everything in the scene, but ultimately it was stupid and completely unnecessary because these things broke down constantly, and you had to clean the relays constantly. It was just a big job to get these things functional all the time. And the scoreboards behind were wheels for the numbers, and that was a whole computer relay system as well that would take information from the bottom and relay it to the top. But nowadays, they don't have that. Oh, I mean, yeah, I could zoom in. I mean, it's not my first day on the computer. I mean, I could do that. Doesn't really help, though, is the problem. Like, you can't really see the motor, the score motor in here, or the brains. This has a couple of other motors for it. I do know why computer bugs are called bugs. So, man, that one's a beast. Does this have like a better version of it? Not really. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, like this is the underside of one, and they put a lot of logic functions and relays and everything on here as well to have it work out. But once they moved over to solid state, all that disappeared. And Bally was one of the people that was kind of a late adopter. So this particular pinball machine, if you look it up, there's two versions of it. Here, we'll pull it up. I hate having to spell Evel Knievel pinball because I always misspell it. Because Knievel's all weird phonetics. All right, so if you go to here, you can see Evel Knievel, and you have Bally. So they made 14,000 of this machine, but they did make an EM version of it for a very short period of time. And of course there's, oh wait, there is inside views. But that's the playfield. I need, yeah, here we go. So there's the score wheel. This is very, oh, that's actually a good, how the scoring worked and everything. You had these motors that would turn, and they would have relays to count out where it was and when the wheel's spinning and everything like that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But this machine, but we have the one that they made that same year, because it was 1977, but it was in January when they released the electromechanical version, and then about 5 months later, they started putting out the solid state one, and that's the one that you're going to see. If you find an EM version of Evel Knievel, you might have a big pile of something. I don't know. What do I know? I'm sorry, mate. No. I must have misspoke. To be honest with you, I must have misspoke. Like, I was hoping there would be a zoomed-in version. I think is what I meant to say. I probably foobarred. Won't be my last time. Won't be my last time to foobar. Ooh, Fireball. I don't know why Fireball comes up. This is a fucking awesome game. It's a great photo here. Oh, it's still loading. What the hell is up? Oh, those look like modern. Yeah, those are logic board. Those are. That's not. Oh yeah. Never mind. This is solid state. That looks modern. That doesn't look like the OG one. Huh. Mr. Moist, don't apologize. You're all good, mate. I was being an ass. Anyways, I think that's all I got to say about pinball machines for now. Some of you guys might remember, like a couple of years ago, I was actually trying to find a shop to rent space from or get like a little workshop so I could like get a busted up pinball machine and fix everything on it and restore it and everything. And I was interested in doing it, but I realized too there's not a lot of profit in it. So it was gonna be like to do everything. I was like, all right, well, I have to do everything really, really cheap. Like the rental space would need to be pretty damn cheap. And I had one, but man, I really lucked out that I didn't pull the trigger on it, because these guys are like, oh yeah, you can rent some space in our warehouse. And I was like, cool. I just need this much space. If we could do this just to keep people, out and blah, blah, blah. I went down there. We talked about it. We never talked about price other than me telling them like, hey man, it needs, I'm not making a bunch of money out of this. So I'm not going to be able to give you a bunch of money for this space. So if we could just work out something to where you make some beer money and I can work on this. And of course, I'll hook you guys up with these pinball repairs. You guys get first dibs if you want to buy any of these machines that I'm working on, blah, blah, blah. I was trying to make it, sweeten the deal for the guy. But lo and behold, the guy was ripping off everybody, and they would give him, because he had the warehouse rented out to other people, and he was taking their rent money and not paying rent with it. Which, if you're familiar with legalese, that is called embezzlement or theft. I like theft. It seems less ambiguous to say. So, oops, well, that kind of works. And then he eventually got kicked out of the warehouse because the landlord was upset that he wasn't paying rent. He was a client of mine, and I did work for them and live event stuff. And he didn't pay me for like 4 months. I ended up like losing like $5,000 because of late fees on this other thing. I was so bad. And still a little bit pissed about it, to be honest. But I don't have to deal with that bullshit anymore. Behold. A couple of big O boards. So these are two different modules. Well, they're not two different ones. They're two of the same, I should say. Ooh, konnichiwa coming in from Random Logic. Willkommen. Willkommen. Dude, that's so funny. The power supply's right there. So we've got two of these. I'm just going to go ahead and populate both of them because why not? It would be weird to do it one at a time. We have another project where we have two boards, but I still haven't made the bill of materials. I keep forgetting to do that when like on the days I'm not streaming, I'm like, all right, Sid, you got to get some stuff done. And then I'm like, or I could just doom scroll for the next 5 hours. And I keep doing that because I can't think of anything to do. It's not my brightest hour. But I do need to make a bill of materials of that. That thing is about the same. It's a large board like, well, here, I can show you. I can show you this board. Oh, shit. Nope, nope, nope. Ah, damn it. Stand by. God fucking damn it. Bastard. Ah. So I can't tell you what this board is because I don't know if I'm not supposed to have it, but it's not a DIY project. It's a commercial project. And this isn't even all of it. There's more to it, but I just have the schematic for this, and I have to go through and build that, but it's a favor for a buddy of mine, and his hookup was like, here, you can have one too. And I'm like, oh my God, I've always wanted one, but I didn't want to pay $900 for it because it's a lot of money for a eurorack module that just does a thing. Maybe tomorrow I'll do that. I got some other shite I gotta do. At least we got a new toilet, so. Random Logic with the 7-stream streak. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Kick ass, mate. Kick ass. Let me pull up. Man, looking at pinball machines really makes me want to go play some pinball. I'll play tomorrow. So Fridays, I usually go to this bar and hang out with a buddy of mine. Last Friday, he just didn't feel it. He'd had like a rough week at work, and he was like, dude, I'm just tired. I'm afraid I'm going to fall asleep while I'm there. And I'm like, oh, yeah, man, no worries. It's like, well, I'm going to grind on some pinball. And it was nice because I hadn't been there. I usually go there to hang out with him, and he doesn't like pinball. He cannot comprehend why anyone would like pinball. I kid you not. Like, we have these arguments about it all the time. Because he doesn't like the randomness. He's like, how can you win if it's designed for you to lose? And I'm like, I don't know. You should tell that to all these professional pinball players, all these people that win money and go to tournaments and win consistently. You'll need to tell them that, because I don't know. For me, I don't mind the randomness. I think that's why I come to it, because I can have like a really great game, and it's just luck, you know? It's just the luck of everything, and I think that's really fun. And then at the same time, I can have consistently decent games by adopting skill and so forth on it, and getting better at the skill of it. And there's some really great streamers out there who stream pinball, or YouTubers that make content on how to do good pinball, like how to the basics, the tricks, like how to. There's one thing that you definitely want to try to learn at some point in pinball, which is how to pass the ball to the other flipper, because sometimes you need to make a shot and it's on like the right side, and really the only way to confidently make it is with the left flipper. But if the ball is over here on your right side, what are you going to do? And there's like several different ways to pass the ball over to the other side, and it's dependent on the game, depending on the layout, depending on your skill level. Like some of them are very easy to do. Like the easiest one to learn is a post pass. And you cradle the ball and you let go of the button for just a small second so that it starts to go down, and it whips and it runs into the sling. Here, I'm not doing a good job here. I use my tweezers as flippers. So you'll have your ball here, and you'll have your slings. I can't make a good sling here. We'll just make it out of tweezers here. So you have your slings, which are usually right above the flipper. And what you can do is let it go down just barely. You don't even need to let it swoop all the way flat, just a little bit, and then you hit the button again. And what will happen is it'll hit that, bounce, and then bounce up, and then you can catch it with this flipper. It's honestly at all. And on top of it, even if you're playing the same game, some of them are just set up slightly differently to where you can't, even though you could have on the exact same machine somewhere else. So it's kind of crazy that way, but it's honestly not very difficult to learn. It's way easier than ski passes and bump passes and things like that. Those are really, really tricky to learn and do, and I'm far, far, far away from being that skill level, but I can do post pass pretty consistently. Well, that's what I try to tell my buddy. Welcome in, Corn Sweat, by the way. That's what I try to tell my buddy. I'm like, it's a skill gap issue. It's not, my ball keeps draining and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah. So I don't know how to tell you this without sounding like an asshole. The trick is to not let that happen. And there's a lot of things you can do in games where, you're one, you don't want the thing to hit the slings. Those slings right above the flippers, that's doom. If those hit that, you have a really high chance of it hitting the sling and then the sling shooting it into the out lanes, which drain on most games. There's so many different games and there's so many different layouts that can be different, but generally speaking, you don't want to hit the slings. So avoid the slings. And then when you're doing a shot and you're trying to direct it so that it doesn't go into chaos, like you're not just banging the ball around, you're making calculated shots to complete different things in the game. But every now and then, it gets a little bit out of control, and you're just trying to reclaim that control so you can get the ball back and go back to making shots. And it's something it takes forever to learn. It takes a long, long time. It's a lot of practice, a lot of work, a lot of just failing over and over and over. But eventually, you can get good enough to where you can get a lot of control. And I've noticed that in my playing, that I've gotten a lot better with ball control. I can kind of consistently get decent scores. But at the same time, there's still randomness. One thing, Corn Sweat, one thing I like to do is I'll play, most games have like 4 slots, 4 player games. So I just put in enough credits so I can play all 4 games. Because one thing I like is that when I'm playing pinball, I get hyper-focused on that first ball. And if that first ball fails, or I don't do very well, I feel like the whole game is ruined. And the worst is when you have a really good game on the 3rd ball, and you're like, all I can do is hope for an extra ball maybe and keep it going, but, like all my score is made up on the last game, which sucks. So I get hyper-focused on that, and it kind of tilts me, to use the poker nomenclature, not the pinball nomenclature, but it kind of puts me in this funk. And I found if I play multiple games, 2, 3, 4 games, whatever it allows, then that pressure is off. I get 4 times, or, we'll say 4 times, 4 first balls to fuck up. And it's really interesting to me when I do that, because I can almost see these like patterns that emerge from it. Like, oh, maybe player 1 and player 2 have really crappy scores, but player 3 and player 4 are my high scores. And this would be after multiple sessions. It's not just because this is the first time I played it and the second time I played it. This would be after multiple rounds. I would notice these like little patterns that would pop up where, oh, well, the first one I did really well, the second one not so well, the third one really well, the fourth one really, I'll just see these kind of patterns. And my goal is to get a really good score on all 4 of them. And I'll keep grinding out until I can like repeat a good score on all. It doesn't have to be great. It doesn't need to be dog shit. Where you launch the ball and then within 5 seconds it goes down the drain and you're like, all right, guess we'll go to the next player. And since I'm doing the multiplayer, it kind of keeps my mood up too, because if I do have a shit game on like ball 1 or 2 or whatever, I'm like, all right, buddy, pack it in. Let's make this next. This is player 3. Player 3 is the best. Or even sometimes I won't even look at the scoreboard. I'll just focus on the play field and be like, okay, I lost that ball. Next ball. And I'll just try not to get distracted by the scoring and just focus on doing a good ball, good game over and over. Play a machine for free, yeah. Oh, Indiana Jones. There's 2 Indiana Jones out there. You probably had the, I think it's not Stern. I think it's the Williams. I think it's Williams that made like the one that everybody likes. I like them both, but the Williams one, IRL, like I played VPN of both, but IRL, the Williams one, so much fun. You have like the little side game to the top right where you have like you have the flippers and it balances this board, and it's kind of like that game Labyrinth, where you have to like tilt it but not too much, and you're trying to get the ball to go down and go through this one hole, or it has like different scoring. That's the one. I think that's the Williams one that's very popular, and rightly so, because it's super fun. But the other one, the Stern one, I like because there's like 6 ways to get a multi-ball. There's so many ways to get a multi-ball, and you can load them up. So you'll have like one thing, you just got to get it 3 times or 5 times, then a multi-ball launches, and you got another one with the same parameters, and then another one, and they're not very hard targets to hit at all. So you can just have all these multi-balls on and on and on. And those are really fun. Multi-ball, that's its own game in itself, I feel like. Watching people like Laserlos and how like some of these players, these really, these high-end players will handle multi-ball has taught me a lot and has really changed like how I approach it. Because like normally you're just whacking the balls and trying to stay alive. But if there's like one thing I picked up was, you know, during a multi-ball, you usually get a ball save that'll flash for a certain period of time. And even newer games kind of capitalize on that, like you can extend that timer. But once that's gone, what I've seen a lot of top players do is they'll cradle on one side, preferably the one they don't want to shoot from, and they'll just collect the balls on that side, and they'll just play one ball at a time. And if they lose it or they got to save it, they have that option, but they're not trying to play 4 or 5 ball, 3 or 4 balls at a time. They're just trying to play the one once that ball save runs out. Learning that was a big game changer for me. Yeah, Aqua, have you ever seen the game Apollo 13? Since you mentioned multi-ball. I know I said I would stop talking about this, but I can't help it. Let me see if I can find like a funny video of it. Yeah, I think. Let me mute this because I don't want it to play. We don't need to hear the audio. No. I want a good shot. Jesus Christ, does no one know how to shoot video? Oh, this is 15 years ago. Does no one know how to shoot a fucking video anymore? Like everyone I'm looking at, I'm like, oh, this is terrible. All right, this might work. Yeah. All right. Here's Apollo 13 multi-ball. You can see the balls loading up on the top right, and then it dumps out 13 balls. It's so many. You clogged that shit up. Oh, no, wait. Sorry, it has a stopper. My bad. Yeah, they lost them all. Loser. Let's watch that again. It's so fucking hilarious. It's loading them up. You can see it in the top right, and then it dumps them all. That's a really great game. If I played it, I didn't even play it. My buddy was playing it, and I could not get the multi-ball. I tried to play it a few times. I couldn't get it. He did on his first try, and I was literally on the floor laughing. I could not stop laughing. I was like, dude, this is absurd. I love it. I must play this game more. I think it was Stern. Here, let me look it up. Okay, so there's two. There's the Stern one and there's the Williams one. Although the Stern one doesn't have a numbers. Yeah, but this is the one I played. So this is the one I'm talking about with a ton of multi-ball. This is a multi-ball, this is a multi-ball, this is a multi-ball, this is a multi-ball. I want to say there's a fifth way to do it. But it doesn't have the thing I was talking about. The Williams one. Here, let's just open it up. Well, yeah, fuck it. The Williams. This is as zoomed in as I get, but it has this little mini game that you can play, and the ball gets lost back here. There's a lot of like mezzanine tiered stuff, so when you shoot the ball, it kind of disappears, and then you'll see it kind of poke around here, or you'll shoot it and it'll pop out this other way. So it's a little, it's definitely got a higher challenge factor than the Stern one. But this is the Williams one. This is Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure. The other one's just called Indiana Jones, I guess. I don't know why other games like Wipeout show up. I don't understand this search engine at all. I've never seen this game before. Huh. What year was it? '93? Huh, yeah. All right. So yeah, I've got all the CZOG parts on order. So we should be bueno. Holy shit. I hope I have all this. '96 220 ohm resistors times 2. So what is that? 192? Oh yeah, 96K, 192. Oh yeah, I should have just treated it like sample rates. Fuck me, mate. That's its own thing. Is dropping 192 220 ohm resistors. I think that's gonna clear me out. I don't even know if I have that many. All right, this is already turning into a beast. Man. So I haven't talked about it much, but I've been abstaining from the ganja since I had my little episode. I've had a little bit here and there, but like I've been trying to just quit for the most part. You know, maybe if I'm feeling like I'm at a party or something like that, but not what I was doing, which was wake and bake 24/7. And kind of don't like it. Kind of like, oh man, sure would be nice. Just get a little high. Biznot in the house. Vil Coleman. Hope you're doing well, Biznot. If memory serves me right, you're in the city of Phoenix as well, or the neighboring. Hopefully the storms treated you all right last night. We got hit pretty good. Nothing. I'm from Oklahoma, so when it says severe thunderstorm, I'm like, oh, that's adorable. Thunder. Oh no, it could like shake stuff. Oh dear. Oh no. You know, I'm just like, you know, piss off. And it didn't even say like flash flood warning, which could technically, that is like, oh yeah, that's a little bit scary. But where I live, it's not my problem. It's actually set up pretty well around here. But it was a pretty heavy storm last night. I just kind of chilled and listened to the thunder. It was fun. I love listening to storms. It's the only thing I kind of miss living out here in the desert is like, I kind of like listening to thunderstorms and stuff, but as far as it being dangerous and severe and something I should worry about, I'm always like, oh, you're just adorable. That's so cute. Yeah, the lightning might hit the ground. Oh no. When I grew up, like, I grew up in Oklahoma. My favorite example is we lived outside of town, like 15 minutes outside of town, and I remember there was this big tornado, and we watched from our house. We could look into, you know, we could see town. We looked in the direction of town, and it was literally this storm, and this funnel cloud came down, and I'm not exaggerating on the speed or anything. It came down, moved across, and then lifted back up. And didn't really seem like much. You saw a lot of debris blow up when it touched down, but you know, could be trees or whatever. So my parents were both educators, and my dad was a principal of this particular school district area. And his school district actually didn't get hit, but it was the neighboring one that got hit. And kind of part of a principal's job, especially in communities like that, is just to kind of help with any families, like be there. I could tell you a ton of horror stories my dad had to deal with kids that lost their family or their parents and stuff like that. And he would, you know, try to help find, like, you know, some way to help them out. Usually it was, this is the Midwest, a lot of times it was the church. Like, oh, well, they went to this church, and then, you know, they would take care of it and whatever. So we went to go look at the damage and see how bad, see if, you know, what the scenario was and everything. And mate, I mean, that 5 seconds of that, and then we went there, and it was insane. It was just a slab of concrete with pipes sticking out. And then the next house, slab of concrete with pipes sticking out. Sometimes their fireplace might still be intact, but there was nothing else. Everything was gone, just slab with pipes, and sometimes a bathtub or a sink like hanging in the air. And then the house right next to it, fine. Just window damage. Cars flipped, stuff like that. Just all this, but then like very, very specific. It was so creepy. And every time with tornadoes, that's the scariest part, is it's like, you know, it's almost like a machine gun type thing, you know, or stormtrooper type fire where they hit everything but that target. And that's kind of this tornadoes. So that's what I think of when I think of severe storms. I'm like, yeah, that's bad. Lightning and thunder, I'm like, oh, cool. Biznet Jones. Biznot is my American cousin. I didn't know you guys were related. I suspected something, but I just thought, you know, that was my own ignorance. Aluminium. Also sometimes pronounced valuminium. Yeah. So that, okay, again, you know, tornadoes far exceed that wind speed by like a factor of like 5. But, you know, still. I was explaining to a friend of mine, I was like, yeah, you know, it's not that bad, but there'll probably be some downed trees, because the trees here are not used to high winds. They're desert trees. And so when shit comes in, you'll see them uprooted or a branch will break off, and you'll see a lot of that. Not as bad as a tornado, though, still. Tornado, much worse, much worse. Anyways, I'm not trying to, like, brag, like, oh, my weather's worse than yours. Okay, so I don't have enough 220 ohm resistors here to even do one board. I have enough for, there's 25, maybe 20, 24. There's probably 50 220 ohm resistors. So let's pull out the back stock. We may not be able to even do this thing because but honestly, it probably is for the best that I realize I don't have enough resistors now, so I can add them to the order. So these are caps, 0 ohms, 390 ohms, 330, 220. Oh, I think we're going to be all right. Honestly, let me just try to kill this first, and then we'll go from there. We'll see if we can leave this intact, or yeah, we'll figure it out. All right, juicing up this board. I'm just gonna juice the whole thing. It's gonna be kind of expensive to do, but oh my God. We gotta do this like multiple times. I'm definitely gonna kill what's in here. Ooh, that reminds me, actually. I need to get another one of these little bottles. I think I've used all the ones I got. I don't know what these are called, though. Pliskin, welcome in. What's the best bit crusher moment?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Oddball, 63 months? Damn. What's the best bit crusher module for replicating that 12-bit vintage sampler vibe? That's a good question. I'll show you the best place for the answer. Oops, that's Modular Attic. I want modulargrid.net. Are you familiar with Modular Grid? Yeah, we're in eurorack, so you're looking for a bit crusher. Let's see. I don't see. Let's see if just searching for it. There's an ornament in crime reverse micro OC. I don't know about this guy. BitQuest, multi-effects features, digital fuzz. That might be kind of what you're looking for. Those little oh, thank you, Biznot. Give me just a second here, and I'll say that because I need to get. So my buddy, he's been doing. I visited him like last week, and we were talking about doing SMD, and he actually put me on to a cool tip for soldering, but they don't make it for my Hacko. I have to get the nicer Hacko. But I brought up the awesomeness of Kester 951, and he's like, what? And he hadn't used it before. I was like, oh, mate, you gotta try it. It's not as good as Tacky Flux, but if you're good enough at soldering, it's not really gonna be a big deal. And you won't even give a shit when you go to clean the board and you're like, oh, wow. You just hit it with the hose. Oh, hey, look at this. 12-bit crusher. It does have Soviet. In Soviet Russia, bit crusher crushes you. Yeah, that was bad. Yakov Smirnov. I think that's his name. I saw him. He's still around, but I don't know what his routines are like. So yeah. No, God! No, God! Oddball, thank you for the 25 bits, by the way. Marza Panda.
64 was my favorite childhood computer.
Marza Panda with the 64 months, C64. Hell yeah. Yeah, you know, I've been learning like the Amiga and the Commodore were really popular. I never had those because, like I was just saying earlier, my parents were educators, and in the 80s, Apple like just handed out computers to schools, so that's what I always got stuck with. No disrespect, no down in it. Just I think that's why they never came. Also, I've heard, or I've gotten the impression like the Amiga and the Commodores were much more popular outside of the U.S. Than they were here, like in Great Britain and Europe and Australia and so forth. I get the impression they were a lot more popular. The 64 was special. Nice. Well, mate, thank you so very, very much for the 64 months. You are frickin' legend. Legend. And Pliskin, I don't know if this is exactly what you're looking for, but again, Modular Grid is really the best place to search for modules that that you're looking for. It's kind of like the Discogs of of Eurorack. Well, and honestly, they have like a lot of other formats too, so you can do something besides Eurorack. 30cc needle tip. Oh, you're the man. You're the man. I'm gonna buy. I think I'm gonna go ahead and just buy the 15 pack. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, my very, very, very first computer was, oh shit. So Radio Shack, shit, I can't remember the model. Here, let me see if I can just... The TRS-80 MC10, that's what it was. Yeah, that was my first computer, was a TRS-80, but mine was the MC10, which may not even be in... Oh, wait, here it is. Maybe? No? It had, like, the chiclet keys. TRS-80, MC10. There it is. Yeah, this is what I had. I was like 5, and I had this computer, and I had like the tape drive to save everything, and I basically just had this spiral round book, and you would program in BASIC. You know, everything was in BASIC, and it taught me the basics. But, you know, I had a vague idea of what I was doing. HP Vectra 286. The Atari 800. Nice. Nice. We're definitely have to get the jug out and reload this thing, because all right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to reload. Let's do that before I drop all these resistors. Let me just go grab it from the refrigerator. The instigator. Obliterator. Human fader. You know what? I should have brought my chai tea and got that dumped. Oh, man. What did she do? Yeah, let me grab that real quick. Let me do 2 birds here. Well, honestly, it's not that. I haven't drank it all, but I probably should. This tastes like milk now. And I need the little funnel. There it is. All right. Oh, look at that. A little overdid it. little bit of overdid it. Honestly, I should have put a couple of these sheets underneath. But, you know. Branolin, welcome in, mate. We're soldering this very, very, very big project. We're not even gonna get close to finish today, but I thought we'd try to get all the resistors on. And it's called the Spectral Gate. We're building 2 of these. It is a 36 band filter. It's a big one, too. It's a really, really physically large module. It's 80 HP. But I am quite fascinated with it. And I ordered 2. One white panel, one black panel. And to see what it sounds like, you know? See. I have a buddy of mine that built one, but they've had a lot of issues with it. So I'm wondering if I'm gonna encounter the same issues or different ones, or I'm hoping it just works like a champion for me. We'll find out, right? Yeah, it has slight. Here, I'll show you a picture of it. So each one of these is a CV control to control the slider. You have an input, and then and you have your out. Each one is 6 bands of 6, so you have like a control over that. Yeah, it's very, very big. Look at that. If you were to count the rings, you'd figure out it'd be like almost 100 years old. And also is absolutely riddled with trimmers. Riddled with them. And you have to go through and tune each one of those bands, and it can take quite a while. The process for it, I was looking over it, you basically generate that frequency on a sine wave, and then you tune it to where that's unified. And you have to do that for all 36 of them. And, of course, since it's analog, they all don't exactly play. Like, if you change... It's like a guitar. If you ever tuned a guitar, like a crappy guitar, you tighten up that one string, and you get it all tuned, and you go to do another one, and the tensions change because of that relationship. And so now that string you did earlier is out of tune, so you got to go back. There's kind of that happening here as well, so it's a beast. But I'm also very proud because in the write-up for it, you can see I was referenced. Let me back up here. I have long wanted one for myself and was quite surprised at the positive response received when I asked on Instagram if anybody was interested. Unless your name is Sid Heresy, I suggest you take time and build it in stages with long breaks to go outside and relax rather than one long sitting. Which I'm not going to do that because, well, I mean, I'm not going to do it all in one sitting because, one, I don't have all the parts, and two, that's like a long time, bruh. That's like hours and hours and hours, like at least 10 hours. I think it's a 20-hour project, but my buddy was able to whip it out pretty quickly, so maybe I'm overestimating. Maybe I'm doing it in SID streaming time, which absolutely is much longer than what it would be if I was just by myself. But, you know, we're going to try to put all the resistors on and at the same time figure out if we need to order more resistors because I didn't really think about it. But like our first one that we're putting on is 220 ohms. And, all right, maybe I should put this on a piece of fucking shit. It's 220 ohms. There's 96 of those. And, oh, shit, yeah. That's bad. And I need to double that, so 192 of these 220 ohm resistors, which I think I have all that. We'll count them out, but so this kind of works out me doing it this way because I can restock on anything this is going to destroy of my inventory. Right now I'm just putting the flux on here. For those new to the channel, this is an alcohol-based flux. It basically comes out in this liquid form, and you apply it to the board, and then when the alcohol evaporates, it leaves behind this nice crusty white flux that makes soldering so easy. But it's awesome to clean. Like when you have to go to clean the board, you just hit it with the hose, man. It's fucking awesome. Well, I think so, but I don't know so. I'll have a I'd be lying if I said I understood how this thing works. I've looked over the documentation on it, but some of it goes out of my pay grade, so I don't really get it. It's based off an old Ian Fritz design. And he included, I think it's Ian Fritz, he included the notes. Like the schematics are huge. Yeah, Ian Fritz. So he included the old write-up on it and how it works. Because you basically have two filter banks and they're summed, but it's like times 16. Yeah, like this chart is fucking crazy. So the first number is 50, and you have 49, 0, and 51.9, and that sums to it. And they're each part of the, the 12-tet scale, but you're getting the in-betweens of each one of those 12 tets. And it just goes on and on and on for each octave. So like 50 to 91 is one octave, and then 105 is the second octave, etc., etc., etc. So like a thing about this is you're often not going to get too deep into these high frequencies because there's not a lot of great shit that lives in this that you want to fuck with filter-wise. So you're mostly going to be dealing in the lower ranges. But, I don't know. I'm curious about it. It's a classic scenario. I'm building this because I don't understand it. And I feel like if I build it and I play with it, I'm going to get that much closer to understanding what the fuck is going on. But otherwise, I don't know. Yeah, it has like a comb filtering that it does. It's just weird as hell. And you know me. The weirder, the better. Like, that's the whole reason I'm into modular synth. Is because I can't get this elsewhere. You know, I can't go and get Roland's version of this, or Korg, or even Behringer. It's just here. And that fact is, I'm not gonna lie, it's my jam, man. I fucking love that fact that it's so niche. Not niche-y. Although, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit of niche-ism. Yeah, all those bands can be controlled by CV. So you have that benefit. It's a beast. It's an absolute beast. And again, we're just going to be assembling it for today. There's no way in fucking hell we're going to even get remotely close. I'm hoping we can get all the resistors on today. In fact, I think we're at a good spot with this layers here for me to start counting out the resistors we're going to use. Oh, you know what? Let me clean this up real fast, because I have all these trash ones. I got to hit it with the dust buster. I wonder if this alcohol is good enough to put it in the fridge. So that jug I had, I put it in the refrigerator, but I kind of I don't want it to stay in a sealed refrigerator and that alcohol, like, accumulate. Because I feel like that's how you start a fire. I don't think it would, but the air mixture wouldn't be enough, but I'm not gonna play around and find out. So I've got the jug sitting by a fan to blow off any of the excess. God, I love this thing. Best Christmas gift ever. Best Christmas ever, really. Mrs. Heresy loves it too. I got that, so I was like, why don't we have a dustbuster? She's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm like, a dustbuster. Did you not have one growing up? And then she realized the awesomeness. God, it does smell like alcohol in here pretty bad, though. Like, I walk out into the house, and I come back in here, and I'm just like hit with the waft of alcohol smell. All right, I don't know. Let me see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, or 27. All right. So there's 27 here. Let's go ahead and rip that. And dump it, baby. Dump it real good. Or not, you know, just fucking fiddle with it like some dumbass. All right, there's 27. Only like a bunch more to go. Oh, finally, they fucking sent me details on my gig. All right, great. I can buy my fucking tickets. 2, 4. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You know what? This is dumb. Is it? It's longer than this. So that was 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So 27 plus 31 is 58. Yeah. 58. Oh, fuck you. Nice. Clear this out. Oh, yeah. All right, so what? That was 58. Oh, so that was 32. So 32 plus 58 would be 90. So we've got roughly 90 here. Wait, not Tate? Not Tate? How do you say that? Not Tate? Hello, nerds! Here, I'll just read your thing out loud and butcher your name pronunciation. As it was written in the great text. You look like Ned Flanders. Respect. I wish, mate. I wish. But if you notice, like my stash... Here, hold up. We got a stash. So my stash, I haven't trimmed it because I'm going to go see my hair guy and he trims it. It feels so good. But, you know, Ned has like... Well, Breaking Bad. If you look at Bryan Cranston's stash there, like he has the whiskers on the top. They grow all the way down and you get this big poofy one. I tried doing that and I didn't think it worked so well. I kind of like it trimmed up a little bit, you know, where I basically they just kind of all poke out like a short beard, but for your mustache. Anyways, welcome in. I must ask you a question, though. What we're doing, so we're, welcome into the channel. We do electronics here. We're all about soldering and making and building stuff using the power of solder. And this particular project is pretty niche. Not niche-y. Niche. And, but it's basically a multi-band filter, comb filter thing. I know, that probably means nothing to you. but it will make weird sounds. And what? Why do these keep getting longer? I swear, I don't even know where I'm at now. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34. Jeez Louise. All right, so 90 plus 34 is 124. We're getting there. We got to get to 196. I feel like I'm going to... Ah! Konnichiwa to you. Clear that out, by the way. That is the great and powerful Donny Benet. One of Australia's greatest musicians. And coolest guys. Like, really cool dude. All right, another layer, sir. Another layer, governor. Or not. Maybe I should push these side by side. Well, no, because then it won't drip right. And it'll just create a little crevice. But, yeah, if you have any questions, you're curious about anything, I'm more than happy to answer it as best I can. As long as it's about this stuff. I mean, if you're going to ask me what happens to your pets or pets after they die, if they really go to heaven or not, I can't answer that one. But cool kits and parts and stuff like that. I got you, fam. Got you. You never seen the science technology category? Oh. You represent a large chunk of Twitch then. Because I don't think they know about this freaking category either. And it's awesome, honestly, a great category. There's some really great content creators and streamers or whatever you want to call them in this field, this category, that do this or other avenues of science. Yeah, I don't know. It's a cool place. I lost my train of thought. I burped and it just completely... Oh, there's another one. Yeah, now I don't remember my name. Yeah, mate. Yeah, if you got any buddies, friends or what have you, enemies even, absolutely let them know about the channel. We're always looking for more people because I think eventually people get tired of it and they just leave the channel. I don't know. I'm just being facetious. Just a little facetious. Now I got to count this. This is definitely more than 30. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 20, 30, 36. So 24, 36, 160. We're inches away from 192. Assuming I counted these right. There's a high chance I've screwed up. Because it's a lot. There's a lot of room to mistakes. You have 20 plus 2. Yeah. We're kind of in a lull. I think this time of the day, people are driving home or something like that. I don't know what it is, but what we do, right? We do around 20, 30-ish from time to time. But to be fair, I've been streaming for like 6 years, and so it's definitely from just being around for so long. I don't know if it speaks to the quality of the channel by any means. I think it's just more like, well, if you throw enough rocks, you're bound to hit somebody. Then you got to do time for assault. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Well, you know what I mean. The first part, maybe not the last part. Okay, 160, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. I think I kind of screwed up. 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36. Okay, so I'm just going to dump this whole thing. Well, we don't need. We need everything but the last four. So I'll pull everything off except 4 of these, which will be absolutely asinine. But I'll leave this strip out because I'm probably at least 4 off. Oh, I should show you what, since you're new to the channel, and it might be a couple of lurkers in the channel. I dumped it all. I wasn't paying attention. So this is what we're building. It's not on right now because it's hot where I live, and this generates a lot of heat. But we have all these modular synths. So like each one of these things that we're building is like a little synth part. Think of it like guitar pedals, very, very similar. So you'll strap this does that, and you connect them all together to make crazy sounds and cool music. And I'm an older man, you know, and I had a lot of options for a midlife crisis, and I chose this. You know, I was like, you know, I could get myself a phallic-shaped car. I just feel like that's too low. It's too easy. Let's just build an ungodly amount of synthesizer modules, and that way the wife loves it because she's not worried that I'm gonna, you know, have some gal just be like, oh my God, your car. Yeah, you want to take a ride? No, she doesn't have to worry about that. Because this absolutely does not really interest people when you bring it up at the bar or the club. Right. Oh wait, let me catch up here. I'm behind. I agree. Having the same community, absolutely. We have a wonderful community here too. Some really cool cats, some really fun cats, smart cats, like we curious cats, and just people that love the vibe here. You know, just I don't know why. I can't figure that one out, but I'll accept it. I'll accept their compliment because that's what my therapist said I need to do. I need to start accepting compliments, not shooing them away. Yeah, what other options? You know. There's a car. Oh, I could date my secretary. I don't have a secretary, but if I did, you know, all of them really just sound like home-wrecking scenarios. Which I'm not into. I really dig my wife, so I don't really want to fuck that up. I could start buying like, well, I do kind of have some skinny jeans. Of course, I'm not skinny anymore. I've gained all this weight over the last year. Nursing Platypus. This is a great place. I felt welcomed and at home here each time I've been. Oh, mate. That's wonderful of you to say. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate it. That's very kind. Very kind. Well, that's what I shoot for. I try to remember, you know, I don't know what everybody is on the other side of that, you know, the screen. And so I, you know, try to keep my humor appropriate, you know. But I am old. I am a, what is it, Gen X. And so I come from the old ways, the old jokes. They don't exactly work in this new world. But, you know, whatever. I don't fucking care. Oh, I swear a lot, too. I don't know if you caught that. Doctors say it's incurable. Yeah, I just have normal genes. And then gaining weight has just made them look skinny because they're just the wrong fucking size. I think we've got enough goo on here to start. These I'm thinking about spotting it though. Here, let's put this over here. Over here. Oh my god, it smells like a doctor's office took a crap. So much alcohol smell. Doctor's Office Taking a Crap is also the name of my experimental noise album, Sid Heresy. Doctor's Office Taking a Crap. Yeah, it just smells like alcohol in here. I better not get pulled over. I won't be able to talk my way out of this one. I definitely won't be able to bat my eyes and browse to get out of this one either. Not with these cops. Speaking of toys, the motorhome is now just home. Motor left the chat. Wait, what? I feel like if I had a problem, I could come to you and you would solve it. Yeah, and check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Does it matter the problem? You brush your mustache comb. Oh yeah, you're right. You're dead. You're dead ass. We do. There's even a redemption for it if you ever like go, man, Sid's mustache is looking a little wild there. Feels good too. It's like when I have to get a haircut or something, you're just like, fly as fuck. The engine went kablooey after I tried to take it up to 70 on the highway. Oh no! Oddball, that sucks. I guess it's better to find out now than 500 miles away from home. Or whatever the distance is. I don't think it's that far, but you get the idea. Nursing, I just got stuck in a long commercial. Hold on. I thank you for telling me that, but I turned commercials off. I have it set to where I manually will trigger a commercial. And I just do that. Yeah, it's on that way. I might just turn it completely off. Because that's driving me nuts. You shouldn't have any ads. This was on, you're talking about on this stream. Like you were watching it and then like a couple minutes ago, you got stuck with these dumb AI ads. Yep, it's an old toy. These things happen. Ah, yes. Daddy, do you have another cigarette for me? Ah, man. The other problem with this board is it's so big. How big is it? Well, I'm glad we set that up. I can't even, yeah, it gets into camera. You know what I could do? Is I could do the, get smarter than the gear. Smarter than the gear. Richard Gere. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on one board. We're going to put all the parts on. We're going to solder them all on. Then we'll go to the next board, rinse and repeat, because there's simply not enough room for me to have my cake and eat it too. Delicious cake. Vactrol! Ah, yeah. It's like my robot name. It was a commercial for like a weed eater string trimmer thing, but there was a spinning blade instead of string. Yeah, that sounds great. So, on Twitch, I don't have a way to do that. The way that I have it set up is on Twitch it should be every 40 minutes. There's ads that pop up. They're 2 minutes, but the trade-off is that there's no pre-roll ads. So if you come into the channel, you shouldn't, unless you come in right at that time, you shouldn't have any pre-roll ads. And it tells me when it is, and I have a little bit of control over when the ads go so they don't interrupt something. But it's 2 minutes of ads, and during that time, I make an effort to not really, you're not going to miss out. You're not going to come in after the ads, and I go, and that is the secret to the universe, guys. All right, I'm glad we got that over with. Let's go back to this. And you're like, oh. Or that's how you make $1 million in space bucks. It's not going to be like that. But it's unfortunately, it's the best I can figure out to work with Twitch. YouTube apparently just shits out ads regardless. But I set it so that I would do them. And they wouldn't do them automatically. And I don't know. I'm tempted to see because it does give you the option not to run any ads, which is fine. On the VODs, I would run them, is kind of my thought, but they like cloud them. They're like every 4 minutes there's an ad, so I have to go in and pick those out so that it's every 30 minutes or 40 minutes, a reasonable amount of time for ads. So I got it. And that's why I just got that joke. And that's how you live forever. And that's why bacon is magic. I should just do that every time we come out of ads. I should just do a bit like that. All right, and that's why and that's how you make your thing nice and big. All right, we're back from the ads. Hoping you didn't miss anything. And that's why I don't fart. YouTube, we just shit out. I don't know why. I turned it off. I set it to manually do it. Because people were, saying like, oh man, I just got these ads. It seems like every 5 minutes. And I don't want you to watch anything where there's an ad every few minutes. I get it. You got to run them every now and then. You got to play the game. But, like, you know, there's a reasonable amount. And that's how I got my wiener stuck in a bottle. Exactly. Well, so on YouTube, I have a button for insert ad, and then I have a button that says delay ads. And I'll hit the ad button when we get to it. Like we're right now, we're going to be about 10 minutes out from our next ad. And I'll hit the one on YouTube for it to go as well, so that it's universal. Like we're both channels are getting that, so you can sit through it. Not to be a dirty capitalist, though, you can subscribe or get a membership, and I believe that gets rid of the ads. I don't know, though. Actually, hold on. Before I know that does for Twitch. I don't know what it does for YouTube. Let me check real quick. Membership. You know, it doesn't say it removes ads, so don't get a membership then. I thought it did on YouTube, but now I'm seeing it. I do run a browser where I never see ads on YouTube, so maybe think of that. I don't know. Oh, you're British. All right, right on, right on. I do a horrible British accent. It's almost infuriating. Pretty fun. I get oh my God, feminine hygiene ads. Yeah, right? What? I can't remember the last ad I had where I was like, excuse me? There's been some where I'm like, hello? You know what? When I watch YouTube on my television, it's a bunch of ads. And a lot of the times they're in Spanish. And I'm like, I don't know Spanish. I've never indicated that I did. Like, I don't watch YouTube videos that are in Spanish. Why are you keep giving me these Spanish ads? I know I live in Arizona. We have a very high Latin population. Cool. But can't you figure out from just my content that I watch that you're wasting time showing me an ad for a local cable provider in Espanol? I mean, you could at least put it in English. I don't want it anyways, but it's like double wasteful. It's like, you know, the advertiser is just burning money because I don't even, you know, I'm just getting context clues. I don't really know what's going on. Yeah, and you know what? We do have some great cats that do throw gift subs around. So, you know, you can always stick around, maybe get lucky. I get it. Not everyone's got the budget to throw money at streamers. I literally have a budget for such a thing. And it's not very big. One time I realized I was spending like over $150 a month on Twitch subs. And I was like, I probably need to dump that down a little bit. And so I took it down to like, now I think it's about $100. Maybe less than that. It's probably like 80. I kind of lowered it so I had some extra room. So if I do find something, I can add them on. Like very recently, I rated this streamer, and it turned out we were like, it was kind of a weird thing where we both were mutually big fans of each other, but we were very like lurking, and they'd actually lost a follow on the channel here, but they remembered me, and it was like, oh, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to sub to this channel now. Because they almost feel like a buddy, like a long lost buddy that I never had. So I keep a little room for that. That's not a bad idea, Aqua, to get Turbo and then do that. I might. I've heard a lot of people speak positively of Turbo. I kind of hate that, I don't know what it's called, marketing or method, where, and YouTube is guilty of it, where they create a problem, way too many freaking ads every few minutes, but they also provide the solution. You just have to give them money. And I'm like, you guys are a multi-billion-dollar company. I don't think you're hurting on cash. But whatever, man. You got to play to you got to pay to play. If I could get rid of it, I would. Bahamut, welcome in. I have an electrical question. I have an electrical answer. Men psyching naked inside? I don't know. What does that mean? Psyching? I don't know that term. Unless you meant to write. Cycling. Wait, nude? So I do like cycling, but I don't watch a lot of cycling content. But the nude part, that's interesting. 1.9 billion in revenue in 2025, and they can't hire a staff to visually overlook copyright claims. They can't hire a human to do it. They just use like a shitty algorithm to do it. They can't even tell when they're false claims. I'm dealing with that right now. I kind of got annoyed, and so I went after them because I know they were fake. And it's not even videos people watch or anything. They're just old like stream videos. And I used to play this music that was completely copyright free and blah 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 blah, but the guy who published it and everything has kind of abandoned it, which I'm pretty fucking pissed off with, because, you know, he acted like, oh, I'm helping you guys, but I guess it became too much of a hassle, or I don't know. And he was also explaining he made like $50K a month from Spotify alone. And I'm like, oh, and then you spent it on your vanity project, and that didn't make you any money because it's a vanity project, and now you don't have any money to run support for this anymore? Cool. I'm gonna bounce, Ned. Great content, and thanks for chat. You bet, mate. Have a good rest of the evening. Get my name across. Yeah, well, it's just like the font there. What? Not a itch? Is that it? That's all I can do. But anyways, regardless, take care of yourself. We stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays. So, AH equals H? Oh, H, not an H. Or not H. Alright. I think I figured it out. Ah, damn it, we got ads. Alright, mate, take care. All right, I'm going to try running ads on YouTube as well. Let me know. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Bahamut. I have a buck boost that runs from 21 to 6 and converts it to 5. Right now, I've got it wired into a USB-C plug, and so now when it powers up, USB32 that way. But I really want to power the board directly. Calderillo, I had that happen too. You know, it's really funny, and it's been brought up on like different synth forums and stuff. If you have like a filter sweep that's really slow, which you know I do, that triggers a content detection for this song, and it's always like the same fucking song. Because I was like, oh, because I saw someone bring it up, and I'm like, hey, that happened to me too. And I listen to the song, and I cannot hear what they're talking about. Like, it's a analog synthy song, but I'm like, it doesn't sound anything like my little sweep of 5 seconds. I don't even know where it's getting that. But it constantly gets detected, and it's been like a joke, like, why don't we just rip that song off anyways? All right, Bahamut, I saw you. So you're talking about a buck converter. Yeah, I was going to say you could just take the power rail pin off of the USB, because the data is, those are separate pins. You have the transmit receive pins. Well, depending on which USB you're doing, but you should just be able to, I would just leave the 5-volt rail, the 5-volt supply on the USB, just leave it hanging, floating, and not have it part of the circuit. You could do that. Another thing you could do is have the 5-volt come in and hit a regulator that then dumps that, a 5-volt regulator. It might be a little wonky because you're doing you're regulating a 5-volt to a 5-volt. And I know that you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to go a little bit hotter. But I don't know. To be honest with you, I'm not very good with power supplies and power supply layouts and designs and so forth. I'm really just speaking from like my observations of other designs I've seen. It's designed for a LiPo. Oh. Yeah, I don't know enough about those to... God damn, this board is... I have to put paper down, because every time I put my hand on it, I just get like a little bit of flux on my hand. And it is, gross. Ah, to charge the battery. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could use a big like a Schottky diode or something like that, or a shit, I can't remember the other diode type that you would use. The 1N for, you know, double O's. Oops. Okay. Yeah, if you have a well, you could. That's unfortunate that that has to be. It'd be cool if you could just make it high, and that would be the disable. You could put like, I don't know. You could put like an op amp to invert it, so that like when it goes in high, or you do like a flip flop, some type of circuit to flip that around, so that if it detects 5 volts, it will disable it to the buck converter. But, you know, I'm just spitballing. I genuinely know so little about this stuff that I gotta preface that so you don't think I know what I'm talking about. But one thing I have learned, a lot of electrical things can be solved by just Boolean logic and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, I see that. You could do 100K pull-up. Right, you'd have to pull it down. That's where I feel like a logic thing would be the way. The way to... Maybe a way to go? I don't know. Man, there is no clear pattern here. I feel it's kind of dangerous to pull it down. Oh, well, yeah. Sibbo VG. Welcome in, mate. Hi, I'm late to the party. What are you soldering? You're not late. Literally, you showed up, like, right at the beginning. I just spent the last 4 hours talking about Jason Statham movies. So, you honestly dodged a bullet, you know, if I can be sincere. Unless you... unless that's your thing, which I think we both know that that's pretty unlikely. We're working on a... Are you familiar with eurorack module? That's mostly what we do here. We build a lot of eurorack module stuff, a lot of audio-related synthesizer stuff. Like, these are 2 eurorack modules. And, here's another one. Just got all these different modules here. And we build them to put them into here. Which you can't really tell because the light's dark in here, but there's like a couple 100 modules in here. There's more than that, but, you know, I don't want to brag. And the one that we're working on right now is a pretty... Well, you know, I wish I could... Oh, you know what? I could be smarter than the gear. There we go. So the one we're working on right now is this guy. It's called the Spectral Shaper. Not to be confused with the musician Paul Schaefer. Not that I think you would have made that mistake, but you know, got to think about it every now and then. But it's just like a crazy big build. This is the board that we're working on right now. We've got 2 of them because I'm insane. I don't know why I bought 2. But I don't regret it, you know. But that's what we're building right now. We've got the white paper on here, and we're going through. We're doing right now these 220 ohm resistors. There's 96 of them, so we have to do 192. And we've done 20. Nah, I'm kidding. We've probably done like 50. Let's call it a dodge bullet. Well, you know, I didn't even think about it until you said dodge bullet. We could go back to Jason Statham's hit movie, Snatch, where the line is, well, they call him Boris the Bullet Dodger. Because he dodges fucking bullets, mate. Oh. I think I fucked that up a little bit, but you know, you could go back and watch the scene. The first PCB I ever designed was, oh really? Kudos. Kudos on that. Diode in place. You could use a diode behind it. You know, maybe a Zener might be an option. I don't know. I mean, I have all these goofy things I could try, but not. I don't know if they would work. Sibbo, you know, aren't all our first anythings kind of suck? Like PCB design is something I've found you get better with every time you do it. Like the next PCB you design is going to be better than the one you did before. Like every time, because you're like, you know, I kind of pushed these guys too close for no reason. I did it, you know, you keep realizing your mistakes and just doing better and better, which is honestly great because, you know, anything that you can get better at just by doing it over and over is not a bad thing to get into. That's kind of what we do here. I love Snap. Oh, yeah, it's a great movie. Great movie. Your 2 little balls are shriveling up. Because yours says replica and mine says Desert Eagle 5-0. The close up. Guy Ritchie used to be really good at movie making. Then he married Madonna. I don't know what happened to him. What about Crash? Wait, what about Crash? Are we talking about Cronenberg's Crash? That's a good movie. It's a weird movie, but it's a good one. Has a scene that I can never unsee in my mind. I still think about it every now and then, and I'm like, you know, it's so gross. But also so erotic. I'm always trapped. I don't know how to feel about that scene. So you're expected to finish 1 spectral shaper in this 1 single session, you know? No, Calderio. We're just going to try to get the resistors on. We've got 2 boards. I've got the other one ready to go over here, but I can only feasibly do 1 board at a time because I'm just going to mess things up if I don't. So we'll do all the resistors for here. Well, right now we're just going to do this value, solder those on, do the other board, solder those on, and then rinse and repeat till we get through all the components. I'm hoping to finish all the resistors tonight. Honestly, I don't think that's going to happen, but you know. Ah, Crank. Another fantastic, one of my favorite Jason Statham movies. Like Crank and Beekeeper. Those are such good movies. They're so silly. They do not take themselves even remotely seriously whatsoever, which I think makes it good. When the movies take themselves seriously, then you're like, oh, these plot holes are really noticeable. Oh, this dialogue is really painful to listen to. But when it's a silly ass movie like Crank or Beekeeper, you're just like, fuck yeah, this is great. Oh man, he just tied that dude to the truck and then drove the truck off the bridge. And the dude like flew into the ground and smacked. Oh, that was awesome. He just keeps beating up bad guys. This is a great movie. I love you, Jason. Oh shit, I said that out loud, didn't I? Oh, fuck. This is a good movie. Vampire, assisted living Dracula. It's slow in the beginning, but when you get into it, it really gets good. Oh, this light. Oh yeah, it's assisted living Dracula. Oh, and the guy's good in it too. Yeah. I thought I watched Crank 2, but according to my thing, it says I haven't, which means I get to watch it again. The first Crank was so funny, though. Like, it's just, like, the part where, like, the love scenes in it are hilarious. They're so funny. Oh, no. My heart rate's dropping. And he just starts, like, doing it in public, and I'm like... Or the car scene. I don't know how much I can talk about without, you know, being inappropriate. Great movies, though. Jason Statham. Restoring my love of cinema. Although I've ran into a couple of movies of his I don't really care for that much. I watched one last night, The Mechanic. I don't plan to watch that one again. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great. Did have Donald Sutherland in it, but only for a little while. Again. I'm like, man, I feel like if I see Donald Sutherland in a Jason Statham movie, I better just count the frames that he's going to be in. Oh, really? Calderia. I agree. It's awesome. Speaking of agree, look at that. We got Del Dude in the house. Good evening to you. Guten Abend. Willkommen. Rock and rollin'. That sounds kind of silly, but I still do it. And I know how silly it is. Das ist gut. Ah. Zwei. I don't know how to say resistor in German.
Brand new!
Sibo VG with the follow. Hey, did I say your name right? I was telling you, there's like we had a new guy in the chat earlier, and I just didn't even know how to say the name, and so I just avoided it. It's like hanging out with coworkers. Yeah, kinda. So maybe I don't have to pronounce the VG part.
Found anything yet? We ain't found shit.
Resistors in Deutsch ist elektrischer. Elektrischer? Widerstand. Elektrischer. Man, I can't get my accent in there. I don't know what's up. Usually I can get a good... Honestly, I know what it is. I was watching this gal. I follow her on, like, Instagram or something. And she's an American expat. She lives in Germany. And a lot of her content is about learning German and then eccentricities within the German language. And her pronunciation is almost jarring because it's dead on. Like I don't know German. I do, but I'm not fluent or anything like that. But I can like immediately tell like, oh my God, this woman is really good at the pronunciation. But I mean, I think she's lived there for a really long time. And again, her content is about the language. So she'll talk about different things. I can't remember. She'll talk about like last night I was watching a video from her and she was talking about German words. I can't remember the name, but they basically they have two different meanings and sometimes very drastically different meanings depending on how you emphasize, which syllable you emphasize. And I've never ran into that, you know, in my studying of German. And so I was like, are you really? Ah, damn it. Sibo or Sibo? Is it Sai? S-I? Is the I, is it like that? Or is it short? Like, or does it even matter? You know, if you're just like, I don't care, dude. You're harsh and my mellow. Elektrischer. I don't care. Cool. Well, then I'll do Sibo because I think that feels right. Probably not. Well, sometimes people will pronounce my name. They'll screw it up, and it kind of irks me because, like, sometimes they'll say, I haven't had it in a long time, but people used to pronounce it side, and I'm like, are you fucking stupid? Do you go to Sydney, Australia? Do you pronounce the actress's name Sydney Sweeney? No, it's Sid. And sometimes they have like some form of dyslexia where they pronounce heresy Hershey. They think there's like another H in there somewhere, and I'm like, dude, there's one H. It's heresy. It's really dumb. I came up with it when I was 18, and I'm kind of trapped. Can't change it now. But they'll say Hershey, and I really fucking hate that. Not that I don't like Hershey's chocolates or anything, but I'd prefer to not be associated with them. I like to be my own thing. I opted to put the 2190s. Oh, you probably missed it, Porphyry. So I don't have all the parts. I haven't ordered them yet. But I figured I'd go ahead and put the resistors on. And I'm glad I did because I'm realizing like, oh, I may not have enough. This is such a large quantity of this value and that value that I may need to order some more. But yeah, I don't have the 2190s. So I can't put them on and why messes with people, man? I guess so. Yeah, and honestly, putting these on, it's 6 versus half a dozen. Doesn't really, I don't think it's going to help or hinder, you know, which one you put in. Who was it that sent me that? Hey, BizNet. I don't know if you're still in the YouTube chat. You probably took off because it was a while ago. My buddy finally got back to me, and he says, like, oh, I'm looking for version 3 firmware. So, unfortunately, that's not going to work. But I mean, if you found it, I think I just need to do some more hardcore searching. I probably just need to hunt around on GitHub and see if I can find it there. Because someone possibly published it up on there. There's pretty much sufficient space for everything on that board. Doubt it mattered that I put them on first. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it would... like I said, 6 versus half a dozen doesn't... I don't think it helps or slows you down to do it that way. Some people are real particular about that. They like to put their dip chips on first and then do the resistors and caps. And I can kind of see the argument to it, but you know me. I'm the sloppy sailor solderer, and it's easier for me to, when I go and solder, that I hit these accidentally and then I go and wick them off before I put this on, than to put this on first, hit it with the iron accidentally, and bridge these traces. I think that, for me, anyways, because I am a, like I said, just a drunken sailor of a solderer, I think that protects me from accidentally making bridges when I'm going at it. So maybe I guess that's my weak argument to why I would do it this way. Mama Rolf, welcome in. Say to open person, letter by letter, eyes, and ask them to pronounce the word. There are many videos about this. They don't understand what word it is. Oh, really? Interesting. Seed. Yeah, Oddball. I don't know if that's I don't recommend that method. So the method that I do, this is why I do it. You can do it yourself. You can say, I'd rather do it my way. Doesn't really matter. I don't think it's better. But for me, my method is to put on the most popular component first. So like there's 96 of these 220 ohm resistors. We do that first because they're going to be the easiest to spot because they're the most prevalent on the board. Then I go down in the amount, because if I worked the other way around and I've got maybe 4 of this one resistor value or this one capacitor value, then I have to look past all these fake outs of empty pads before I find it. But the other way, I already have them populated, so I'm just looking for blank pads at this point. And I'm like, oh, there's a blank pad. Is that the value I want? No. Cool. Where's the next? There's the one. Go for it. And I do one value at a time so that I can verify that I did it right. So I'll do all these 220s and everything. And on this side board, I have to do it really slow. I'm going to have to do everything once. I can't do like what we did on those other boards where I just threw it all on and then ran a solder over it. That's not going to work. There's too many points of failure here, and I'm the biggest one. So if I do it this way, I feel like I have the best chance of getting everything knocked out. But that's, again, it's just, I don't think it's a better way. There's a couple of things I think are definitely going to help anybody out. Like if you count out the number of resistors that you need exactly, and then you place them and you have like 4 extra, or you run out and you're like, wait a minute, there was 20 of these and I'm out of them and I still see 4 available. Then you can backtrack and realize you got 220 ohms and 220K confused. And that'll protect you from making that mistake. And at the same time, even if that doesn't happen, like you still don't notice it, when you go to do the 220Ks, you're going to be like, man, I only needed 4, but I have this 1 extra. And then you can go back and go, well, maybe I got R and K, and, it finds it. And it just keeps you from making that mistake. Of course, what was it, last stream, I got 470 ohms and 47 ohms confused. But, that happens. I did the 220s because the pins are fine and they're low profile. Yeah. Well, you're probably a much cleaner at soldering than me. Because I think you said that you don't do it the goofy way that I do, which is good. Which is good, because the goofy way I do it is, I don't know, I do a lot of stuff for show. Just showing something because it's funny. I feel like the music doesn't go away. All right, the music's gone. I'm just going to hum the theme song to MASH. No. We were doing that last stream. I think it was last stream. Man, look at... I haven't even made a dent in this pile. Should try to just grab like a boatload of... Oh, man, that's not a bad idea. Or that's not a good idea. Whatever. It's a good bad. I want to try to grab like a handful. Nope, that didn't work at all. And it actually made things worse. Example of IYES spelling. Wait, I missed something, I think. Why did you switch back from ceramics? Huh? Ceramics? I haven't done any capacitors. Wait a minute, am I not? That's weird. Your second message should show. Tweezer. Oh. No reason. I just didn't, they weren't right in front of me, so I just grabbed the ones that were right in front of me. I could switch over if I get really frustrated. No reason, really. No conscious reason. Right now, they're doing all right. So... Oh, you know what, though? I should look and see if I can find, see if I have another set of these, ceramics are better for... Yeah, probably so. Probably so. Dude. I don't even feel like I'm a third of the way through all these 220s. Oh, shit. Oh, good. No wheeze in the tweeze. No tweeze in the juice. Tweeze the juice, buddy. Can I scooch this over? Yeah, the nose starts to get in the way. So... Alright. I need to take a teeny tiny break here and have a drink of my beverage, which I haven't even opened yet. Oh, you had an example, Momarolf? All right. Oh, ES. Okay, I get it. Yeah. English is weird. Honestly, I have mass respect for anyone who, ouch. What happened there? Oh, I did do that. Oh. I have mass respect for anyone who, English isn't their first language. They learn it as their second language or even third or fourth or whatever. And, because, like, the more I learn about other languages, I realize, like, man, English is fucking dumb, man. What a weird language. Although, if I may be so bold, German is seeming to be pretty weird, too. No, English and German have, oh, I can't think of the word. They have overlap in certain parts of the language and whatever. And I can't help but think like, oh man, is this where we get our goofiness from? Or was it the other way around? I don't know. All I know is we have 3 ways to say 3 different spellings and 3 different meanings for the word to. And it's all contextual. All right, I'll be right back in just a second. All right. Nice little break. Put the flux away. The little funnel I have for it is away, and hit the head. Nice. I'm learning German right now, so yeah. I do like German though a lot. The whole reason I ever got interested in it was when I was a teenager. I got into the band Einstürzen Sie Neunbauten, or Einstürzen Sie Neunbauten. I don't know. I heard Blixebergel pronounce it, and I was like, that's kind of how I was saying it. Not perfect, but close. Here, we'll switch over to the ceramics for now, since Porphyry pointed it out. I mean, it really doesn't matter. Tweezers are tweezers, but the ceramics do have their bennies. Let me see if I have another pair. Oh, scheisse. I think I used up all the tweezers I have. I have one other little box here. Nope. I'll crack these out here in a bit. It almost feels it feels a little decadent, you know, for me to pull out these tweezers when these are only slightly suck. But I mean, there's no like paint on these anymore. And you saw the tip. It's not even even. Like when they meet up, the one over here is longer than the other one. I do have a stone like to sharpen and fix it. I mean, they still mostly meet up. This one's, you can see they're kind of off ever so slightly. Yeah, see how that's kind of shiny? And you, oh, look at that too. See how it's opening back up? Like it doesn't even meet up properly. By comparison, we have these ceramics, which I baby. And they're not too bad. There is a gap there, isn't there? But they meet up nice and even. They're pretty true. Although, you know what? I am noticing they are fucking off. But whatever. Yeah, Swedish and Dutch. Yeah. I know, like, there's a lot of. Is it entomology? Entomology? I don't want to get the bug one and the linguistic one confused, but there is like some historical root words and things. You know, they got borrowed and changed as the time went on. Map of journey. Yeah. Let's avoid that one. Let's avoid that grenade. Right. Sweden. Yeah. Groovy Hot Rod, why would you put smoke on a solder? Our troops deserve respect. Oh, on a soldier. I think that dyslexia kicked in. Did I not spell it right? No, I spelled it right. You faking me out. You did, my bad. Okay, good. I was like, I'm not very good at spelling. I did not win any spelling bees or C's. I'm not very good at spelling, and so I kind of rely on auto complete a lot. And yeah, you know how that can go from time to time. When I'm texting, it's really ducking annoying, to be honest with you. What board are you working on? Good question. I don't know. We're working on the spectral GAT. Or the spectrum, what is this? This is the spectrum shaper. It is a 36 band filter comb thingy with 72 trimmers. And we're building 2, so all those numbers double. Yeah, it's a big project. We're only going to get, I'd like to get all the resistors on, but at the rate that we're moving, I think I'll be happy to get most of the resistors on today. And I cannot stress how I'd be happy to do that. I really don't expect it. Do you like chaos? I didn't even realize that's the message. I think Mr. X might have wrote that. Yes, definitely the big boy. I really need to do two hands with this. There we go, big row of these businesses. Yeah, we've got two of these, so I'm trying to like, let me see if I can grab like a handful. So I'm having to double all my parts counts. And I really didn't think about how many resistors there are, so kind of like this is, I think, the most. This is 96, but we have 72 of other values, so we're gonna need like 144. It's just a lot. I don't know if I'm gonna complete both boards, like all the way, but you know, shit like resistors and stuff, I'll definitely put them all on, because, you know, who the hell cares? Pomp Rocks, welcome in. Yeah, I know, right? Resistor arrays would have been a cool way to go. They're kind of annoying components, though, because it's like, they're all so specific that you can't really, like, buy bulk. I mean, you could, but you're probably going to waste money. Because, I mean, this is 220 ohms. And there's, what, 2, 4, 6 of these? So, a resistor array that's SMD of 220 ohms. I don't know, man. I don't know. God. I gotta be careful now. I've got like all these parts placed, and my big dumb hands are in the big dumb way. Oh, that reminds me, I need to bug him again. So at KnobCon, there's also another convention that's happening around the same time, or maybe it's the same weekend, I don't know, but it's Vintage Computer one, and there's a lot of YouTubers and stuff that go there. And one of my favorite streamers, although he has retired from the content creation world, and good for him too. I miss him, but you know, if it doesn't bring you joy, then why the fuck are you doing it? You know? And but he's gonna be there, and I was like, oh man, we gotta try to meet up, you know, hang out for a little bit, get a drink, get some doof. And he lives in Chicago. So, but I'm sorry, I didn't even mention them. So it's you might remember, old school sci-tech Twitchers will know, and maybe a few YouTubers will remember. What the fuck? Why is that lopsided? Oh, whatever. Bald Engineer, aka Adams, aka, oh shit, I forgot his real name. Hold up. Oh, doesn't have his real name on there. Anyways, it doesn't matter what the name his mom gave him. I have the name, but I don't think that's right. Like, I say it in my head, and I'm like, I don't think that's it, bro. All right, I gotta rotate this. Oh shit! I just realized that my my plan of putting paper down here. We might have to just go ahead and solder what we have now. Yeah, because my plan's kind of hosed. Yeah, let's solder what we have now, and then we'll flip the board and do the rest, because I totally foobarred. This, I didn't think about it very well. James, yeah, is it Lewis? Is that the last name? I think it's James Lewis. I keep wanting to say Jim for some reason. I guess technically that's right, but that's like calling me Sydney. It's just not really what I go by. Timinator, welcome in! Yeah, I think so. James Lewis. I think that's right. I couldn't remember the first part of his name. But he's fantastic. Really cool guy. Definitely a friend I've made from streaming here on Twitch. And we were talking about doing stuff together, but I think I feel like it never really happened because we both had like so much crap on our plate already. And like one of the things we were going to do was a podcast, and I shot 3 episodes of a podcast here, and I went back to edit them, and they're terrible. I'm not very good at all at hosting a podcast. I thought I would be. I was wrong. I'm pissed. I could definitely improve, but it's like a lot of shit I need to improve upon. So I kind of was like, I don't know, maybe. You know, maybe we'll do this, but you're going to do a lot of heavy lifting here. And it just never happened. And sometimes I feel like I'm underqualified to have like a science-related channel. I mean, I know that's what we're doing here, but we're literally just assembling, you know? There's very little science behind what I'm doing. It's more like round peg, round hole, square peg, square hole.
Hello, Sydney.
Hola! What is that? Coleslaw. Is that right? Am I saying that right? Feels like it. It also feels horribly wrong. Welcome into the channel. Read it backwards. Scheisslock? Shithole? Are you sneaking German swears past the, past the robots? Well, that looks like an L, not an I, though. Close enough. Well, you know, thanks for giving me a little bit. Should I say it backwards all the time? How do I do it? Oh my God! Oddball with 100 bits. Ah, yes. The Sofa King. Lawn Dog. Sorry to sit here. See, I know I came on several hours ago, but I was getting my infusion of rock songs, plus cultural and heritage songs. How does your mind respond to the bagpipes? Are you asking me how bagpipes? Nah, I'm okay with it. There's this resort here in Phoenix, and it has like some sort of Scottish theme. I don't know what it is, but they have this dude every night who goes around and plays like Amazing Grace and shit on his bagpipes. And I'll be working there, and I'll just be like, and you just hear it like off in the golf field or off in the distance. And he's in full garb too. He's got the kilt and everything. And every time I'm like, oh yeah, that's the guy they have here that just plays bagpipes at night every day or every night. And then I joke that because it's like a nice 5-star resort with a golf and all this, and I'm like, man, I bet that guy just is dripping in bitches. He's got the kilt on. He's got the bagpipes. I bet he's just breaking up marriages left and right. I'm sorry, honey. The bagpipe guy came. You don't even know his name. Yeah, I don't know his name. I just call him bagpipe guy. What do I feel with English, Scottish, or even Irish? I hope I'm not disappointing you here, but nothing. Not really. Nah, nothing really. I mean, no slight to it by any means. I'm just doesn't really tickle me in any way. I don't know. I think heritage-wise, I have more more in common with German and Native American. So that's kind of my background. Although it was never really brought up in my family. Like the Native American, sure, but like any German or Dutch or any heritage from that European heritage, we never talked about it. My grandma never talked about it. No one in my family. Our the last name and maiden names within my family don't really point to anything. It's not an obviously Scottish or Welsh or English. None of the names. It's pretty like, I don't know. Maybe there is some historical background, but it got faded out hundreds of years ago or over 100 years ago. So I don't really have a big tie to that. And I was the only person in my family that really gave a shit, that I was like, well, isn't our name like, isn't that German? And but everyone in my family was like, who cares? So sorry, my elders' indifference to our heritage is kind of a letdown, I'm sure. Nah, I don't hate bagpipes. I just don't care about it. It's a cool instrument. I'm not slighting that. It's a cool instrument. And it's, from what I understand, it's quite the challenge to learn and to play. But, I don't know, it just never grabbed me. It's with other education that a person's internal DNA can be triggered by music to reveal potential heritage characteristics. That's almost like a nurture versus nature question. When you agree? Like, I mean, music is cultural. Art and music are cultural things, and that I don't feel like that's very DNA-ish, like if someone was born, someone had like Korean heritage. Ah, Mr. X is in the house. So if someone had like Korean heritage, like let's say their family was from Korea, and they're like 3 generations they've lived here in the U.S., I don't think they would have like a natural inclination to enjoy K-pop, or even traditional Korean music. I don't think they would, but these are big brain questions, and I don't even know. I don't even feel like I'm qualified to answer them, 'cause I got an average brain. Good. German? Well, that's the thing. That's the only European heritage that I'm aware of in my family. And we, like I said, we never celebrated it. We never spoke about it. It was just a thing, It's not really a part of us. There's a carrier wave, and then he plays along. Purveyor. Well, I'll give you as little as I know. Or I'll give you as much as I know, I should say. But it really doesn't hold a lot of weight. But I don't know. I don't think so. It seems a little superstitious, I guess. A little silly to think that. But I don't by any means want to belittle someone's celebration of their culture and their heritage. and how they want to celebrate it and stuff like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Just me, it was just, I'm an American. And America, we don't have anything. We don't have a culture, really. You know, we do, but it's not really anything I want to celebrate, you know. Having one of the lowest lifespans for an industrialized country, and obesity and and a bunch of shit like that. I'm like, yeah, I don't really feel like celebrating that. Le Big Mac. What they call a cheeseburger in France. Yeah, I believe that totally. There's nothing wrong with celebrating their heritage. I think that's great. It kind of, I think it gives people ties. I never really had that. The closest I had was my Native American. Like, that's about the only thing we'd ever bring up in my family. And that's on one side of my family. The other side, no. And they were kind of racist. I mean, my grandma was, so, you know. But on my other side of my family, that was about the only thing is our Cherokee heritage. And but we never went to, you know, any Native American festivals. We never went to any powwows, anything like that. It was never. And then I lived in Oklahoma, where that was very easy to go to. They had Native American celebrations pretty regularly, at least once a year. Maybe there probably was a few every year, but it just wasn't anything we did. It's kind of unfortunate, but at the same time, I don't feel like I missed out too much. You know, like, oh darn, we didn't do that. I'm just like, I don't think I'm the guy to carry it on. And I mean, I don't think I look very Native American either. I mean, I have like high cheekbones, I guess. That's what my mom told me. And I'm like, all right, I'll take it. I like cheekbones. When you're a Native American, let me give you an example. My grandmother was the first white woman born in Montana in a certain secluded area of Montana, early 1900s. Sometimes we feel differently. Isn't that weird? Yeah, I hear you. Sesame Street like the East Side? What? Elvis? Jalopy Jones, Cherokee, you say, I have my own powwows, part Cherokee, don't hang out on the reservation, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't even remember any reservations where I lived in Oklahoma. I was not aware. I'm more aware of the reservations here in Arizona than I remember of any in Oklahoma. I don't know, it's such an interesting topic, because I think a lot of people have a lot of, it helps them, you know, have a little bit of identity and whatnot. And when you're growing up, you're always kind of searching for that, you know, especially when you're a teenager, you're always kind of searching for who you are. And I think when you get older, you kind of realize, like, oh, this is who I am. You don't really, you know, do this or that. Some people, they never really change. They're always kind of searching for who they are. And I would imagine, like, your heritage and so forth could be a very nice thing to lean on. But I don't really have any experience like that. Oh yeah, we did that, Lawn Dog. I don't have my card. My sister does. but I never bothered to go get my card. And the reason is I didn't really want to take any money away from those people. Those people, that sounds bad. I didn't mean it like, you know what I mean. I didn't want to take it away from people that could use it, people that could really need it. And, you know, there's a lot of horror stories within reservations and so forth. And I think it's part of that is just I don't want to detract from that just because I'm like this ridiculous fraction of Native American that still counts, but you know, I've never been on a reservation, I've never gone to a powwow. I just don't have much of a connection with Native American. So it just felt kind of scabby to do that. My sister benefited greatly from it, so it was good for her. But I don't know. I'm in my late 40s. It's just I just don't. If I need it, if I really need to fall back on it, I will. But I just don't really want to bother to get my card and everything. Five years ago, yeah, that's very true. Yeah, exactly. Well, there's that in New Mexico, all over the country. There's a lot of issues with it, and I'd be a fool to say I'm very familiar with it, but I am aware of those issues, and I don't know. I just, you know, if I'm in Oklahoma and visiting family, and they're like, "Hey, Sid, we're gonna go down and get your reservation card. We've got your birth certificate. We have all the stuff here. We're gonna go and do it." I'll do it. But I'm not going to go out of my way to do it just so I can, you know, get this or that. They do have excellent health insurance. It is, by American standards, really great. And I've had a lot of people tell me that, but I'm just like, I'll wait until I'm really sick then and I'll cash in on it. But I can handle myself right now. If I had kids, if I had like children, it'd be a different story. But we get other benefits. There's veterans in my family, so we get, you know, benefits from that. Nothing crazy like a check in the mail, but I can get on USAA insurance, for example. Indian subculture. Well, they're good questions. I'm just trying to answer them as best I can. And just be thoughtful in it, because I mean, you're right, it's not something I really think about very much. I have talked about it, though, because my mom is like, you should get your card, and I'm like, yeah, but then I have to go and do all this stuff, and, I'm okay. You people! Another konnichiwa. But when I have to leave the house, I'm not doing that. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I have to cross like 4 state borders. It's like a 1,000-mile trip to go to Oklahoma, to go to the Cherokee office and everything to get my card. I think the reason my mom is like, you should do it, is because she can't. Because she's, it was on my father's side. Okay, this is going tits up pretty quick, isn't it? It's great. Wait, where did... Ah, bloody hell. Fun road trip? Oh man, I'll just fly there. I haven't driven between here and Oklahoma and like 15, maybe longer. It is a brutal drive. I have this friend of mine, and I don't know what it is. I think it's, I don't know if it's his wife or what, but they don't drive, or they don't fly to Oklahoma or New Orleans. They drive there, and I'm like, that is fucking like 2 or 3 times a year. And I'm like, that is such an insane waste of time. Okay, that, you know, that 220 that disappeared? Well, it's gone. I don't see it at all. I don't know where it went. I don't think it got on my iron, but here we got spurs. Oh, no, wait, I found it. It flew. Okay. I think it got stuck under my hand. Whatever. However it occurred, it did occur. So on another subject said, what is your future dinner plans for tonight? I'm having Peter that comes from the freezer, but it is very good. Quality. Oh, pizza. Oh, guys, we got a boss battle. Exclamation point, warrior, priest, mage, necromancer, bard, ranger, or druid. We'll get you into the game of games. We've got already a mage and a warrior. We definitely need a priest. Or a bard. I think a bard can do a lot of healing. Unfortunately, they can't do any of that sexual healing. Don't let this one shy by. 27 seconds left. If you're on the YouTube and you want to join in, I recommend warrior, mage. I think those are the 2 that are the easiest to do. And you don't have to type out full names or anything. Here, I'll give you a background to work with here so you can see. Oh, I'm not going to make it in time, am I? Oh, we just barely made it. Oh, really? Okay. I'm gonna do fuck us. Comedians. The dinner plans. So I'm not exactly proud of this fact, but we've been ordering DoorDash for like a couple of years now and barely ever cooking. And so when Mrs. Heresy gets home tonight, I'll ask her what she's up for. We had El Pollo Loco, kind of for the first time, and that wasn't too bad. Oh, hey, they did send me the hotel. Okay, cool. So again, I'm texting back the guy about the firmware. Proper word. There you go. $27. Is this an easy or a hard boss? Easy boss. Oh, this shouldn't be too bad. Anybody else find it weird that the piranha is just wearing a bottoms and not a top? I just feel awkward about it. I'm gonna have to self-heal. But that should hit the rest of y'all, particularly Mr. X, who could use a little bit of it. This guy's almost done, though. I mean... Peter Piranha. That sounds rude. Spat at Mr. X. That doesn't seem to do much. Oh, hey, that shield took it. Oh, that's nice. I don't think I've seen that before really work that well, but I barely pay attention. Jalopy Jones, eins, zwei, drei. Nice. All right, he's gonna do his thing. Oh, another one. Oh, you bet, you bet, you bet. You bet, Mr. X. Ah, he's almost there. Just a couple more whacks. Hell, he might even die from the DOT. Oh, it stopped. Right then. All right, Mr. X.
Finish him.
What? Why'd you do that? Oh. Is that gonna work? Ah ha ha. Ah, you got me there. I thought it was gonna be enough. Thought you'd go for the big hit there. That's why I was like, oh crap. GG's indeeds. Hot. You pull back before you shoot. Hey, you know. You don't tell me twice. I don't know where this 220 over here came from. Oh, maybe that one I saw. No, I don't know. I don't know. We're going to have a lot of this, so.
Found anything yet? We ain't found shit.
Killer condom? We could. Ah, fuck you. Come on. Fuck you, asshole. I meant to ask you, Mr. X, was that like some silly sock puppet account? Because there was someone in the chat that followed and everything, and their name was the main character from that movie. And I was like, this can't be a coincidence. This has got to be a bit. Because one, it's an insane and silly name, and two, you know, we just talked about that movie. You heard it's a good movie? Is it better than Assisted Living Dracula? How can you sleep when Assisted Living Dracula is on? I gotta have more flux. Guys, wow. Oh, hold up. sorry. It's the guy that was asking about the firmware for the ancient DIY module. Vulpodzilla der Schrecken von Tegernsee. Man, that's a hard one there. Oh, Lawn Dog, it's a reference to Aqua Teen Hunger Force. The very first episode, Shake is watching this horror movie, and it's called Assisted Living Dracula. And there's like a couple of references and a couple of bits about it, and it's just like much Aqua Teen stuff. It's just stuck in my head. Sweet, delicious light. Hey, where you guys been? We went to, where'd they go? Went to Nashville. Oh, that is awesome. What are you doing in here? Oh, it's Assisted Living Dracula. It's pretty great. The guy's good in it. Answer me. No, clone me, then answer my clone. Seriously, while I'm in a good frame of mind and susceptible to musical influences appropriate, I must reveal that my friend Jose Cuervo is involved. Oh, tequila, muy buen. I think you already know, Lawn Dog, I am a big tequila fan. In fact, you know, I haven't taken a picture of my collection lately. See if I can find one. Well, there's it is that bottle I got, but I don't see. Oh, here we go. So here's my tequila collection, Lawn Dog. So the only Jose Cuervo I have that I really like is this right here. This is Jose Cuervo Di Familia Reserve. It's an extra añejo. I think it's extra añejo. It is smooth. It is good. I bought a bottle, but I haven't opened it yet. It comes in this purple box with a little slide-on lid. The box is made out of agave, and it's got a wax seal. I just haven't cracked it yet. I'm waiting for an event. Here, let me zoom out here. Yeah, it's let's do a quick tequila. My tequila go-throughs here. So right here on the left here we have Cascoen. That is really good tequila. It's not cheap. It's hovers around $100 a bottle. I've got the Blanco here, which is the Tajone, which is the name of the stone that they use to mash the agave and everything. That's really good. And then this right here, a friend of mine got me a while back, and it's my favorite. It's the Plata 45. It's a 90 proof tequila. High proof tequilas I really love because they're not that hard to drink. Like you'd think the higher alcohol content, the more the face you'd make. But it's not that bad, and there's so much more flavor. Like it's a much richer flavor. Speaking of which, this is what I had last night. This is Tapatio 110. That is the proof. It's $1.10 proof. Tequila Ocho is hands down, my best recommendation if you need an inexpensive, it's not cheap, I should say, but it's not expensive. Tequila Ocho is pretty easy to find. It's they make quite a bit, and the bottles are different each time because they basically no two distillations are the same, so you get like some variety. If you get the Tequila Ocho from, like, this is a 2025 bottle. I haven't bought the 2026, but that's a big thing too. If you want to spend some money, Cascanes, number 7 and number 11, all the different expressions, Reposado, Blanco, Anejo, all really, really good. Very expensive. These start at about 110, 120 bucks. You can tell I've nursed the fuck out of it. Moving down to this next shelf, I have the Lalos. Lalo is a really excellent, inexpensive tequila. About 50 bucks or so, I think you can get it. Lalo is it's the great grandson of Don Julio, which Don Julio, I don't recommend getting that. They're in a class action lawsuit. There's 2 bottles here. This is a regular Blanco, and this is a high proof. They make a different high proof every year. This is the second one I've gotten. I haven't finished it to get this year's high proof, but really good. Don Fulano is a really nice little in-between. I believe this is a Repo. Yeah, this is a Reposado. G4. I've got the Repo. I've got the Blanco. That's the high proof. And then I have like this other one. I can't remember what's special about it, but it's a nice one. I picked it up obviously not too long ago. The Mi Gente is really, really good too. Obviously I bought it earlier this year. I haven't really gone into it. Jaguar, or Jaguar, however you want to say it. That's a really awesome tequila. It's been kind of my go-to lately when I'm like, it's time to party. Let's have a little Jaguar. And then the bottom shelf here, I've got El Ateo, probably my least favorite. It was, I think they let it rest in like whiskey barrels or something, because it has a very whiskey odor. So if you like whiskey, you might like El Ateo. El Tecalino, good, middle of the ground, not very expensive. Nice one. Arete, or Areta, I can't remember how you say it. One of my favorite cheap tequilas. You can get these for like 30 bucks. And it's really good. You can sip it. You can mix it if you want it, a good mixed drink. Really, really great. I fly through these things. And then we have, we'll skip these really quick. This is Luna. Not my favorite. I kind of bought it on a whim. It's not bad, but it's not great. And then this Suavecentio is a tequila that's distributed through Arizona, but it's made in oh shit, where all the tequila comes from. I can't think of the province. And then these are all mezcals. Mi Mama Mi Dia, Medio, sorry. That's a really good one. Rayu, 400 conones, which is 400 rabbits. Every one of these is great. I like this the most. I've been really getting into this mezcal. I think it doesn't have as heavy of a smoky flavor. Like, these are very smoky, which some people really like. I don't like or dislike it. I think it's a nice change of pace, but this one doesn't have as strong of a smoky flavor, and that way you can kind of drink it a little bit quicker. But these are probably my best. Let me check something really quick. Did I have anything on the bottom shelf? Now you can't really even see the one on the bottom. Yeah, there's one on the bottom, but you can't see it. I think it's like, it's not my favorite either. I've been drinking it just to get rid of it. Yeah, Tequila Ocho, I can't recommend it enough. It's not expensive, it's easy to find, and it's a really good sipping tequila. You can try any of their expressions, the Blanco, Reposado. I haven't tried an Añejo or anything, but I'm gonna guess that it's gonna be delicious. And again, their bottles are different every year. I have that bottle and 2 other ones, and none of the bottles look the same. Like the glass itself is different. Scotch, my buddy got me into, I always mispronounce it, Islay, or Islay, those scotches. I love the peated scotches. They're really good. The only problem is I do not feel good the next day. After drinking it, I just feel crappy. Tequila, nothing. Nothing at all. I don't think I've ever really I've had like very mild hangovers where it's just like a little bit of a headache, but I don't feel ill or nauseous or get hot and cold or anything like that. Like I never get that sick with tequila, and that's one of the reasons I've switched to just drinking tequila, because I don't have to pay for it the next day. I had to quit 3.5 years ago, certified alcoholic, IB. Oh, well, yeah, Calderio. I didn't read that, so I apologize if I was, triggering or anything like that. I realize there's a lot of people who don't drink out there, and you have my admiration and respect. So keep at it. Yeah, mezcals are very smoky, and I think that's what makes them enjoyable for a lot of people. There's still technically it's tequila, but it's a different, and almost everything's the same. I think it's part of the resting process. Oh, good, Calderia. I know there's some people in here that abstain, and again, I try not to go over too much, but you can tell I'm quite proud of my tequila collection, and I love to talk about it if people who do enjoy such things, so they can kind of check it out if that's their bag. Yeah, there's plenty of good stuff for making mixed drinks. If you're on Instagram, there's a guy I follow. He's really great for it. I think it's called the Tequila Collective, and he just has tons of really great information. And he goes down to Mexico pretty often, because they have like these little touristy things where you can go to the distillery and you can make your own bottles and stuff like that, and go through the process of making it, because it's very, very, very specific. Also, the cool thing with tequila, bats and tequila, or more specifically bats and agave, are hand in hand. If we didn't have bats, we wouldn't have agave. That's how they reproduce, because they'll drink the nectar, and like bees basically, and well, not basically, literally the same way bees do, and the pollen will collect on their fur, and then they'll go to another plant, and that's how they'll cross-pollinate it. It's pretty awesome. Where the fuck am I out there? Diet Mountain Dew. I have diabetes? Oh, I didn't know that. I don't think I remembered hearing that. Yeah, oh, well, so does agave, is that, it's not sucrose and it's not fructose. I don't know what it is exactly. Is it the same? Does it affect diabetics, or is it? I'm also not very smart with diabetes, so it could be. No, it's the booze, man. But I guess if you're drinking Jose Cuervo, it kind of answers my question. Yeah, I would think most of the sugars would be gone, but I don't really understand. I never dug that deep into the chemistry of everything. Rot gut well tequila? Not me. Not me. I don't know. Tequila's kind of my last hurrah before I might have to just give up booze myself, because it doesn't always sit well with me. Like I still occasionally will drink beers and stuff, but I kind of have to be real cognizant of what I'm doing, because otherwise I'll pay for it the next day, and I don't want to do that. When I'm out of town, I'm on the road, it's very common to go out drinking, and sometimes I just use it as a nightcap, so I can get some rest. I don't drink, to excess or anything like that. It's usually like earlier this year, I was stuck in Austin, and on my way back to my hotel, because we didn't work in the fucking hotel we were at, jackasses. I'd pass this little grocery store, and they had these. Oh man, what was the name of the company? I know, but I can't remember the name. But there was these Tall Boy 9%. It was Space Juice or something like that. 9% beers and juicy IPAs, and I would have that, and yeah, I would always feel like, oh, I should have grabbed another one. Then I'd get up to go pee, and I'd be like, no, this is good, man. Absinthe is also fun. Oh no, could not do absinthe. That's a no from me, dog. I tried it. My friend got some from that was supposed to be, actually have wormwood and everything in it. And I was like, why does it taste like licorice? And he's like, oh, well, that's what absinthe tastes like. I fucking hate licorice. Yeah, and they're like, oh, you gotta drink it with the sugar. And I'm like, now you're just ruining sugar for me, man. Absinthe, yeah, not the synthesizer. Man, is that thing still around? I haven't thought about Absinthe, the software, in a long time. Oh my god, that's a lot of 220s, ain't it? Dude, all the resistors I had on this lower part of the board are, I don't see them anymore. I think I picked them up with my hand, or so I'm gonna keep working on these arrays here. Yeah, I'm just, I just didn't really care for it. Even the licorice, the anise flavor and whatever. Just like, I'm good. I'll stick with my tequila. Well, the bar I frequent, they like buy tequila for me. I know I sound like I'm like bragging or something, but seriously, they started buying all these top shelf tequilas, and the guy who does it, the manager, he's told me repeatedly, like when I've finished a bottle off, he's like, 90% of this bottle is you. I'm like, I don't know if I should be proud or ashamed. That's a weird emotion I'm stuck with here. I mean, I probably paid 4 times its value. And I even asked if they did corkage, or like BYOB or whatever it's called, where you bring your bottle in and they'll mark it and everything, and they'll pour you drinks from that bottle, but you don't have to pay for the alcohol. You pay for the pour. So it's like $5 a pour or something like that. And then you tip on top of that and whatever. I've asked them about that, but I don't think they do that. Because I'm like, dude, if I could do that, I would just go buy a couple of bottles of my jams and then just bring that in. Slurp on that. It's magic. You had your own whiskey bottle, yeah. I know, when I visit Germany someday, I know I'm gonna have to drink like a ton of German beers. I mean, it's just customary. But it should be really good. When I was in Germany ages ago, I discovered like a really great beer there, Warsteiner, and I noticed, like, I don't think it's brewed like the Warsteiner you get here. I don't think they import it from Germany. I think they just brew it here in the States. And you can tell. I mean, the Rhine definitely adds some flavor to the beer. Or maybe just having a proximity to the Rhine. Yeah, I'm missing 2 resistors here. I don't know where they went. Warsteiner is low tier? Yeah, you know what? It's probably the equivalent of what Budweiser is here in America. Or Michelob or anything like that. Oh, it's Frankfurt? What is the name of the river there? It's not the Rhine? I don't know, it's being kind of cultural. Well, I don't know. I'm just drawing similarities. I don't know if what the parallel would be from what Warsteiner is in by American standards. Maine? What an unfortunate name. Real difference in taste while being there and having it drawn from the tap. Yeah, I like that too, Lawn Dog. I gotta be in the mood for it. I haven't lately been in the mood for it. Warsteiner and Bud are... Well, what's that other beer? I always see it in memes, like German memes. It's not Riesling, but I want to say it starts with an R. No, it's like I've seen jokes where it's like, we're gonna go for a really long hike. Okay, but did you bring anything? Yeah, I brought this beer. And like, any water? Yeah, this beer. Because I guess it's like a really light beer. And now you got me thinking too much. And we don't get it in the US. Like, it's not... I've never seen it here. God damn it. Radler. I think it's Radler. I think that's it. Oh no, okay, then I'm remembering wrong. No, it's not it then. Damn it. Ostwasser, yeah. Man, they're just bringing up types. This thing is not giving me brands. And everything I pull up, it's like, it's an ad for buying German beers in America. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty confident. Oh man, I'm not gonna remember it, am I? I'm looking through this list and none of them are jumping out at me. fuck? Reisdorf? Maybe. I don't think so. Nah. Yeah, I remember now. Radler is a beer mix, not a brand. All right, I'm about to give up because I don't know if I can find it, and I've been looking. Yeah, I give up. I give up. I don't know. God, this is gonna eat me alive. And it's not even going to be that interesting. I'm going to say the beer, and then everyone, you know, I'm going to be like, oh, well, that's nothing, man. Oh, man, I don't even, yeah, I don't even know if I can find it. There was this one guy who would do a lot of, like, meme content, and he would be in, he was in Germany, but, I don't see it. I can't remember the name of it, and he would do all these jokes. And that's where I learned that meme. Man, I want to say it was Radler, but that's not it. Oh my God, it's gonna eat me alive. I'm not even sure if I follow him because his content kind of got boring for me because it was like just the same fucking joke over and over. And he would have his wife, who was German, in it, And like, there was just no chemistry when they do these bits. And so it kind of just put me off, and I kind of quit watching them. There's an American expat. He's lived in Germany for a long time. He's a stand-up comedian. And I followed him for a long time. Oh, there it is. This guy. All right, Liam. Okay, I did find the British guy. But, I'll be damned if I can find the joke where he brings up the beer. All right, we're getting close, though. Oh my gosh. I feel like such an asshole right now. But I have to know the answer. It's gonna kill me. I won't be able to solder. I'll just keep
Where is
thinking
it?
about
Where is it? Where is it?
Shit!
Where is it? Where is it? That's not it. 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 That's not it.
No, the AI, I was using Google search and trying to smartly use both, but it just wasn't happening. I'm getting close. This is when I learned about how Germans do not cross the street unless the sign says that they can go. And I thought that was a joke, and then Mr. X, you proved that that is not, because you didn't want to cross the street when we were in NobCon. And I'm like, wait, I thought this was a bit. You're serious? I'm starting to think this was a lost cause. Because this guy has, like, so many stupid content. Oh my god, there's so many stupid videos that are not, Alright.
Look, I swear it isn't me! I swear it isn't! I know it is! I know who the monster is! I know it is! There's nothing alive above it! I swear I know who it is!
You need to know the answer now. Which is a way to like search, because I remember the bit. He's like going hiking, and they're like, "Did you bring anything to drink?" And he's like, "Yeah, I brought these beers." And he's like, "Beer? Yeah, it's practically water." Oh wait. Hiking in with a German. Oh my god. If it doesn't do it, I'm gonna be mad. This doesn't look familiar though. But he reuses so many jokes, so I figure. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to try to bury this, because I can't find it. And I feel like such a butthole for wasting y'all's time. I'd like to just... It is a rattler. Okay. So he calls it a rattler. And he's holding up a bottle. Here. Was ist das? Oh my god. Seriously? That's Vorsteiner Radler? I don't really care about the fucking joke. I'm just trying to figure out the damn beer. Oh, damn it. He showed it really close. Is that a Vorsteiner Radler? Because that's what I was thinking. It was Radler, but I do remember there is like lemon beer. Well, no, he literally calls it a Radler. Here. Want to have a drink? Oh, no, I'm good. That's not an option. I guess I'll have a Coke then. You'll have a proper drink. Fine, I'll have a Radler. Get out. Oh, wait, he does tell him to leave, so. I don't know. I give up. I feel like an asshole. Like a big, stinky one. Made of SIDS. Oh, you think you found it? Alright, here, let me... Oh, it's TikTok. That's even worse. Alright. I think, yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I think this is the video I'm looking for here.
Wie sieht aus? Auf geht's.
Can you slow down, please? Can I have some water?
Yeah, sure.
That's Radler.
It's the same.
Wait, where are you going?
2 hours later.
Okay. That is right. That's what I'm basing it off of. Way to Google. German beer hiking meme. I don't know if I typed that in. Alright, whatever. Fuck me, right? Oh, I already did that. Radler probably tastes better. But, so help me out here. Is Radler, is the Warsteiner Radler, is that just a pre-made beer and lemonade? Because I guess that's where I was confused. I thought it was like a brand. Radler is always a mix of brand. Okay, well then maybe that's where I got fucking stupid. Oh, really? What an interesting deal there. Wheat beer in German is called Russian. Interesting. Schweinkram. Well, thanks for being patient with me, guys. I'm annoyed that it was the name I thought. But I didn't realize... I mean, I knew Radler was limited. I don't know. Whatever. Obviously, I got a lot to learn. So I gotta go there. I will guarantee I will gain like 10 pounds from just eating sausages. Because I love sausages. I love hot dogs, love sausages. Oh, man, just thinking about it makes me want to have one. First in beer. Wunderbar. Oh yeah, I've heard of that. That's really interesting. Like, so do you, in Germany are beer floats very popular? I don't know if they've ever really gotten popular here in the U.S., but there are beer floats, which is ice cream and beer. Yeah. Be shot. Interesting. So you'll combine it with. So Germans will combine it with soda and lemonade, but ice cream's where the line is drawn. Interesting. I think I lost that resistor. Well, now it's here. No, the beer goes into the ice cream. Schneemas? It will work upside down. There was a guy I saw on Facebook modular trading and selling site, and he'd built the Fourier, which is an NLC module that has like just an ungodly amount of resistors, and they're all in a giant array. And that guy used either resistors without labels or had them all upside down. And I commented and I was like, bro, are those upside down? And he deleted my comment. And I didn't want to get in trouble by bringing it up again and saying, did you delete my comment, asking a question? Because I'll buy this if you can explain. I didn't want to even bother. And the Fourier's a cool module, but I wouldn't recommend it. Kelton in the house. Konnichiwa to you. You missed it. We were just talking about, we just wasted like 10 minutes looking for a German beer meme. I feel bad inside, but I'm pretty sure after I eat some food, I'll quit feeling bad. On the inside. It'll be on the outside then. I didn't design this board. Oh, wait, you're talking about like perpendicular to the board? Man, that would be a headache machine. Ah, Mr. X. Gute Nacht. Auf Wiedersehen. Adieu. Have a good rest of the night, mate. Hope to see you on Saturday's stream. Do you have any streams coming up right now? I want to say you do, but I think they're later on. They're not in the next couple of days. Oh, or I'm wrong. Tomorrow and on Sunday. All right. I was, for some reason, transposing it to next week, but that's just me being a Dumas. Guys, go check out Mr. X if you want some jams in your life. You just saw what the man just wrote. Tomorrow, Freitag, and Sunday, Sonntag. Get that follow button. Get those notifications so you can, you know when the jam is. They also have a Discord you can follow. If you want to get, they usually post their schedule of their streams. You know, if there's anything special. And, sehr gut. Sehr gut. Oh, that'd be awesome, man. That'd be awesome. I would be very proud. When I was in Frankfurt, I tried, and they would just look at me like a fucking idiot. And I knew they had every right to look at me like a fucking idiot because I was just butchering pronunciation, grammar, even the words itself. I was bad, but I'd love to have a redemption on that someday. I was 22 or something, and my knowledge of German was from a woman who did not speak it natively, just took a bunch of classes in college and decided they'd teach it in Oklahoma. So I never really learned very well. And then, of course, you know the story. I picked it back up like about 15 years ago, and then I met Mrs. Hirasi, and then I kind of forgot to study. It's too busy giving her the love. Yeah, I didn't get a lot of love in Frankfurt. I didn't have a good vibe there. To be fair, though, we didn't realize it until hindsight kicked in. We were in like a really shitty part of the city. We were in the red light district, so and it was just it wasn't very good. Like we just hung out in the train station, in the subway, because that was the safest place we felt. We're like, I'll just hang out in the train station. Just hang out down here. Feels safe. Lots of cops. Tommy! Hello, at school today I mixed vinegar with something else. I think it has like a cooking in the name. Baking soda? Are you making what is it? A volcano? Like a model volcano? Yeah, take care, Mr. X. Well, this was in 1999. I don't know if it's always been that way. I just remembered, like, panicking all the time because I was just like, we wanted to take like a bus somewhere or a train somewhere, but I was like, I don't know if I can get us back home. I don't know if I can get us back to where we are. Let's just stay here and hang out and eat, you know, brats and shit. And that's literally what we did. Just hung out in the train station and got brats from the little food court thing. Tupage! Is it Tupage? There's like a bug in here. Ever fix the stop and play button on a Korg Triton? No. But if the Triton is anything like the Z, I want to say it's a micro switch and not a membrane switch. But I'm not 100% sure. I mean, if you really want to go deep, we can see what we can pull up on them internets. Are you trying to fix that? You got like a bad start-stop button? I feel like I'm yelling when I'm talking. The fuck? Here, I'm gonna see if anything falls off of here. All right, cool. Yes, on both my Korg Trinity and Triton, the transport button have broke. The Triton is worse. All right, let's take a gander here real quick. Korg Triton service manual. I should just go to Internet Archives. Man, it's crazy. Every time I click on a link, it takes like a bajillion years to resolve. Oh, no. I want a downloadable one. Yeah, I'll just download it from here. What? Clicked on this. That was weird. I just download it? Alright, hold up. I don't want this to like... Oh my god, I gotta solve a capture? What a weird question. How many boobs have I touched? Come on. What kind of capture question is that? So where's the start stop? Is it up here? Alright, it's not gonna tell me, is it? Oh, it looks like, I want to say they're micro switches. Are we into the meat? All right, let me see if I can find Korg, Triton, Teardown, or Teardown. Yeah, sure, whatever. All right. Oh, next page. So a micro switch, I don't know if I have one laying around on my table. So there's a couple different ways you could do switches, and that's how they did them back in them keyboard days. Is this guy gonna tear this whole thing down? Ah, fuck you. It's never gonna show it. It's just gonna get to the key bed, and they're gonna stop. Rrrr. I have a feeling this is gonna suck too. Oh, wait. Okay, that's the audio board. That's, okay, the joystick. Oh, cool. Damn it! Extreme button repair. Bro, I just want a picture. Ah, you filthy shyster bastards. I don't know if I'm gonna find what I'm looking for. the program and volume knob. Man, I'm disappointed. All right, I'm gonna guess it's some sort of micro switch. So, let me see if I can find one here that I have. Although, I don't know if I do. I haven't seen one in a while. But there's a lot of shit here, so. Alright, let me see if I have one in the box. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I believe. Okay, so here's a micro switch. So you might have, hopefully, you've got this or something similar. It might be a different size, definitely a different color, but it's going to be something like that. It'll have 4 legs, and it'll sit in there. Now, I don't know how bad the button is. Like, it just absolutely won't work. But if you can feel it making the clicking inside, but it's just not working, I've got a great thing to tell you. I'll wait to make sure. Well, it doesn't matter. So what you want to do is get you want to try some deox or deoxit. So what you'll do is a very, very small amount on this switch. And you're going to try to get it around the edges so that it'll get underneath it. You could take a swab and, oh shit, just dumped crap everywhere. You could take a swab. Where did I have my swabs? Did I just throw it away? No, yeah. So you could take a swab and put a little bit on the swab and get it in. It's an extremely small amount. You really don't need, you don't need much. You just need it to get in there. And then once you have that in or you've got it applied, you'll hit the button for a good couple minutes. Like, you could spend 30 seconds. It kind of depends on how confident you are that it's getting down inside the switch. And you'll just bang on it for a really long, good amount of time. And what'll happen is this stuff is, it removes oxidation and corrosion and things. Well, I think it's just oxidation. I don't know if it's corrosion. But it'll definitely help. And so inside a switch, you've got 2 metal pieces, right? And over time, moisture, crud, oil, burp, it'll get in there, and it just won't make a good enough connection. This stuff basically cleans that, but you have to smack it together. You have to hit it to agitate and flush out and remove that stuff. Like, I'll use this, not this particular one, I have a spray can version, but I'll use this on like a jack, like a plug-in jack, like a guitar amp or something like that, where you're plugging in. And if it's a little crusty or a little nasty, you'll spray that in, and then you have to push in and pull out the jack for a good 30 seconds. Longer's better, but you'd be surprised. Once that's done, it should fix the switch. I've repaired a lot of micro switches like this with deoxit. Now, if the button doesn't have like a clicking motion, like you're not feeling that click, then it's possibly a membrane switch. And that is trickier to do. I haven't really found a good way to fix those other than just replacing them. But you can try. So a membrane switch is like how the keyboard works, like the keys on the key work. So you'll have two, it'll be black contact areas. And the way that it works is just, once you press that button, the button has that same contact, and it completes it completes the circuit. It shorts it out. I don't think you have that because those had LEDs, but I don't know for sure. But if that's the case, it might be good to see if you can find a replacement button. Are you in the US? If you're in the US, I can recommend Centaur. I think you can get it overseas too. I just don't know if it's the cheapest option here, but Centaur. Yeah, whatever. So we're gonna go. You said Korg. Wow, they changed their site. No, you're not in the US? All right, well, I don't know of any suppliers in outside of the US. So if you can't find anything, you might just reach out to these guys if they have what you're looking for. So I don't know which Triton there is because they made so fucking many. You said a Pro though, right? Oh wait, it's not there. Let me back this up. Oh no, you didn't mention which one. Well, we'll just check it out, see if they've, because it's not going to be. Ah, that looks like a clicky. No. Oh wait, those are pots. Oh yeah, but there's your switches. And my best Professor Farnsworth voice. Good news, everyone. Those look very much like micro switches. And these are very repairable with the method I just showed you by using deoxit. You should be able to get this from anywhere. The company that makes it is called Craig. For this type of job, I would recommend getting this type. This is Deoxit D100 because it's the easiest to use. And again, it's super. Oh, Kaig. Is it Kaig? You're right. CAIG. Kaig Laboratories. Thank you. But you should be able to get this. And again, a very tiny amount. You don't need much at all. The way this thing works, it has like a nail polish applicator. So you'll just like wick off the excess. Oh, I put that one away. Here, we just do it. We'll just do it. We'll do it live. So this isn't going to hurt this switch anyway, so it's going to only be good. So I'll take this. And you can maybe see a little bit of it. You can see how it's kind of wet. Get it in there. Let me put this away. And then, so I've got that juice around there, and you basically just hit the button over and over and over that should help pull it in and clean it and make it good. Now, if you I don't know if you have a multimeter, but the way you can check it to see if you've done anything, because taking that thing apart and putting it back together is going to be a big pain in the ass. So before you put it back together, get your multimeter, and you're going to put your meter on either side of the switch. Like these are 2 connections. I think they might even be shared. Let's see. It's going to be different on everything. Yeah, so these are 2 independent connections. So this connects to this one, vice versa. So you'll get your probes. This isn't going to work very well because I've only got this one hand. Oh, wait, am I wrong? Is it the other way? It is the other way. My bad. So these connect together. But that's this one. You'll have to probe around to figure it out. And since you have another working button, you can just go next to that and figure out what's up. But you'll put your probe on either side of the 2 leads. And oh, scheisse. Come on. Come on. And you press the button, and, well, you should get a beep. You can do it you'll want to do it on both. If it has 4 pins, just check all 4 of them. Do different combinations. Like I said, you might just get continuity across, which means that this is all one. So it's not connecting from here to here. It's connecting from here to here. But they're all kind of different, so you'll just kind of have to probe around to figure it out. Again, use the working switch to double check, but try that first, because more than likely that's going to fix the problem. These things don't really break, but they do corrode, and they do get oxidation and crud, and it fucks them up. But if it doesn't work, take measurements, and you might even do it outside of it. If you have a caliper, get measurements of the switch and the lead spacing, all these little details. Get all of that, write it all down, or videotape it, whatever you want to do to get the info down. And if it doesn't work, then you can go, and feel free to stop by again, but we can go and find this switch and get it. Also, make sure you take note of the top cap. It should be standard, but it's Korg, and they're kind of weird. And then we can try to find the part. Again, you could check out Centaur if you want to, but these switches are still made. It's just a question of if they have the exact one we need. Yeah, these switches are not cleared. They're not sealed. You can tell in the picture they're not. When they have these little plastic nubs, that typically means you can put stuff along the shaft here and then press it, and it should flush down underneath it. I fixed a ton of stuff by just using deoxit on switches. I quit buying them. I used to look up what the switches were and then buy them, and then I'd get it open and I'd be like, well, let me try some deox first, and it would fix it like every time. So hopefully it's that. And if it's something where it's kind of worn out over time, I'm leaning towards, corrosion oxidation. If it just stopped working one day, like maybe you're having a good jam and you slam down on it and it could have broken the mechanism inside, then yeah, but I feel like you would have brought that up. Get Coca-Cola and coffee, exactly. Yeah, give that a try because the other option is to replace the switch, and I don't know how comfortable you are with a soldering iron. It's not impossible to do, but it is a job. And it does take a lot of patience and time and stuff like that. These look like they don't even have the legs off to the side. So you may have to flip the board over and probe there. I don't know. I can't really tell in this picture. But yeah, you can see, yeah, you've got the LEDs, which I think is the Korg format. The cap will sit on the switch, and then there's like a little window for the LED. We can look at these. I saw them earlier when we were looking at the buttons. Yeah. So there'll be like the switches here, and then the LED will rest off to the side, and that'll illuminate when it's indicated. Yeah, I know, right? They sure don't make them to save money. Although, to be fair, Kelton, it's a single-sided board. So all the trace parties are on the other side. Although, again, can't be that much on the other side, right? Yeah, Centaur is great. The guy that runs it, I follow him on social media. He is a solid bro. And the history of how the company even started is hilarious. Like, I think he just collected emu samplers and then slowly became like an expert on them, and then started collecting other keyboards and becoming an expert, and then started parting them out. And because people would be like, oh, you know, my such and such doesn't work anymore. Oh, we have one that got hit by, you know, fell off a truck and broke. So there's no sense in trying to restore the whole thing. We'll harvest parts out of it and sell it. And they have some upgrade kits too. Feel free to reach out to them as well. They may even know if you end up having to replace the switch and you can't quite figure it out. You may just hit them up and be like, hey, do you guys know which micro switches, you know, what kind of buttons they are for this and that? You know, they may be able to help you there too. Because they are, like I said, it's an awesome site, awesome company. The guys makes fantastic products and individual, like, yeah. I tell everybody with a pair of ears, get yourself a can, at least get the can of deoxit. You can get D5, which is the most diluted. This D and then the number is the dilution amount. And this is diluted, but it still works great. It means really that, you know, if you need to spray a lot, you don't have to worry about that. This D100, it's a little bit, goes a long way. But it's been great. I've restored so many electronics from just this stuff without having to replace switches or pots, all those parts that are kind of no fun to replace. Yeah, you're probably right, Kelton. It probably wasn't the most expensive deal to make. Yeah, I hear you. You could rinse it off if you want. I mean, at the worst, you're just going to have to replace that switch 5 years down the road. But I've been using it on a bunch of stuff, and I haven't had it bite me in the butt yet. It hasn't come back and been like a headache that I should have ran away from. So currently, I don't think you have to. But actually, does it tell you? Apply sparingly. Remove excess. Repeat until surface appears clear. Apply deoxit gold or deoxit shield to treat surface for extended protection. See website for more info. So they don't flat out tell you gotta clean it off of the area after the fact, but this is the bare minimum instructions. There's a lot more. Feel free to do more research on it. And if you find anything that contradicts what I'm talking about, please share. Please come back and share. That's the only way I'm gonna learn, is if you find out it's not the case. You find out that's something else, and you come back and tell me. I'll be like, oh, could have knocked me over with a feather. Oh my God, guys, we got Reflex in the house. Reflex, Vil Coleman. We were talking earlier about SciTech and repair channels. Definitely go check out our buddy Reflex. They do console, gaming, video game related repairs and restorations and mods, all of that. And they stream pretty regularly. So definitely give them a follow and put them in your follow list on the Twitch. They're also on YouTube, but I don't have a way to do shout-outs on YouTube. But you have a different name on YouTube, don't you? Or I forget your YouTube channel. Let me see if I can pull it up. Oh, it's Reflex as well. Okay, so same name on YouTube. Oh, -D8D. Oh, here we go. I'll just start in the Twitch chat, or the YouTube chat, I mean. They also game on those machines that they fix and repair. They also do FPGA gaming using, that's a Mister, right? And it's just great vibes over there. Great channel, great vibes. Good to see you, mate. And I hung out, I guess it was yesterday or maybe it was Monday. They all bleed together for me. But you were kicking it on, man, what game was it? I'm trying to remember now. Oh, no. Okay, so I think it was yesterday. You were working on a NES, and I remembered you had you were doing debugging, like you were running like a debug ROM on it, and I'd never seen one of those in the flesh, so it was kind of cool. I'm aware of them, but I've never, messed with them. Mainly because I haven't worked on any gaming consoles. Oh, that's not true. I worked on a PlayStation 2, and I didn't get as far as I want. I had 2 PlayStation 2s, and and an Xbox 3. Okay, I've done a little bit, but I haven't had great success. And I'm not really crazy about gaming, retro gaming. I mean, I like it, but not enough to get crazy with it. Although, you know what? I have a Game Gear and a Game Boy Color, so I don't know. Maybe I'm lying. I have a NES dev environment finally set up last week. Oh, neat. Oh, nice. That'll be killer, mate. That'll be killer. Well, welcome in. We're working on this massive build. We've taken plenty of breaks, though. It's the spectral gate. I can't remember what it's called. But it's 36 filters, and I have 2 of the boards, so I'm building both of them. And right now, we're just putting on the 220 ohm resistors, but there's 192 of them on both boards. We're still on board 1, but we're almost done. I have a really horrible feeling we're not even going to get close to finishing all the resistors today, but that's fine. It's not a race. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you so much for subscribing to the YouTube channel, mate. Let's go. You know, I just realized I should have gone the other direction, because now my hand's gonna... One day I'm gonna learn how to do this. Oops. Alright, it's a good starting number. Well, you know what? Never mind. I forgot I gotta do both sides, so yeah, let's grab it. Aww. Keep feeling like I grab like a bunch, and then it's just not right. Alright, actually, I think I might have overdone it. That is a lot of resistors. I don't get that, Micro Man. I never was a big crossword puzzle person. I hear it's good for the brain, but I would just do drugs instead. Reflex with the 6 months. Holy moly, mate. Let's go. Holy moly. Thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate that. Love the emote spams. Let's go. Keep that chat happy. Feed it the emotes. I remember one of my friends, like, he started streaming on Twitch, and he would get really mad if I spammed emotes. But he was just starting out, and it was literally like me and maybe one other person in his chat, and I'm like, bro, you gotta let us spam here. It's... How else are we gonna tell that there's hype? And he did not last long. I haven't talked to that guy in like a couple of years now. I've been feeling about hitting him up. He's kind of a weird cat. Like, he worked in my industry, and he was really good. And then COVID happened, and he, like, I guess he just lost interest in the job or something like that. I don't know. He never really explained, but I always thought it was strange. I'm like, dude, you were really good at this, and it's good money. And my only guess is that he just got tired of it. But like, he went on to do jobs that I was like, why would you do that when you could do this? But that was like the one of the few instances where I've ran into someone who was like, no, I don't want a bunch of emotes in my chat. All right, Scrooge. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's got to be like, it's got to be just, I don't know. I just assume he fell out of love with his job. You know, that's all I can think of. And I mean, I totally can relate to that. But I'm also like, I don't know. If I'm gonna quit doing a job, then I want the next job I go to be significantly better, you know? Like, I used to do IT for like my 20s, for most of my, pretty much all my 20s, and then a little bit of my early 30s. That's what I did. I did IT. I mostly did help desk. So I was just fixing people's computers, fixing people's dumb shit. And as you can tell from my tone, I really got tired of it because it just got boring to me or uninteresting or something. And so I got laid off from my old job, and I was like, cool, I'm gonna take my unemployment money from this, because I got laid off, not fired, so I could file for unemployment. And I used that to help transfer into my job as a freelancer doing audiovisual stuff. And then later I just do audio. I don't really fuck with the other crap in this business. And it was probably one of the best moves I ever made, because I found like an old kind of journal entry like 10 years later, 8 years later, and I was like genuinely sick of my job. I was hating it. And I had like an insanely easy job that paid fairly decently. But I was like, you know, I'm like, I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to move on. And getting laid off really made that a lot easier to do. And I genuinely do not miss computer repair. And I thought about moving into, you know, repairing electronics, like kind of what we're doing here, but like that's what I do. I work at a repair shop or whatever. And then I like realized like this is just going to be IT all over again. I'm going to be excited, I'm going to be hungry, I'm going to enjoy the beginning. But then it's just going to become this repetitious garbage that I can't stand, and it's going to be other people's faults, and I'm having to fix them, and I'm going to, you know, have all this resentment for it. And I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to do that because I'm just going to be angry again in like 10 years. And so I'm still doing AV work, but I have some irons in the fire that should be something hopefully I can move over to after some time. I'm not moving on it really fast because I don't want to make any mistakes, you know, so I'm kind of walking slowly. But at the same time, like one of the things I tried was just streaming and what we're doing now and everything. And initially I was like, oh yeah, this will replace my income. But then I did the math and I was like, I'd like to make more than I did, not less. And, or at least the same. And streaming doesn't, I mean, it makes good, it's not bad, but it's just not enough money to live off of. If I was like 20 something, hell yeah, this would be plenty of money. But I'm married, I have a house, I have a wife. Oh wait, I already said that twice tonight. I have, you know, I have more responsibilities than I did in my 20s. And those responsibilities have a fiscal footprint, a financial footprint that I have to deal with. So I have to be cognizant of that. Hello, yeah, oh, that's right. Reflex, you did IT as well. I think I'm going to remember you bringing that up on your channel a couple times. Yeah, it's funny, like, what I wanted to do and what I could do weren't the same. Like, I worked for several companies trying to work at their data center because I just wanted to be like a, you know, a server rat. Like, just work the late shift and, you know, something like that, and be like, oh, hey, node 5 is down. Go to it, go in, you know, but, oh, yeah, this thing's bad. Let's swap this out, swap this in, reboot, or whatever the fuck, you know, I don't know. And bang, bang, boom, I'm done. That's what I really wanted to do. And I got very, very close to that, and then it, like, it ate shit, and I really didn't want to try again. That's been long enough. I can probably talk about it. So I worked at GoDaddy because they're based here in Arizona and Phoenix, and I worked there. And I told my boss, like, "Hey, man, I don't mind doing, you know, tech support, but what I really want to do is what I just told you guys." And he's like, I think you'd be perfect for that kind of work, man. Don't worry, I'm gonna get you in. I've got friends over there. Really, we're just waiting for an opening, and then you can apply, and we'll just keep applying until you get in, but I'll definitely back you up. And I'm like, awesome, you're a great manager. This is great. Then that guy got in trouble for sexual harassment that he was not guilty of. He was still a good dude, but this lady that quit to be I am not exaggerating or kidding, she wanted to be a professional karaoke singer. Well, she quit that job, and then about 3 months in, I guess she realized that doesn't really make any money, and so she sued her former employer, saying that it was harassment. Hey, Key, welcome in. How'd those line up so straight on their own? Oh, that's a good question. So it's surface tension. Here, these are gonna be weird because I have to do them this way. Well, here, do we have to? No, we do because this board's so freaking big. So the solder connects the pad and the lead together. And then we'll just go over on this side, and boom, boom. The solder will kind of just accumulate as much as it can hold in that area. So when you're doing it, you can put a little bit on there, and then put another on the other, and then you do the little goofy wipe thing, and that typically does it. It's definitely not 100%. Doesn't work 100% of the time, all the time, but it does work for me most of the time. Of course, I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna have a nasty moment here, but we'll see. And then I'm holding the solder wire here on the left, which is just thick enough to have enough, stiffness to move these things around, but then if I need more solder, I can just push it in and make it happen. A pro fake singer? I know, man. It was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Oh, that's a good point too, Reflex. The board is covered in flux. So the flux really, really helps. If you're ever doing any soldering, particularly SMD soldering, flux is the make or break. If I were to do this dry, all I could do is maybe the flux that's in my solder wire, which honestly is enough. Oh, Ace! Deja vu! Didn't I see you, I could have sworn I saw you earlier. Maybe I'm getting the days confused? Happens. But, no, it was earlier today, because I remembered making a dumb G'day joke or something like that, something goofy like that. I'm sorry, I don't have good writers, Just got me. The tension and then the bother of trying to line up the components. Sega. Meow. Oh. See, this is what I'm talking about. We might have to get the tweezers. Oh, welcome in. Yeah, we focus on soldering and getting people into the solder life. It's a fun hobby. It's great to build, you know, modules and instruments and toys and goofies. And it's not as hard as I think a lot of people think. Takes a little bit of practice, takes a little bit of time. Ah, you bastard. But definitely an accessible skill. That guy's crooked. It's kind of eating at me. There we go. All right. Oh, I got going the wrong way. Not that it matters. I just have my fetishes, you know?
Oh, we got fetishes.
And it's 8 o'clock, and I kind of want a coffee, but it's kind of late. But it does feel good. Let me check something. I got this. Someone in chat recommended this caffeine tracking app, and it was only on Android, but I found like an Apple equivalent. Espresso. Oops. So it's gonna be 2 shots of espresso. And it's not gonna take me 10 minutes to finish. It's gonna take me an hour. How bad is that gonna be? Oh shit. It's recommending I not have it, because I'll have a it'll be till 5 a.m. All right, fine. Can I take it off? Delete. All right, I guess no espresso for me today. Pretty sure I could handle it though. It's a tough call. I'll tell you what. Let me solder the rest of these. Oh my god. Oh my god. I knocked all these resistors off. We'll have to fix them. My big dumb hands. I should have had this on camera, my bad. Oh, okay, that one was not a stray. It was actually from here. Ah, there's one missing. Yeah, I don't know where it went. Alright, let's grab a freshie. And we'll just accept that it ran away. Oh man, have you guys seen the footage of Billy Idol as the T-1000? And before they got Patrick, fuck, can't remember his last name. The guy who played the T-1000. God, Robert Patrick. Oh, damn it. It was close. So, they initially had, they wanted to have, Billy Idol be it. And they shot video of him as the T-1000. And it is, I'm really glad they didn't. Because it's just weird. It looks so odd, and he's like, it's Billy Idol dressed as a cop going, tell me where John Connor is. Like, Billy Idol voice, he didn't try, no, it's all there. And the only reason, or supposedly the reason, I don't know, if he was telling the story, is he had to run, and he can't run because of a leg injury, so he'd have a limp. Robert Patrick, on the other hand, as you probably know, learned to he's admitted alcoholic, like he has a drinking problem, and so when he got that gig, he quit. He completely quit drinking, started hitting the gym, learned how to run without, and breathing through his nose, was able to run faster than the motorcycle in the freaking scene. They had to tell him to slow down. because he was catching up. And then on top of that, learned to fire his pistol and guns without blinking, which is insane. Just try it. You don't even have to get a firearm. Just light a firecracker and try not to jerk or blink. It's insane. So I kind of think that was a good thing, because I love Billy Idol, you know, Vital Idol, Eyes Without a Face, all that, yeah, fuck yeah. But Rebel Yell, but I just, you know, I gotta say, Robert Patrick had way more dedication as an actor and a performer than Billy Idol did. Yeah. He brought that up too, mate. He brought that up in like about a couple of years ago. It's his cousin or something like that. It's not his brother. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Robert Patrick and Richard Patrick are brothers. My bad. I couldn't remember. He's told the story, and he kind of revealed that, and I didn't have any clue. And I don't think a lot of people knew that until he's like, well, yeah, my brother, he was in a band with Trent Reznor, and they didn't get along, and he was like working on this big giant album, you know, and he was like, hey man, can I get some money? And Trent was like, yeah, you can go deliver pizzas. And he got so pissed off, and then he quit the band and started Filter, and so on and so forth. My favorite Claude folk, Canabanada, welcome in. Yeah. That was released in an interview recently too, because someone asked him about it, and he's like, yeah, that's me. Blah, blah, blah contacted me and was like, hey, did you know Trent wrote a song about you? And he's like, oh man. And you know, honestly, I mean, granted, I'm sure Trent Reznor has grown up and everything, but it really made him look like a cunt. Because 9 Inch Nails was the two of them, and then it just became Trent. Because he wouldn't pay his bandmates, or his bandmate. But that is not even remotely uncommon. There are a lot of bands that have done stuff like that. It's kind of one of the reasons I'm glad I didn't put all my eggs into the becoming a successful musician bag. As one, I don't think I have, in hindsight, I don't really think I have the skill. I'm no slouch, but there's artists out there that are just mountains and mountains ahead of my skill level. And I kind of like I think I oversimplified it like, oh, well, Beck can write a bunch of hit albums, so can I. And then as I got older, I was like, dude, Beck's a fucking genius, man. Like, he's just beyond brilliant. So yeah, he probably does all right. Three-year-old you. Yeah, I think so too, Ekin. I mean, I think it kind of worked out. I'm sure, Richard doesn't make the millions of dollars that Trent does, but I mean, that's not the point of life, to become a big giant millionaire. In the music industry, I feel like that's very overly emphasized, but in my observations, it's kind of bullshit. Like, the important thing in any career is to be successful, and that success isn't monetary necessarily. It does market, of course, but it's kind of a douchewagony way to look at it, Because I've worked with tons of people who are not very talented, not very good at their job, but they make a bunch of money. And then you've got other people that are extremely talented, really amazing, and they do all right. So it's not a marker, but in the music industry, I think it is kind of the one way. But I think, a lot of it, and I've even tried to tell friends and family about it, like, listen, do you love music? Yeah. Do you love writing music? Do you love performing? Do you love those things? Yeah. Then try to find a job that caters to that enjoyment. It's not going to be main stage at Coachella. It's not going to be a world tour. It's not going to be that. Those are things that people get, and it's kind of a luck of the draw. Like deadmau5 even brought it up, that he's like, it's a lot of it is just right place, right time, lucky you. And I agree with that. I don't agree with a lot of that guy says, but I'm like 100% on that. I'm like, yeah. And he admits, like, I'm just lucky. I got lucky. I'm not any better than this or that or anything. I'm good, but the amount of success he kind of equated that he has is a lot of it is from luck and just being in the right place at the right time. All right, so now it's 8 p.m. I don't think I should have an espresso, iced coffee. I think I'll get a Dr. Pepper instead. But I gotta finish this. Oh, here, I'll put it in my phone. Ah, perfect. Oh, this is a cool app. I'm glad somebody brought this up. I mean, I'm not a big... Caffeine doesn't really affect me as strongly, but... still, I'd rather not inadvertently get all caffeinated up. Oh, shit. Beck's a good example. Yeah, exactly. But, you listen to interviews with Beck, and not necessarily the early stuff. The early stuff, he was kind of like, I think he was fucking around. But as he's gotten older, he's a little bit more honest and forthcoming about it. And you like quickly realize this man's like a genius. He's insanely smart. He kind of comes across. I think it's his baby face, honestly. I think his like persona makes you think that like, oh, he's kind of a goofy stoner dude or whatever. But then you hear him like some of his albums, man. Just some of them are incredible. And even his early stuff is fucking amazing. I love his early noise stuff and weird experimental shit. I love that. I also love El Guerrero, or I think it's Guerrero. That's one of my favorite albums of his. Sea Change, that's a great. Someone I remember they were a little bit more critical of Beck, and they're like, oh, I don't like this album, I like this one, and I was like, yeah, man, I just like them all. I think I like some albums more so than others, but I could just listen to that shit any old day and be like, fuck. He's the David Bowie of our time. Ooh, look at that giant pinhead there. Your suffering will be legendary, even in hell. Hey, Canna Banana, I don't know. I don't think it's that easy. Let me see here. Go to his, Dude, look at his fucking wiki page. Yeah, Stereopathetic Soul Manure, that was the first album I listened to. Mellow Gold was the breakout. Or no, wait, was it? No, it was Odelay, wasn't it? Mutations, Midnight Vultures, Sea Change, Guerrero. Or Guerrero. I can't say it now. The Information, Modern Guilt. Now, I don't know if I've listened to these newer albums, to be honest. I think I listened to Colors. I don't know if I've listened to Morning Phase. But Guerra, as you can tell, is, from the link there, it's my jam record. Yeah, Girl, Missing, I was singing it in my head when I went to go get my drink there. Oh my God, I love that song. It's so pretty. Black Tambourine. Hell Yes is a fun one. Broken Drum. Oh man. God, I got goosebumps. Just thinking of Broken Drum. Yeah, Chain Reaction. Oh yeah, Fax Machine. Really enjoy his stuff. I hope he keeps pumping out records. something, always something different. For Choose, I'm sorry if I think I said hi, but I'm not certain about that. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing super guile. We've been populating this board with only one value because there's 192 resistors of just this one value across 2 boards. We just finished one and it took way longer. Kind of a disturbingly long amount of time. But we did have several stops along the way. We've had some great questions in the chat. So, you know how it is here. Someone brings up a good question, we got to stop and talk. And of course, I did stop to talk about the Terminator and Billy Idol. You know, with the rebel yell, she cries more and more and more. Hey, little sister, da, 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 do, 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 do. Holy shit. Slabnol, welcome in. I usually lurk, but I must say that I am finally starting my first soldering project. I hope to do a simple Atari 2600 mod for the 6-switch model, which removes RF in favor of AV output. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I've seen some videos on that. I was having a severe issue with a static picture. Game still visible, so hopefully it's just interference. I don't need to recap anything. You know, I don't know enough about the Ataris to say for certain, or you know, to really actually to have any say. Usually stuff from the 80s isn't too bad for recapping. The important thing is that if you do have to do that, well, you know, though, you're saying it has a static image on it, right? Let me see. Let me read that again. The is having a severe issue with a static picture. Game still visible. Could you elaborate on that issue a little bit more? Like, are you saying like the game would, like you'd have like the title screen and it would still show up? And then, you go into the game and it would still work, but you'd have this like junk on the screen? That's what I call resistance. Oh, static, like, okay, like noise. Static. I'm sorry, I was thinking static as in non-moving. Oh, we got ads. I'll wait for the ads to end. It could be a bunch of different things, to be honest. The Cappy the Cappy CTA? Cappy, welcome in. Hooking up the Y and the C together. Yeah, like you can get you can get Luma, or what's it called, like Sync on Green? I think, I don't know, like, I was into this for a while, but I never really, I just watched YouTube videos about it. I never really got my hands dirty. Hey, welcome in, Cappy. Cappy, we are working on a eurorack synthesizer module here. This one's pretty weird and unique and very, 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 very large. And we're taking at it slow. Here, I'll give you a little. So here's the board. I have this on here just for my hand to rest on it. We're just doing one component value at a time. So we did this one. You can see here the resistors. But it'll take a long time to get the whole thing built. But I don't know if you're familiar with the eurorack or not. Here's a couple of smaller modules. These are two of the same thing. Let me get something different here. This and so with eurorack or modular synthesis, you basically the back they mount into a case, and then the back has a power connector, and then all the plumbing, all the routing is done on the front using little 1/8" cables to connect it. Here's ours. Here, I'll get rid of me. So there, behind me, where I was, is one case. And then we've got this whole rack here, and then we've got this case, and then that case, and then over there, right there, is another case. They can all interface with each other. There's nothing really preventing it. They basically just have their own power supplies to run them. But everything is homogeneous. You can, you know, have them talk and everything. Ah, the Cappy CTA, welcome in. Thank you for that follow. Yeah, we're a soldering channel. We try to get people into soldering, into making, into building, and you know, answering questions if we can, but just kind of helping people get into this really, really fun hobby that honestly, the skill gap, the barrier of entry isn't very hard. isn't too bad. It's not easy, but it's not hard. You know, it's like middle. Now, if you, I don't know. Yeah, it's not that difficult. Let me catch up on the chat here. Yeah, the RF video looks terrible. So if you're converting it to anything like S-video or component or composite, it's just you're gonna notice like, this tastes so much better. Yeah, was it slabnol? So, yeah, I mean, even if you make a mistake, you're not going to be the first one to make it, so it's not a big deal. It's just troubleshooting, finding it, and correcting it. Some of them are easier to do. Some of it's a little bit more noodle scratching and fine work, but the Atari is honestly like a very comfortable thing to work on, I think. I mean, the only issue is it's old, so like the traces and the stuff are a little bit more delicate, but you know, flux, time, patience, it's totally doable. Bespoke? What? The modular? Kinda, I guess. Spot here. There she be. Oh wait, but where did it go? Bloody hell. Oh, I see it. But yeah, that's our focus on this channel, is just to get people into soldering. I'm fairly knowledgeable on synthesizers and synthesis, sound designing, stuff like that. I have a reasonable amount of knowledge on it. My day job is I'm an audio engineer. I'm a freelance audio engineer. I do live event stuff. Mostly what's called corporate AV, so it's like meetings and conferences and conventions, things like that. It's not, I don't really do music very much, if at all. I try to avoid it because it's just loud. It's just loud. So sick of loud. Yeah. Patience is gonna be, if you ever get frustrated, easiest thing to do is just get up, go for a stretch. If you're spending too much time on an area and you're worried about the heat damaging it, just take a break. Get up, go for a stretch, you know, whatever you want to do to kind of take a quick little, you know, walk away from it. You don't need to spend that much time, you know, but lots of breaks when you're getting frustrated, because in my experience anyways, you might be more zen than me, but if things aren't working for me, I get frustrated, and then I just start disregarding, and I just turn into like a jealous lover. If this won't work for me, it will work for no one. And that can, I've had a lot of regrets from that attitude in the past, so if you just take time, go get yourself a beverage, or you know, watch a little video or something like that. Just step away from it. Is probably the best advice I can give in those scenarios, because it can get frustrating. These guys, they live by their own rules. They don't understand man's rules. think they invented man's rules. Man's Rules, not the show on CBS. Coming this fall to CBS. Man's Rules. Oh my god, I tried to grab a bunch. Ended up only grabbing one. Wish I could just turn this into a bucket. All right, it's probably enough. Yeah, and the static, actually, you know, and I'm thinking about it more, it could be a capacitor issue. I don't know. I'd have to look at an Atari. Fuck it. You tickled my curiosity bone. You said it was the 5-switch version? I can't remember. You specified the variation of it. 6-switch. 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 RF mod. Let's just see if I can find that. So this is for the PAL. Oops. Wrong button. There we go. But it shouldn't be wildly different. That's right, it has a big... You know, I'm not seeing any electrolytic caps. These disc capacitors can fail, but it's not super common. Oh, nice. But, you know, at the same time, there's not a boatload. Oh, there we go. There's an electrolytic. It's an axial. Wild. Oh, wait, are these... No, these are these polystyrenes? Holy shit, I think they are. Yeah, those are polystyrenes. Oh my god. Don't mess those up. I think I bought the last of them a few years ago. I found somebody that was selling polystyrenes and I just bought like as much as I could afford. And I cleaned that dude out. Okay, so this doesn't look too... I don't know if this is the same mod, but... It looks pretty... Oh yeah, there you go, you got RGB. Or is it G and just L and R? I think that looks like left and right. I don't want to read all these words. Yeah, totally doable job. feel free to hit us up if you do run into the issues. We have a Discord server, so if you do the Discord stuff, feel free to join them there. And we have like sections for troubleshooting. You know, if you need an extra pair of eyes on something you did, or if you're having, you know, whatever, feel free to post in there. I'll do my best. Sometimes the community does a much better job than anything I could ever do, and they'll save the day. But if I have anything to say about it, I'll join in for sure. But if not, if you don't do Discord, feel free to hit me up on other social medias. You can DM me or tag me or whatever the hell people are doing these days. I'll be happy to try. Dig Dugster, hola! We are technically just populating a board. We're working on, this is the spectral gate, or spectral filter from Nonlinear Circuits. It's a 36-band filter. It has 36 sliders. It's a big project. Here, you can kind of see how big the board is, hand for scale. And we have two of these boards. We've put the resistors, this value resistor, on the first one, and now we're working on the second one. It took me way too long to do the first one, so I'm hoping I can move a little bit quicker on this one, but you never know. There's one thing I am heightenedly aware of, is that I am slow. When we're doing stream builds, I could move a lot faster if it was just me watching Star Trek. It's not a vocoder. It's kind of, I don't even know how to describe it. Here, I'll bring it up here. This is what it looks like. It's just a massive filter. You've got 36 bands, or 36 filters, and then they're divided into these 6 individual bands. And but that's basically the octaves, so it's effectively 6 octaves. Go here, I can show you. There's one sheet on here from the original thing that it's based on that I think, it was kind of my aha, I get it picture. So you have, you've got your octaves, but it's 2 to create the 1. So that's how you go from 12 tet to 6 tet. And it's in between values. So it's not 49, which would be G, you know, G1. It's not 51.99, that would be G sharp. It's 50. Same on, and then you have each one of these banks as you go along until you get up to the top here. Actually, that's weird. It cuts off. I don't know if he kept going or what. I may be wrong on exactly the distribution, but the first value I ran across is 220 ohms, and there's 96 of them. Since there's 2 boards, there's 192 that we have to do. There's like 72 trim pots on here. It's just a big build. I'm gonna take a couple minutes to finish. No, you set the cue and width and everything as part of the tuning process. You basically get the filter lined up on the proper frequency, and then I believe you adjust the cue of it to match. I'm not too sure on that. I haven't read through the whole thing, to be honest. I'm a little dumb. From what I understand, here we can look at a demo, because he did have a demo up of it. Oops. That's weird. Oh, I get what happened. Alright, whatever. You get the idea, though. It's nasty. Makes nasty sounds for nasty people like myself. Yeah, I feel like it has like a formant kind of sound to it, right? But we're just hanging out, working on this rude boy. It's a big build. And I don't even have all the parts for it, but I was like, well, I should do the resistors because I have all that, and if I don't, I need to order it. And this seems like the easiest way to knock that theory out. Alright, I think that's all down there. Scoochy, scoochy, scoochy. There it is. I have a new diagnosis. Apparently I have a heart. Wait, what? I think I'm missing something here. that's good. Good. I think that's what, I'm no doctor, but I think that's what it's what you want. Speaking of what you want, oh wait, look at this. Brachycardia, which was a false alarm from a bad test, I think. Yeah, I need to go get my ticker looked at. So I still have had SVT a couple weeks ago, and I don't know. I gotta do something about it. I just kind of don't want to because, like, the treatments for it aren't exactly something I want. You know, Dick, I saw something the other day. It was about I might have even brought this up because this was like a few weeks ago that I noticed it. But I was looking over my, I was just looking over my history on Twitch, and I saw like, oh man, I had this big raid, and I don't remember it. Or I couldn't remember it really, and I like found the video of it because I have like archives of everything, and I went back and watched it, and I realized like, oh, this is when I remember this now. This is when Liz Vega raided us, and when I was watching the video, you know, whenever there's a raid, you know, a lot of people, they're like, oh, I'm gonna follow this cat, and that was you. I saw your name pop up in the right when I was skipping to it, because I'm like, where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? It says 3 hours, okay. And then there was like, you know, brand new. And then I saw your name pop out, and I was like, ah, that is the genesis. That is the lore. I totally forgot about it. But you know me, man. I got the brain of two cats fighting over another cat. A cat attack. I was in her channel not too long ago. I like to lurk in her channel. Great vibes over there. Do you still hang out over there? I don't think I've seen you in the chat, but again, her channel is very, let's just hang out and chill, you know, when she's jamming and stuff, when she's working on making, well, not working, when she's playing music. There we go. And this was like 3 or 4 years ago. It was a long time ago. Well, sort of. I guess it depends on your perspective. Oh, really? Well, that was where I saw you follow, anyways. I didn't really dig deep. So it could have been like what you're talking about, and I just didn't notice. Oh man. Let me do a little stretching. Man, I should have just had a marathon stream or something, because this thing is, oh, it's so long of a build. And it's made so much worse that I have 2 of these. We'll never really be able to get a nice idea of the time it takes to build one, which is fine. After building the A2 null, I'm like, I don't really want to do that again. I looked at how much they sell for, and I was like, dude, I'm not getting paid $100 to build that thing. That's not enough money for the amount of time that takes. You're making like $5 an hour at that point. Well, maybe not that low, but it's less than 10. Just a straight shot, 2,500 miles, that direction. Nice. Get on the I-9, head that way. Oh, man. All right, I'm almost done with this stretchy. Here, let me stand up, stretch a second. Oh, crickety crack goes my back. First highway built for cars in that Pacific coast? Abraham Lincoln, it goes from New York City, Times Square to California. Oh, wow. East-west. I guess, yeah, you did say 2,500 miles. That would be way more conceivable going east-west than north-south. Ohio. Ohio. Now I want to listen to Coil. Old Coil now. Daddy, do you have another cigarette for me? Baby, what's it like in Ohio? Yeah, that's where my wife's family is from. We went there a long time ago to visit. I really liked it there. Not enough to move there, but I did like it. I liked the, we were in, where was it? Dayton. I think we were in Dayton. And then we went up to Cleveland and Cincinnati. And then eventually we headed up into Canada and went to Toronto. Where I was educated in the nickname for the currency being the words loonies and toonies. Which I swear to God, that was one of my favorite, like, don't let them know you don't know what that is. Because, like, we were at this hotel and we had to valet our car. And it was a rental and everything. And I was like, shit, I need some money to tip the valet. And so I was like, hey, can I get this? And I think it was like a $5 note, you know? And I was like, hey, can I get this broken down? Can I get this broken so I can tip the valet? And she's like, absolutely. Loonies and toonies, okay? And I was just like, sure. But I had no idea. It was the most foreign Canadian words I'd ever heard. I was like, I have no. And then I got it, and then I realized, like, oh, ones and twos. That, okay. Well, that's adorable. That's adorable, Canada. Yeah, I can't get much further over here. I think I'm gonna have to rotate the board. We're kind of in the middle, so I think it makes sense to solder this half to my, or whatever, to the screen left, and then go from there. Yeah, Ohio's not too bad. I was in shit, where'd I go? It's right next to Detroit, Toledo. I had a gig in Toledo earlier this year, and other than the fact that the damn town went to bed so early, like places would close like most of the days out of the week. Like the one place I wanted to go to was only open like Wednesday to Saturday. They weren't open on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, which is I only got to go there on like a Saturday night. But that was my only, like, this is bum. And I had one bad restaurant. Like, the food was crap, the service was crap. I didn't really like the vibe. I just didn't like that place. But that was just one. And to be fair, I've had way worse experiences and much more, much more varied cities like LA or Seattle or whatever. I've had much worse, like, oh, this food isn't really that good. That bartender, kind of an asshole. You need to get out of here. Oh, yeah. Well, it's a nice place for pinball, I've noticed, up in Ohio. Good place for pinheads. Yeah, in Toledo, I ended up just going to the same place, and they just had one pinball machine, but it was honestly, I was like, you know what? Let's grind this game. Let's get good at it. This isn't that bad. And I did good, but I did fuck up my fist because I had one of those punching games, and I was like kind of loaded. I had like 3 beers or something. And I I was cheating too by punching it sideways instead of, front. And so I was trying to do like a right hook, and I like got it 2 times pretty good, and the 3rd time I kind of missed and slammed my fist into the metal. And like to this day, every now and then I'll grab something to pull and it'll hurt like hell, and I'll be like, oh man, I messed up my right hand. Bet there's nothing I can do about that. Go to any doctor, they're gonna be like, well, if you would have came 3 months ago, we can re-break it. I'm good. Country backwoods, that's kind of how I grew up in Oklahoma. We never lived in town. That's kind of why I like Phoenix. I like living in the city. 'Cause I just never had that really in Oklahoma. I'm sure when I get old, really old, I'll probably move back to living out in the sticks. We'll see, though. Oh my gosh, that's awful. Yeah, I mean, I can still, it's my right hand, and I can still play the bass, and I don't play with a pick. And I really don't have any problems. Just every now and then, if I have to grab something really tight and like pull or something like that, I can feel my knuckles kind of go, bruh. What are you doing, bruh? And I'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, Knuckles. I you just what? I shattered it into 15 pieces. Jesus, Jones. Oh, mate. Well, I'm glad you were able to push through that. It's, yeah, I try not to think about things where I'm like, I may not be able to ever do this or that again. I try not to dwell in that world. I mean, right now I can, so I'm good, but, for how long? Uh-oh. Yeah, I get it. Oh my God, mate. I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's super unfortunate. Again, glad you worked through it and everything. It sounds like it was a fucking uphill battle the whole way, but still, I'm sorry to hear that, mate. That sucks. Yeah. Dr. Meanie. At least it wasn't Dr. Nice Guy. Or Dr. Feelgood. Actually, maybe that would have been good. I would have started a whole problem. Then you'd have to have another song about kickstarting your heart. I should create like a compilation of 80s metal songs that are about drugs, overdose, and drug use. We'll have Quick Kickstart My Heart, Dr. Feelgood. Oh shit, that was never attached. Well, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. I always like the happy stories, right? I don't think I'm alone in that. I watched the Jason Statham movie last night. I almost thought they were gonna give me like a everyone loses ending, and then they creeped it in, and I was like, all right, you guys, quit playing with me. Don't make it me thinking that like, oh no, Jason Statham, he's gone. And they're like, nah, we just messing with you. That's when we discovered that I was actually physically disabled. Wait, what? Ooh, I think I got a method here. I tried on those first two, and even this was like kind of sloppy, and it still worked. So I'll just take the iron and move it downward with the solder, and the tip of it will grab the top one, but since I'm moving it in a direction away, it kind of just fixes itself. I have a lot of skeletal issues, but like the therapist told me today that I was very strong for having been in a wheelchair for 6 years. Oh, I didn't understand. I didn't know about that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I always saw you in a chair, but not a wheelchair. Or at least I didn't notice. Maybe I did. I feel like I'm not very observant now. Now that you bring this up, I'm like, am I just that fucking bad? Left hip replace. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm glad you proved them wrong, mate. See, this is not gonna... No! I knew that's... you bastard. No, you bastard. Good enough. Let me catch up on the chat here. I still climb ladders, cut down trees. Oh, I thought you were gonna go somewhere else. I eat my lunch, I cut down trees, I go to the lavatory. On Wednesdays I go shopping and have buttered scones for tea. Unless someone's there, yeah, I hear you, mate. Porphyry, yo! Oh shit, that looked like a... Kind of looked like I'd be like... Damn it! My tweezers. I knew I left them somewhere. What is this, Porphyry, that you have posted? Oh, weird. I didn't know Behringer did that. What will they not do? I can't wait to get ripped off by Behringer. They'll come out with the Behringer side. They'll just spell my name with an I. The Behringer Sid. I know, the price is always incredible. And I mean, people can hate on Behringer all they want. I get it. But when it comes to them, like, revamping old vintage gear and then selling it for, like, a couple of $100, or, like, just so affordable, I can't get mad. I wasn't really mad to begin with, but my thing is, if you can make musical instruments and audio equipment affordable, you have my respect. Because, you know, growing up as a kid, it pissed me the fuck off that I was like, oh man, is this a rich man's world? Is this the only way I'm going to be able to have a this and a that? As if I have like a rich grandma that dies and then I can buy this shit? That's bullshit. Oh yeah. A boss.
Boss builder.
Same here. The cost of equipment and the cost of DIY is why I got into it, because I was talking earlier, we are talking about Paya, and I was, reiterating as I brought it up, that was my first kit. That was like the first thing I ever built and soldered, was like a Paya vocoder, and then later a couple other things, and like I realized right there, like, this isn't that hard. You just have to follow the instructions in this manual and put the parts on. Round peg, round hole, square peg, square hole. Really wasn't very difficult, and oh my God, what is this guy doing here? All right, let me see if I can get this thing attached. Nope, because that thing is in the fucking way. There it goes. You cheeky bastard. I might watch that tonight. We were talking about the silly sci-fi horror movies, and I brought up I'd gotten the Doom movies, or one of them anyways, and I was like, I know that those are terrible and everyone hates them, but I watched like a little clip and I was like, this doesn't look that bad. I mean, I'm sure it's kind of stupid and shit, but I've got my standards nice and low for horror and especially horror sci-fi. Not everything can be Event Horizon. I recognize that. Yeah, this was I started in the mid-90s, and the way I got Paya, so Paya was originally in Edmond, Oklahoma, and I lived about an hour or so away from there, and but we could write to them, snail mail, and they sent out a catalog. So I'd have a paper catalog from Paya, and I'd be thumbing through it, marking which things I want, little notes on the side of how much how much that was going to cost me, just things like that. And that's kind of, that's the way it was for a really long time.
Dude, did this chair go down? I think my chair went down.
I feel shorter.
Yeah.
That was weird. Maybe this chair has finally biffed it. Like the little hydraulic that raises it is pooping out. Wouldn't surprise me. This thing is as old as this stream. I think I had like another chair for about 3 or 4 months before I was like, I gotta get a better chair. This thing sucks. Yeah, I kind of miss the mail order catalogs, to be honest with you. There was one company, I can't remember their names anymore, but they're gone. I looked and looked and looked, and they're not around. But they were mail order, and they had like all kinds of like electrical stuff and like kind of hobbyist tools. Like I have one of their things I know. I got these hemostats. I got like 4 of them, or 4 or 5 of them for like $10 or something. Nowadays, I can't find anything close to that price. And I bought a bunch of tools from them. And I mean, you know, pardon the crudeness, but it was just, I'd have that in the bathroom. So, you know, I'd be in there just thumbing through in the morning when, you know, I'm getting my stuff down on paper. And just sit and read through that thing and look for, you know, tools and stuff I wanted to get. And once I was ready, yeah, I'd go and place the order on the little order form, mail that in with a check. We got new toilets, and the guy said I could pay by check, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I didn't think anyone took checks anymore. I'm like, now I'm using my credit card because I get points. In fact, I need to cash in my points so I can kind of fund my KnobCon trip with it. Get a class 4 gas cylinder. Oh, no, this chair is a piece of crap. I have like old sweaters and jackets on it, so it will stay together. This chair is a cheap piece of crap. I'm honestly been thinking about getting, a buddy of mine put me onto a couple of cool chairs out there, and I'm like, oh man, I should get that. I was gonna get like a new workbench, but man, it's like $2,000, and I'd have to get a totally different chair set up, and I'd miss out on my. The only thing I like about this chair is it's got a footrest built in, and then I can take this back all the way and take a nap. It's like a lazy boy. Yeah, it's one of those stupid racing chairs, exactly. And I mean, it served its purpose. I'm not hating on it, but it's old and chairs have a lifespan. I have a throw pillow and a butt cushion on the seat because that's the only thing that could save my back. Like if I go with the cushion that's in the seat right now, oh man, the pain of 1,000 owies. All right, I think I got all the resistors on. Yeah, so now we just need to do the other half of this, and then we'll be DUN. Yeah, the chair that my friend was pointing out had like mesh, and I was like, man, that would be nice because it gets hot in this room, and it'd just be so nice that the chair isn't the thing that's heating me up more. Speaking of heat, look at that, 85, 29.9 freedom units. Yeah, 86 Fahrenheit is 30 C. All right. Give me a couple minutes, guys. Mrs. Hearsey just got home. I want to touch base with her real quick on dinner. I'll just be a few minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. Thanks for waiting, mates. Where's my head? Aqua. Rabla, rabla, rabla. Oh, yeah. Oh, really? Let me tell you a little bit about... Here, I'm going to switch over this screen so I can surf my food thingy. Actually, I'm just going to put this through really fast because it's pretty easy to do. Wait. Customize. There we go. I want cheddar cheese. And I don't want lettuce and tomato. I'll get an order of cheese curds. All right. Got my order together. I swear the price of everything is just going the fuck up, man. Awesome. So these little duders crawling around the screen, those are stream avatars. That's the name of the program. When you say something in chat, they'll spawn automatically. And then, but if you want to customize and pick the one you have, because it'll just randomly give you a character and then it's assigned from there on out. Since you're on Twitch, if you scroll down, if you're on the web page, you'll see a box. Here, let me just show you, because I have this screen up right now. So if you're on the Twitch here, you can go down and you'll see this box. And it'll say click to authorize. I don't know, it sounds so spooky. Oh, this may not work, because I think this is a little old. Let me refresh. That's wild. Okay, give it a second. It takes a little bit for all the characters to load in. Sometimes I just do pop out. Alright, I might just do a pop out. Oh my god! See what I mean? It's so stupid. So you can go through and pick whatever character you want. In here, we've got a bunch. We have some custom ones, like we got Ham Banana and Travis of the Cosmos, Shake, Frylock, Meatwad, Carl. And you can go in and pick them. Some of these are more customizable, like, where is it? The puppies? Yeah, these puppies. And the little duders too. You can go in, and it's under here. It's under. It'll show up as gear when you choose it. Here, I'll just do one. So you can pick what color you want your doggy, and so we'll make him a little ash, and then you can go in and pick all these other little details on your puppy. Like if you want to put a hat on him, put like a cute little Thor hat. So now he's got a little Thor hat there. You should be able to see him run around. Oh, there he is. Oh, it's like a Batman hat. It's pretty cool, actually. I didn't know it had that. I've been sticking with I'm just sticking with the Aquatine here. I'll do Frylock for a bit. I don't do Frylock that much anymore. Exclamation point commands will bring up all the different moves they can do. If you're on mobile, there's a button at the top of the chat, or it should be anyways. I haven't looked lately because I know they updated it. You can click on that. It's a purple button that says SA for stream avatars. I know. And then you can go in and customize that in the same way. Where do you get your where do you buy your resistors, capacitors, and such? I was looking for affordable ones on Amazon, but I'm worried that Amazon's not my favorite place. Honestly, are you in the United States? I guess if you said Amazon, that's a pretty high likelihood. Mouser and DigiKey are my two main ones that I go to. Here, we'll pull them up here. So there's Mouser.com. If you're doing, it's a little bit overwhelming though, if you're new to it. So if you're looking for resistors, it's under passive components. So is capacitors. So there's your resistors, there's your capacitors. Let's say you're wanting to get a resistor, it'll break down to this. So you're gonna want, I'm assuming it's through-hole resistors. So you would do, there's a couple of options. Do metal, or just do film resistors. And then you can do metal film resistors. And now you got all of that. You can go in and choose, this thing kind of generates weird, but you can choose the value. So let's say you're looking for a good old 1K. That's a real popular value. The kids are really into it. Oh my God. I don't know why this screen's so... So you'll click 1 kilo ohm. It'll tell you how much it's running. A trick for the site, make sure you tick off in stock and archive. Look how it took our number down from 600 to 200. So that's an important thing. You can check the resistance. You have like the wattage or the size of it. Usually with through-hole, a 1/4 watt resistor is pretty common. On your tolerance, you're gonna just want to get 1%. You can go, 5%, or you can go 0.1%, but you're just setting fire to. Well, it's just not necessary. You can get by just fine with 1%, and then go ahead and hit apply. That's gonna shrink it down. Now we have 34, and then you can use some of these to help narrow down what you're looking for. But, a lot of this is going to mean nothing to you. A lot of it's inconsequential because it's more specific to the thing that you're doing. So just go to here and be like, hey, let me sort this by cheapest first. So now we're going from the cheapest and more. And then you have a breakdown of the amount. Now, obviously, 1,000 is a lot. So you'll skip those and go straight to these 1, 10, 2,500 counts. As far as brands, everything at Mouser and everything at DigiKey is a fine brand. You could buy anything from it, and you're not going to be disappointed. You can though use most popular brands. Yago is. Or Yagio, or Yagio, I don't know how you say it, but KOA Spear, TC, Vishay, those are all great brands. You can't go wrong. But in all honesty, all these other brands like SEI and so forth, they're fine too. Mouser and DigiKey do not stock shit. They don't stock crappy components at all. You might have a bad experience here or there, but that's an anomaly, not the case. Same thing for capacitors. You can go to here, go to capacitor, and do the same thing. Capacitors are a little bit trickier because there's all these different types. So if you're doing like electrolytics, like the tin can, the round ones, that's going to be in here. If you're doing disc capacitors, they're usually ceramic capacitors. You can get some interesting ones like film caps, mica caps, things like that. It really depends on what you're looking for. If you're doing SMD, I recommend just clicking on MLCCs because that's the highest amount and you're going to get the most variety and it's going to most likely be what you're looking for. DigiKey is the other one. Almost the exact same thing. There's very little difference between the two sites as far as they've got an extra tab for resistors. So we were talking about through-hole. They have it organized in its own spot so you don't have to F with it. Is it working? There we go. But voila, same scenario. You're gonna look for your resistance. Remember, this little m is micro ohms. You don't really want to, you'll never have to deal with that. And you get straight ohms. You can go down to the 1Ks, so on and so forth. Here's your Ks, double digit, triple digits, and then you can get into mega ohms and stuff like that, depending on what you're looking for. And again, so yeah, they don't have the, they do somewhere. It's on their, oh, here you go. So in stock, you'll want to tick that box. As you can see, it turned 534,000 down to 37,000. But yeah, that's kind of it, mate. I don't know. Like, if you have any more questions on it, just ask. I'll be glad to try to answer it. But that's all there is to getting components from DigiKey and Mouser for resistors and caps and stuff. If, oh my gosh. Ugh, stretching, sorry. If you're looking for other things, Mouser and DigiKey are usually the best option, but there is some exceptions out there. There's certain places where it's more advantageous to get it from there because they have a cheaper price, like switches. Mouser's price for switches is painful. But there's other companies out there like Tata and a couple of pedal board supplying places that have great deals for switches. Yeah, exactly, Dig. You're just not going to get a bad Apple from there. If you do, you can rub it in my face. I mean, they'll take care of it too. Yeah. Some of it, like the resistors, the wattage that it takes, really differs. Like if you're doing through-hole, it refers to the size. Like a 1/4 watt is what you almost always see, but there are 1/8 watts, which are, believe it or not, half the size. And anything below or above that is pretty uncommon. Also, too, when you're buying these things, I'm going to back up to Mouser. Like you're buying these two resistors, because that's what we were talking about earlier. So you're buying these, you'll click on the link, and this is one thing you must do. Don't rely 100% on this picture. Like the Mouser pictures, they're usually spot on, same with DigiKey, but sometimes it's just the picture for that entire series. So it may be a little bit misleading. To verify you've got the right thing, you'll look at these stats. Verify it's a kilo ohm, verify it's 1%. This temperature coefficient, not really important, but you know, something to look at. Make sure it's like 50 parts per million is fine. It's like pretty much it. But you can get higher temperature coefficients, lower ones, you know, it doesn't really matter. Verify that it's axial. Not too common with resistors for them to be radial or anything. Actually, I can't think of one off the top of my head. But capacitors, there's axial, radial, there's different formats, so you'll want to make sure there. It's a good idea to look at the data sheet. And the data sheet, again, is going to be for the series. So you're going to have to do a little bit of work here. A lot of the times, like, so we have the manufacturer number, RNMF14FTC. So we'll go to the data sheet. And what did I say? RM1F? I've already forgot. Let's see. RNM1F14. So we go down to RM1F14, and then we have the second, or no, not the second numbers. Where is it, actually? Oh, no, it's just specifying stats. So the physical dimensions will be mentioned in here. So you can verify it's going to fit the footprint if you're replacing a resistor, or if you're building something, you just make sure. Most of the time with through-hole, quarter watt is all going to be the same size. But, you know, not to have any surprises when you get your order in the mail and be like, ah, crap, these are the tiny ones. Oh, damn, Porphyry. Yes, yes. Dig, so Small Bear is now just, I think, well, actually, their site's still up, isn't it? But SynthCube bought Small Bear. Amplified, love my switches. Those are all local. Amplified's a really great place for a lot of different little odds and ends. But that's, I think they have resistors and stuff, but it kind of leans away to more of the hardware, like potentiometers, knobs, hardware switches, things like that. They got, well, it took decades and decades to get there, but yeah. It's still there, so let me check, because I remembered seeing it. I think I spelled it wrong. I did. Small Bear hyphen electronics. Yeah. So you can go to Small Bear, and they have a lot of good stuff. Kits, too. Same with amplified parts. I thought I had them up here. We'll just go to it anyways. Ah, damn it. Amplified parts. There it goes. These guys are awesome. And again, you can get, sometimes it's a matter of just saving money on shipping. So sometimes you might be able to get, you know, resistors that you're looking for in here. I recommend staying away from 5% resistors. They might be a little bit cheaper, but it's kind of stupid. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Give me 2 shakes. The delivery person's nearby.
All right, mates. Thanks for waiting there. I got a quick little, well, not a quick. I got my sandwich here. I'm gonna scarf it down as fast as sidly possible. Let me catch up on the chat here while I smack my lip. Oh man, they got mayonnaise on the bottom of my sandwich. I was on Mixer before. Up to 40. I'm back. Dub horn, everybody. No, go ahead. Behold, cheese curds, fried, and chicken sandwich. 'Cause I'm trying to eat a little healthier. Chicago food joints. How would you smoke it? What kind of rolling paper is that, too? I have so many questions. Let me check some here and see if I can find a video for to watch real quick. No, not really. Oh, well. Go watch this. Nope, nope, nope.
With chili peppers.
Ah, bloody hell. It's too late to eat. I ate really late. Mrs. Hersey doesn't get home until like 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and that's usually when we eat dinner. We're late birds. We go to bed pretty late and sleep in because we live in the desert, and there's really no point in getting up early. Might as well enjoy the cool weather as much as you can. Let's check out this video from our good, well, he's not really a friend of ours, but really awesome engineer and who's got into content creating. It's Dave Rat, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Rat.
Well, all right. Today, I'm going to do some destructive observations of
Totally
a
unscripted.
pair of Future Sonics MD6
Definitely not reading a teleprompter.
and a pair of Ultimate Ears UE5s. Over the years, touring with a band for any monitor engineers out there, and you know, if you've been touring for a while, you end up with a lot of old in-ears. Bands either break them or their ears don't fit anymore over a period of time, or they just start to sound bad. They get stuff in them, and you inevitably end up with a box of old, obsolete ears that only fit the musicians, and they don't really need them anymore, as I have with Chili Peppers. So I dug in. I had this old box sitting in my work area at Rat. So I dug through and pulled out a few pairs of ears. Here's a
Whole bag of
pair
chips.
Anthony's
Let's go.
ears, the UE5s, and I don't know whose these are. They're not labeled, but they're probably they kind of look like Anthony's. Anthony's or John's. Anyways. I did a test not long ago, last week, about armatures or balanced armatures, which have a way of making sound where there's actually kind of a U-shaped magnet and a little plate that wiggles and a little pin that goes up, and then it is attached to a diaphragm, and that diaphragm wiggles and forces sound out a hole. That's something that I looked up between last week and this week, and looked at a bunch of pictures. It was interesting to see. I've only seen them as little metal boxes that you can see through the clear ears. The other type of driver's got a round, like a tiny little speaker, and that's what these other ears are, which are these skin-colored ones are the Futuresonics. The armatures are the UE5s. So I was just going to do a couple things. One, take a look at the differences, just anything I notice about them, and also then we'll cut them apart. I got some little set of tools here, and we'll do some damage. All right, so first we'll look at the Futuresonics. Cable is, I did this other video on cables. This one's got a 3-wire cable that's hitting a little yoke junction, and then there's 4 wires coming out, 2 sets of 2, which then come out to the ears themselves. The ears are actually disconnectable, which is great because the cable goes bad.
Mine too.
And there's a little 2 gold pins that plug into the other end of it, the receptacle on the ear. So I'm going to go ahead and take these cables off, if I can. And nice tight fit, which is great. Looking at the UE5s, they actually use what looks to be the same connector. It's the 2 gold pins hitting the 2 little receptacles there. I'll pull that off, and we'll take a look at this cable. This cable's got 2 sets of 2 hitting the junction, and then there is the jacketed cable here. And I don't know if this is 4-wire or 3-wire cable here. But what is interesting, it appears that I can take the Futuresonic cable, the Ultimate Ears cable, will plug into both the Futuresonics and the Ultimate Ears, and vice versa. So since the Futuresonics is a 3-conductor cable, and I showed that there is some limitations in the ability to pan hard left and hard right, you could actually, if you like your Futuresonic ears and you want a different cable, I don't know if Futuresonics makes other cables, but you can put Ultimate Ear cables on them and build a composite up from the 2, which is kind of fun. I'll do a video on how to determine polarity of in-ears when you're just on the fly and you don't have measurement equipment, which is fairly easy to do as well. Oh, I don't even need to tell. I didn't do a video. I can just tell you. Take one ear, a Futuresonics ear, put it into one side, or take the Ultimate Ear, stick it in the other ear, and if they're in polarity, it'll sound like it's in the middle of your head. If they're out of polarity, it'll sound like they're kind of stereo, and it'll be hollow in the middle of your head. You can unplug the little connector, plug it in the other way, and when it's in the middle, they're in polarity with each other, and when they're sounding more stereo, one side is out of polarity. Getting a new pair, a pair that hasn't been changed as a reference point, using one from each pair. At the same time, you can put one in here, plug that in to a mini plug Y, plug one, put one ear in, and then take a whole bunch of sets and then check them all out fairly quickly. All right, so let's get down to it here. I'm going to...
I hope he gets close-ups.
Here's my
there's
4
the pin.
ears. I'm going to scrap 2 of them off to the side, and we'll look at these 2. And we'll start with the Future Sonics. So what's the best way to get into something that's fragile and delicate and expensive? A pair of big cutters. Let's see what happens here. Try and do this in front of the... All right, pieces, pieces flying everywhere. This has got to be traumatizing. These things got to be, these are $1,000 new, but we'll try and break it apart without destroying what's inside. Now this is
Thank
it's got
you.
a skin-colored outside, but the shell in the inside is kind of more rubbery. Break this thing apart. It's got to be okay, I'm beginning to see some electronics in here. Try not to bump the camera too much. All right, look there, we see a driver and a chamber. You can actually see the driver blows into a chamber, and that chamber came up and ended up in these two little outlets that I destroyed already, because I am doing this in the most finesseful way possible. Finesseful I don't think is a word, but it should be, because it's useful. Oh man, we'll chop, chop, chop. Ooh, that's kind of a neat looking little bit in there. It's very, it looks like a high quality headphone bit. Let's see if I can do this. I really don't want to chop my fingers. And I'm trying not to damage. Oh, those work well. Oh, cool. And look at that.
Oh, wow.
There's that little element. We can take this little bit off here. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I would say don't do this at home, but I highly recommend doing this at home, but probably not if you're going to use them again. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the Humpty Dumpty syndrome, where we're not going to be able to get this back together again, although...
Of course not.
I have some thin little wires here that I... All right, cool. Fun stuff there. Oh, look how thin those wires are. Okay, so here's our little speaker, and that's a neat looking little thing. It's got a nice little mesh on it.
That is huge.
It's a robust looking little driver there. Some little vent holes in the back. Good stuff. All right, let's clean up our mess here. A little cleanup time, where I will put these down and probably step on them with bare feet, because that's what I'm going to do. All right, so now there's our transducer for the Future Sonics, a single, I believe it's a 13 millimeter circular speaker with a magnet and a voice coil. All right, let's see what happens. I like these red ones for getting in there. Let's see what happens with the ultimate ears. All right, so I'm looking for where the connector is so I don't chop into the wires too soon. And this is a softer ear. It's an older one that, no, maybe not. I thought it was a softer ear. Well, that was tough. Boom, we're in. And so I can definitely say that the ultimate ears are easier to get inside. All right, so now the ultimate ears have, look at that. That's
There's
a
an armature.
tiny little capacitor.
Holy crap.
And it's hooked between the two red wires. Probably something to do with the filtering or the crossover type circuit. I don't see any other circuitry in here. So it looks like a high-pass filter, and it's being used on, I'm trying to see where it attaches to. This wire's long.
That's insane. They put a fucking
It's on the red
through-hole
wire,
cap in
and
there.
the red wire goes to both. I can't really see, but I'm guessing that's on the little high-frequency driver. Now, these are the two armatures here. Probably the bass driver and the treble driver, and they're hooked up together. And then the output of those two drivers is going into like a flexible tube, and that flexible tube, I'm going to gently rip it off of the ends here. And look at that. There's actually a little device here, like a little metal plug. And I believe these things, I've seen these before, where you can actually replace these in some in-ears. And it's like to block liquid and moisture, and it might be some sort of EQ filter as well. I don't remember. I'll have to look that up or ask somebody, or someone will comment with that. But I've seen like a little screw to put those in and out. This one was very deep inside, so don't know if this one was replaceable. Now these are very old. All right, so now I'm going to remove the rest of the debris here. And these thin little Litz wires, you know, I'm going to leave them. If they're connected still, I might be able to hook into those ears and hear a little sound come out of those tiny little holes.
Dude, those are
Right,
so
there's
small,
our,
those ports.
Armatures. Now, I did look up and find that there's quite a few armatures available from American and foreign manufacturers of various qualities and types. And, you know, you can actually go out and buy these things and maybe even try and make a set yourself. I've been racking my brain for what I could do with these to make tiny little speakers of some use. Haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah.
But in the video where I tried these as a microphone, maybe using these as a mic, a tiny little mic, I wonder what they would sound like. All right, there's a destructive, very gentle destructive testing, or not testing, observation of what's in there.
Tear down.
And I'll do a video where we fire these little things up and see what they sound like. Awesome. Hope you enjoyed the video. And also, hey, check out soundtools.com. A bunch of products I personally design and manufacture problem-solving stuff for
It's good
pro
stuff.
audio.
His shit's really cool, but I'm pretty confident none of you guys care. Let me check out this link that Porphyry put up. I don't know what it's about, so give me a second here to look at it before I make it live. Bistro Wasabi. Oh, it's a sushi place? Right on. Right on. All right, let me put this away, and then we're gonna get back into snottering. I killed that Dr. Pepper, so let me get a fresh beverage, and we'll get back to it. In the words of Matthew McConaughey, all right, all right, all right. All right. I'm guessing sushi only because I didn't get sushi today. Oddball, thank you for those 10 bits with the meows. Looks killer, maybe a little steep on price. You only YOLO once. You only YOLO once. So yeah. Might as well enjoy it. Alright, I think we're going to put the rest of these resistors on. And then we're going to shave all my body hair. But just my body hair. The mustache stays. Nah, we won't do that. Then we won't have anything to do for Saturday. Like, oh man, I came for the body hair removal thing.
You're telling me that's not happening? You're gonna break my heart more, you piece of shit? On the smoked eel? This is the year of the eel? Not like a, not a REM song? I'm kidding. REM doesn't write anything. REM. I remember when I was reading REM broke up, they quit touring and everything, and they literally, their reason was no one was coming to their shows anymore. Like they couldn't sell out venues anymore. And I was like, well, yeah, you guys, I mean, you do realize that your popularity has waned since the fucking early 90s. It's been coming for like 30 years. You know, you're gonna have to play like casinos, like everybody else from that time period. I feel like Stand. Nah, I'm just being shitty to Ari. I just thought it was funny because I was like, well, at least they didn't lie or be like, we're just tired. It's more like, we just don't sell the tickets that we thought we would anymore. So we're going to quit, and then we'll probably come back in about, 5 or 10 years. They played someone, burn, Aqua, burn. Did you coat the entire board in flux? Yeah. The flux I'm a big fan of. It's not for everybody, but it's definitely for me. Is Kester 951. It's an alcohol-based flux. Here, we can apply some real quick and all. So, it's an alcohol. Once it evaporates, it leaves the flux behind. Super awesome. And it's kind of nice when you're setting components. I think I have a little bit too much here. It'll take a little while to dissipate, but whatever, man. We'll be long gone. That's probably, you know what, Aqua, that's probably what it was. Like, they tried the deal, and then someone had to tell them, like, Michael, your voice just doesn't induce people to want to gamble. And your lyrics don't help either. Oh. Well, I actually do about at least 4 or 5 layers. Like, this is just going to be another layer on top of this one. But, yeah, it sticks to the board pretty good. And
the real benefit to this over something like Tachyflux is cleaning it. This is ridiculously easy to clean up. In fact, the only thing I end up cleaning up is the rosin core solder from the inside of the solder wire I have. That leaves a mess. I have to clean that up. That's about it. This flux, activated or unactivated, you just hit it with the fucking hose and it's gone. It's remarkable. And I mean, like I tell a lot of people when you're first starting out doing SMD, to just get Tachyflux and deal with that for a while, because it's really easy to use that flux. It makes soldering so much easier. But once you kind of get gooder at it, you can use 291 or whatever you prefer. Oh wait, which way did I have these going? Oh, I didn't. All right. And that, I think, is, I don't know, it's just easy. It'll pay itself off, you know? Because you're like, oh, wow, I don't have to spend like an hour of my time, or not, maybe not an hour, but I have to spend all this time cleaning this stupid board. Yeah, I'm gonna make some for my buddy, because I went and visited him like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, he was showing me a cool trick on how to solder SMD, but it was with a particular iron tip, which they don't make for my iron. I'd have to get the next level up iron, which I'm totally down for. But I just don't, right now, I just don't want to spend the money. And well, to be honest, too, a part of it is that we're a hobby channel. So I don't want someone coming in and going like, oh, well, I need to buy this $800 soldering iron, $1,000 soldering iron in order to do what I'm seeing on the screen. I don't want people to get that impression. And you could tell them over and over, no, it's this. But, you know, when someone's having problems, sometimes they think just throwing money at the problem will fix it. Oh, Jesus, what am I hand doing up? So I want to avoid that so people don't find out that, well, it's not that easy just to throw money at it. I just realized, though, I went the wrong direction on this board. So it's gonna be fun. Maybe I should do the top. I don't know. I should have gone from left to right so that my hand can rest and not hit these resistors that I have, but I did not think that far ahead. All right, well, you know what I could do? Hold up. Who run things? Can I do it this way? Not really. Yeah, it'll work. It just is gonna kind of suck. Not the good kind of suck. No. The bad kind. Oh, I forgot. When he was talking about the in-ears, so the ones I have, and I wish he would have showed it better. I was kind of disappointed he didn't give like a more close-up view. So these are my old pair that I got, I replaced with these with. And, oh, you can, well, yeah, you can still see it. Here, I'll take this off. Make sure there's no grossness in there.
So there's mine. It just has a little driver inside, like a 5mm driver, and then it ports through and goes down the little ear brain hole. And you've got this in the back, but you can see the driver. You can see the transducer, you can see the wires going to the connector. This connector is different than what he was talking about. I guess it's a sure thing, I don't know. But if you're ever looking for inexpensive in-ears, these are excellent. I've been using them for a long time. I haven't done the Pepsi challenge and listened to like nicer ones or anything like that, but it's, you know, I'm not going to spend $400 on in-ears that are going to eventually fall apart after a year or so. Second. Oh, I left the little tube guy off. I'm pretty sure I got all the ear wax off. Wax on, wax off.
Are you boys whacking off of my tool shed?
Only problem with this board set up like this, I have to move the camera or the scope and not the board, which may induce motion sickness. We're starting to get to the end of this pile. I really didn't think there'd be... I thought I grabbed too many. Like I miscounted or something, but I feel like we're actually getting pretty decent. Bliskin, looks like a Russian 12-bit module is no longer available. New, only secondhand. Yeah, that's one of the issues with modular grid is I think there might be an option to show like available stuff maybe. I don't know. For the longest time, I couldn't use it because, like, all my modules were bespoked if you will. Ooh, okay. I didn't know Roland made any modules. Well, you know what? That's not true. I've never messed with them, I should say. No, I didn't know about that. Yeah, I don't know a lot of commercial modules that well. I just don't buy them too often. Or ever. Only commercial modules I have is like some expert sleeper stuff. There was one that we saw, but I don't remember what the deal was. There's something weird about it. I mean, the problem with the Ornament and Crime is it doesn't have like a high quality analog to digital converter. But, you know, still use it. If you're bit crushing, I guess it wouldn't matter that bad. Ugh. Bloody hell, mate. Bloody hell. You done yet? I know, Dad. I'm just asking if you done. Damn. Just a little bit more. You took a nap? Oh, wow. I wish I could do that. That'd be a weird stream. All right, guys, I'm just gonna nap. Mic's on, so you hear me snoring. That'd be great. Dr. Crusher. Fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking awesome. That is the coolest name since names came to Nametown. Might be a newer edition. There's 2, and I'll be damned. So I got 2 left over. I thought it was going to be 4, but I think I might have added wrong in my noodle. Oh, fuck. Okay. Thought I dropped it. All right. Let's do it to it. I keep reaching for this. Let me put it where it's supposed to be. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. Ah, you're a tough cookie. With a long history. Wait, what's this? Oh, it's just a chunk of solder? Oh, no, it's part of my headphones. That's why I had to replace them. The plastic is just, it's coming apart. Like, it was 1 piece, now it's 2 pieces from me just touching it. The plastic in them, I don't think it's their fault. I think it's just Arizona. Just destroys plastic. It fucking hates it. So if you have anything that's plastic, you have to like these banana jacks I'm getting, I have to make sure they are nylon based, because I believe, I'm not 100%, but I believe that's gonna have the best chance of not breaking apart in, 5 years or whatever. Mass attack. Oh yeah, there you go. I always thought it was funny, the story. I don't know if it's 100% true, but that Massive Attack really got annoyed working with Tricky because he was just this big, goofy stoner and would kind of phone in lyrics from time to time. Like the song Karma Coma, he used all those lyrics in a completely different song of his own. Well, his part, anyways. Gonna be on top of your list and upperly and properly kissed. We overcome in 60 seconds with the strength we have together, but for now, emotional ties, they stay severed with this Presley and Pete, and when we fuck, we hear beats. Karma Coma. What? A Jamaican aroma. Yeah, everything plastic just crackles and breaks in Arizona. It's the downside. And my in-ears are no different. Karma Coma. What? Jamaican aroma. Be with me, got nothing to give. Take a walk, take a rest, and taste the rest. You see me digging a hole in your neighborhood. I'm crazy, but I'm lazy. I need to see with a beat through my temper. A subtle calls my temper. Your earwax should keep them moist. That's crazy, mate. That's like the name of my my album of romantic ballads. It's called Your Earwax Should Keep Them Moist. Did not really do very well. Okay. Ah, this is getting hell. We're in hell. Ah, all right. I'm gonna skip that guy so I can get these guys on, and then I'll just do that guy on his own. Because it's just not gonna be a buddy. I could probably get tweezers, but I feel like that's admitting defeat. And we don't do that here. Not when we have defer. Sid is soldering all night long. Oh yeah, that should be the other one. Solder all night long. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but all the stream titles for the last few days have had, were basically popular music titles where I substituted a word for solder. Like this one is, I forgot already. Solder on the water, or smoke on the solder. And what was the last one was Bohemian Soldering. But that kind of confused people because they thought we were referring to the band Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians. And I had to explain that we are not associated with Edie Brickell or her New Bohemians. What the fuck is this doing here? Alright. You know, I'm just gonna skip over it and then we can dump it later. Who knows? It might pop up to be something useful. And then I like started thinking about that song, the only song they had as a hit. And I realized, like, that song is fucking stupid. I mean, I guess it's fun. But, man, you really, like, look at the lyrics and you're like, this isn't that good. I mean, I'm not aware of too many things. I know what I know, if you know what I mean. Sounds like she just sped up Popeye's dialogue. Philosophy, it's a walk on a slippery rock. Religion, smile of the dog. Sorry, I can't do a very good Popeye impression. Ever since the chicken food chain took over, I cannot remember what Popeye sounds like. I just know their slogan. Love that chicken from Popeyes. That's all I can hear. It came from over there.
sneaky bastard. Do yeah. And then it had that, what was that effect for the guitar solo? The wah, 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 wah. I think it was an envelope follower. Yeah, I think that was like an envelope follower. Like an auto wah. I think is the other name it goes by. Man, imagine what that conversation must have been like. Hey, I've got a great idea for the solo breakdown part. Oh, you mean when I say shove me in the shallow water? No, no, no. After that. Oh, you know what? Before it. Fuck it. Dude. What the fuck? Where? Why come my math no good? Oh, wait. Did I just run into the same part again? Oh, okay. All right. I'm just going to take this off because it is distressing me. Yeah, I looked up their Wikipedia, and they, like, took, like, a 7-year hiatus in, like, 99, I think. And then they, like, went back on tour in, like, 2006 or 7, and then they called it quits in 2023. And I'm like, oh. Why do I have that knowledge in my head? Ah, jeez. Dude, my knee is feeling weird. Let's have a little knee spasms. Rhine Labs, welcome in. Willkommen. I know it's not that Ryan, but you know, whatever. Welcome in, mate. We've got a massive build. It's like a 36 band filter. And I bought 2 of them. And so right now, I don't have all the parts ordered, but because I keep finding out I got to order more stuff for this or that. So I'm, oh, should I say? I'm putting on the resistors because I should have all the resistors, but there's a bunch of caps that need to be C0G, and I don't have them yet. I have some of them because I started switching over to C0G, or at least having caps on hand that are in that format. Oh, man, I gotta move this fan. I just realized it's getting toasty. And so I don't have all the filters, or all the caps, but I've got, I think, all the resistors. Oh. Mercury relays. My buddy did a project with those as well. We were like pretty hyped. Because I was like, I can't believe you could still get those. I don't think his were new old stock though. I think they were newish. I can't remember. It's been a minute since I've given it much thought. But It was just what the doctor ordered for what it was needed for. Yeah, my left knee keeps like aching. These are new old stock? Yeah, nice. They're probably a little bit better since they're not as regulated as they are now. Now, what if I could find it? Years ago, this guy I know, acquaintance, I should say, he has a oh shit, what's the word? What's it called? Where you have a big dome. It's a room with a dome top, and you have a projector, and it puts constellations and stars and stuff on it. I keep wanting to say observatory, and I know that's not the right word. Planetarium. Thank you, Oddball. So he has a planetarium in his backyard, and he had some different things to project on it, but he had an old projector, and it used mercury for the lenses to open and shutter it. Here, let me. I can't describe it very accurately by just talking about it. I'm pretty confident I have it in here on my pictures. Yeah. So, oops, that's not the right button, is it? So this is where the projector was, and all these little holes have different, constellations and stars and so forth. And you had these as well, and they had little mercury. Is it this that had the shutters? It's been a while since I've looked at this. You basically, that's the way you would change out which thing you were looking at. The ball would rotate as well, and then you'd have that. It was all DC motors, and I don't know. It was a pretty insane scenario when I was there. He got it from like an old school, an old school, not old school. And he's pretty confident that there's no way to safely move that thing because it's filled with so much fucking mercury. He's like, I can't even believe I was able to get it. Because it's just so much mercury, and it's not really the healthiest thing to have around. Unless you're Freddy. Unless your name's Freddy. Then, yeah, it's okay. Mama. Second here, I gotta check my work. At least.
Interesting. Awesome. So I lost 1 resistor, or my count was off by 1. I thought I was supposed to have 4, but there was a moment where I think I accidentally got one on my hand and then like moved it away and I lost it. But not today. Yeah, that thing is it's 6 figures. I think that's all he would say. And considering how difficult it is to move and everything like that, if you were to sell it to a private seller, you'd probably have to like spend a bunch of money just to transport it from point A to point B. You just can't throw that thing in the back of the bed of your pickup truck. I mean, you could if you wanted, I don't know, but I wouldn't. Hire a rig. Well, you couldn't even rig it properly. I think you'd have to crate it, and then in that crating, you know, have all these support lines inside. Then you could transport it, but still it would need to be like on an airbed, because like you can't shake that thing up and stuff. It'll damage it. It's basically a giant mechanical watch. Lots of assembly. Yeah, and maybe you're right. Maybe it is a scenario where you can take it apart and it would transport easier. I know that he said he spent a long time mapping out the interface for it, because it's, like I said, it's just a bunch of DC motors. And I never did see his setup, but he had like, he was kind of the Wizard of Oz, sort of, because he had all these different dials and stuff, and he would turn those to make different things occur, but I didn't look. I was just trying to enjoy the ride. Have you ever ran a cellular automata at audio rate? No, but I mean, it's just going to put out pulses. So it's just gonna be a square wave oscillator with, I guess, a complex square wave oscillator, because you wouldn't have pulse, you know, 100 hertz of pulses. You would have this fluctuating one, and depending on your input into that, you could probably get something like the seed part. You could probably get something interesting. Well, I mean, it's not a think, it's a no. There's just pulses on the back. I mean, all those outputs are just transistors. I think they're transistors. They're just going to put out 5 or 7 volt square waves. Right? I mean, did you throw it on the old Scoperino? See something different? It's so foreboding when you put it that way, Porphyry. Well, yeah, you're going to hear frequencies, because the pulses, the frequency isn't going to be static, because it's going to widen and shorten depending on the seed, because you're just going into a matrix of ores, and so it's you know, or not even a matrix, whatever the fuck that is. Fucking algorithm of ores. Azores, you're right. My mistaken. Well, it's like if you, here, we'll look it up real quick, because I'm not going to try to describe it. We'll just look at it.
So you'll have a seed in, and you have all these other ones too. You have another input here, and then 3 and 4 over here. But they shit into here, and then it goes through this, and then you have it relayed back to this, and it goes through this, and then it relays through here, then it goes through this, and then it feeds back into here, goes through this, and it just keeps repeating that pattern. And the cool thing with the cellular is, so it has a clock to push it through, but if you just send a single voltage, like a short one, it'll cycle through all these guys, and then eventually it'll just run out because the logic, there won't be anything for the logic to push against. And then you have all these shit tons of LEDs for it. Yeah, I would imagine the frequency wouldn't be dependent of the input or the clock. I mean, the clock speed, I guess, would set the base frequency. So, like, you could feed 100 hertz and... Well, no, because it's dividing at that point, isn't it? I don't know. Is cellular automata in the in VCV rack? I can't remember. I think it is. I don't see it. That's wild. What is stopping someone from making that happen? It's just a bunch of CMOS logic. Not that fucking hard, buddy. Alright, never mind then. Random CV to pulse with? I never done that. That sounds like it'd be fun. Because you'd get this like, because it would be, well, actually, I guess, is it a slewy looking voltage? Because then, yeah, you could get like, you could flip out that dude that loves pulse width modulation. Can't think of his name, the German guy. The oddball, the cellular automata is fantastic device if you're looking for a pulse generator. Because, like, so you can set it up to where your seed is in sync with the voltage, or with the clock, but it's weird. Like, if you do it like a 2 to 4 division, like you do it like a direct even division, it doesn't work, or maybe it does. There's some eccentricities of the logic on it, but what's fun is that you can create very long patterns, like minutes and long of a pattern, or you can create chaos, so it never really creates like a real true pattern because you're feeding it, all kinds of globbity gloop. But you can also have signals that do line up, and you can get all kinds of crazy stuff. Like I've seen videos where the guy was making it look like Snake. It's a pulse generator. It's a gate generator. Although Porphyry has decidedly turned it into a crazy oscillator generator. Is it not that easy? I don't recall it being too much of a pain in the ass. Nah, it's not that bad. You just have a shit ton of dips. So you've got like, what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So you got 21 dips to put in there. Which is, yeah, that is a bit of a butt in the pain. But if you're a drag solderer like me, it don't mean shit, baby. It don't mean shit. Oh yeah, I forgot. There is the combiner output. So CV1, 2, and CV all do summit, so you can get some pretty cool voltages out of it. I forgot about that part. Yeah, CV all, CV2, CV1. So it sums those 42s, and you can generate a CV from it. It's pretty badass. It takes a minute, not a 90-minute job. On the second layer, oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, mate, thanks for catching that. I totally forgot. There is a bunch of resistors and transistors. Oh, and then, yeah, there are caps on the underside. Okay. Yeah, it's going to take an afternoon. It's going to take an afternoon to build. Hey, Electro One, welcome in. It's like explaining a smell. Yeah, it's a little bit more work, I would say. I would agree with that, but it's nothing you haven't already messed with before, Oddball. It's just it's all on one, on one project. I did 12 hours. A 12-hour stream was beat. How can you do it all day, every day? I don't do it every day. I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays. It used to be an 8-hour stream. 8, maybe 10 tops before. And I did 4 days, and it kind of burned me out. So I switched to 3 days, but to make up the difference, I extended the days to 10 hours or more. So like 10 to 12 hours, something like that. Yeah, it's a great module. It's absolutely worth it. I tell anybody, check out the Cellular Automata. One thing too, these LEDs, I rest mine against the PCB, but then you have to go in and kind of wiggle them to get them to like line up properly. So it's a little bit of that's a little bit of a butt in the pain, but it's a thing you do once and then you never have to do it again. And honestly, I don't mind it because it's kind of that fine tweaking, that fine tuning I kind of enjoy. A little spit shine, if you will. Sorry. Just doing my dance. Bedtime for me. I'll leave it running back. All right, mate. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We're honestly, I think we're getting towards the end of the night here, but I'm cool to hang out for a bit. But I'm not gonna do any more soldering. The solder, I mean, that took me 8 hours, 10 hours to solder all that on. 9 hours, 8 to 9 hours to solder all that on. We did take a boatload of breaks, and we did get some great questions.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Wait a minute. Isn't that Steve Carell? Is that pre or post hair plugs? Thank you so much, Abba, for the 25 bits. 10 hours. Well, I mean, it wasn't contiguous. Like I said, we had a lot of breaks. We had someone coming in asking about how to repair a bad button on their Korg. And we went and looked it up and found some pictures of the button itself. And it's a micro switch, which is great because those are much easier to repair. And you don't even have to replace it. I was like, oh, you might just get away with hitting it with some deoxit. Might clean it up, make it all bueno. So it's worth a try. And if not, when you're in there, you can measure the size of the switch. And then I put them in touch with Centaur, which is a great website for keyboard parts and pieces. That's correct, Oddball. There's a good couple of hours where I just talk about Jason Statham movies that I saw the night before. We spent a good half hour on that at least. The Mechanic, I watched that last night. 3 stars. 3 stars. But compare it to The Beekeeper or The Transporter. Those are 4+ stars. Those are fantastic pieces of cinema. If you like action movies. Soldering setup time. Are you talking about hardcore solder core? I need to set this up and have it on a button so it'll play like a blast beat. And then I'll do like a vocal, be like, oh God, and it just disappears like that. I think that's what we're really missing from this channel. This works, but not that great. Also, I need to shrink it a little bit so it doesn't get covered up by the text box here. Because it's kind of, harshes my mellow, bro. Oh, man. Let me look here. Dude, is it Thursday night or is it Thursday night? So NobCon, it's like 3 weeks away. Yeah. I believe it's something like that. I'm not a math guy. I know I have like a gig coming up the week after next, or whatever. It's coming up. I don't want to think about it. And I have another gig after NobCon. I got my birthday. Lo, call me a noob, but I just had 2 oscillators hooked in sync, but slewed the voltage octave difference on them. Oh, that's a good idea. I never thought of that. Have 2 oscillators, like, you know, synced, or are you talking about synced or just tuned, like, complementary to each other, like fifths or octaves? No, I'll be 48. I'll be 48 next month. Oh, sync. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's even more. I'll have to give that a try. I don't know if I have a slew limiter. Wait, does NLC have a slew limiter? I can't think of one. I can think of modules that produce slew and a regular output, so maybe I could just do that. Tuesday, I believe I show up Tuesday evening. Yeah, the 8th, I arrive at like, it says 3:40. I'm not for sure if that's local time. I think that's my time. So it'll be like 5. It'll be almost 6 o'clock. Yeah, the Helvetica scenario, that can do it. Also, what's the other guy? The sequencer. Shit. Actually, either of his sequencers, the Ben Dubba and the one I can't think of. It's right over there. If I stand up, I could read it. Man, I hooked somebody up with one not too long ago. Frolic, thank you. Frolic. I'll have to give that a try. I like that idea. Let me see, mates. Pull this up. All right, let me run this ad really quick. Get this out of the way. Well, it's not very difficult to do a slew. The circuit for it is pretty simple, but because it's just, isn't it just like a timing cap? Isn't it just making a cap, slow it down? Let's look. Now you got me thinking. Yeah. Yeah, That's exactly it. So you have the a cap going to ground off of the non-inverting input, and then you have that 100K changing the resistance of it between it, so you'll get slow or fast from it. But that, I mean, that's a slew circuit. Let's look at the Helvetica real quick. See if it's the same circuit. Smooth out, there we go. Looky, looky. And you have an LDR. Well, no, wait, that's just coming in on there. Yeah, no, it still works. It needs a clock to advance the voltages because it's a sample and hold. So you can lock it in and it'll store it, but you need a clock to have it, you know, go to the next one. So it's just going to lock until it receives a new voltage, then it'll slide up to that one. It's pretty cool. Now I kind of want to fuck around with making like a slew limiter. I might look around for some circuits on it. We might just tinker around. Maybe we could come up with something, you know, interesting. Maybe. Man, it's quiet. Too quiet. I will just do that. It's fine. Guys, mates, home slices. Tonight was a really awesome night. I had a lot of fun. We had some really cool people coming in, asking some great questions. Thankfully, I kind of knew the answer to most of them, or at least I could figure it out. So I think we got a lot of people set straight. Maybe a few new people to join the fold. I know we got some, let me see here. I think we got some new followers over on the YouTube and the Twitch side. YouTube, we got a new one. I remember that cat joining in. I forgot their name, though. Might even be able to see it in the... Nah, it's too late. But we got some new people there. And on the Twitch side, we got 3 new followers today. We're on our way to 6K, baby. Look at that shit. 5,778. We're less than 20 away from cracking 5,800, baby. Then there's no stopping us. Yes, we'll be unstoppable. Biker, welcome in, mate. Welcome in, mate. Today on our subs, we got Reflex coming in with 6 months of sub love. We had Marza Panda with 64 months. Oddball with 63. FarmTech also kicking ass and taking names with their 3 months on. Very much appreciated. And then today, Oddball's the king of the bits. Let's see, we got 25, we got 160 bits. Let's go, mate, let's go. We'll be back on Saturday. Ooh, neat. We'll be back on Saturday. Thank you for that bit. I don't know why. Oh yeah, because we had to fix that. I'm trying to remember. Porphyry with 100 bits. Thank you very, very much, mate. Loving it, loving it. Yeah, we'll be back on Saturday. I think we're gonna work on this some more. I like we're on this. I'd like to get more of these resistors on. Find out how many more we need to order or anything like that. I think we'll be all right, but you never know. You never know. Beyond that, I should bring up, I would be remiss if I didn't. There's our social media links. If you're into social media, you like that kind of crap, that's great. We're on the socials. Usually just posting, giving you guys knowledge when a new video comes out or when we go live. Occasionally I find something worthwhile to repost or sit on there, but it's less than once a month. So most of the time it's just so you can be able to keep track of when we're partying and not partying. Biker with the mass bomb, I love it. Slab, thank you so much for hanging out, mate. It was great chitty chatting. And hope to see you on the next stream or next week on the streams. Again, we stream Tuesday, Thursdays, Saturdays. We usually try to go for about 10 hours or so. Obviously, we go a little bit longer from time to time. Today's 11-hour and 20-minute stream. Pretty cool, huh? And on the YouTube, we're going to raid over to our buddy. Let me make sure they're still on. Our buddy Ace. Yeah, they're live. They're a console electronics repair out of Australia. And I couldn't really find anybody doing Sci-Tech on YouTube or on Twitch tonight. So I think we're just gonna... What? Oh, god damn it, dude. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I just got an alert, and it's for Pima County, which I don't live in. Oh wait, do I? I never remember. There's a guy wanted for homicide. Alex James Barnett. Barnett is bald with distinctive arm tattoos. Aren't we all? And it's considered armed and dangerous. Last seen wearing a red shirt and black leather vest. Is this the fashion police? Was the murder a good outfit? Red shirt and a... Come on. That hasn't been in style for like 25 years. Oh my god. Last seen wearing a red shirt and black leather vest. Riding a maroon 2020 Harley Davidson. Jesus Christ. How many more? How much more? This is the most fucking Arizona fucking thing in the world. Gives his license plate on his motorcycle. And the model of Harley he's driving. And it says, do not approach. Good. Hopefully in a city of 3.5 million people, he won't come to my door. Dude, that's so funny to me. A red shirt and a black leather vest, riding a Harley, bald, tattoos, and a murderer. Like, oh, come on. You just described like half the people in this state. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make light of that. I'm sure there's victims in this, and I don't mean to make light of that or anything. I don't know. When life gives you lemons, sometimes you got to make delicious. You got to add it with your German beer. and make oh shit, I forgot the name. The runes, whatever. All right. Anyways, I forgot what I was saying before the vibrations blew my mind here. No, it's a Radler. Radler is German beer and lemonade, and Warsteiner makes a bottled Radler, so you can get that, and it's already pre-mixed. And apparently, there's a joke that it's basically water, but you know, it's German jokes, so you know. Oh, hey, biker with the hydrate. Let me make that happen, Captain. Guys, we're going to be back on Saturday. I don't think I mentioned our raid target here on the Twitch, but we're going to raid our buddy Circa. She's actually gaming a little bit, but her stream is like our stream. Like, you can easily get her off of that and into talking about SciTech. So, not that I'm suggesting you do so, but I'm just saying it's as close as I can get to a non-gaming stream. Balloon Art's up, but I think it's a rerun, so I don't want to raid into a rerun. That's just weird. It's stuff like that. Yeah, right. It sounds disgusting, doesn't it? Beyond that, mates, thank you so very, very much for an awesome night. For you guys being so fucking awesome. I appreciate it so much. It means so much to me. Love hanging out with you guys. Love getting into trouble. Love soldering. Love fooking around. Hope to see you guys Saturday. If not, maybe Tuesday or next Thursday. Let's get our raid rolling here on our buddy Circa. Oh, damn it, dude. Why does it do that? Ah. There we go. It's got a raid going on Circa. Head over to her channel and hang out and have a grandiose time. Guys, take care of yourselves. Enjoy the weekend. Be safe. Be smart. Watch out for if you have any fur babies or feather babies. And watch out for, your loved ones, your friends, your family, all those good things. You know it. Look at me telling you. Come on, what an asshole. You guys, party on. And don't take any guff from those swine. You don't deserve it. Damn it, I keep hitting the wrong button. It is a cool button, though. Yeah, guys, take care. Have a good rest of the night. Or the rest of the day. And party on.